Tour.
Good morning, good afternoon, roadies. It is Spurs deadline day on Tottenham On Tour. It's going to be a fun one, lads. We've got a number of people with us today. Of course, Adam's joining us. Danny will be joining us at some point. Eugene is with us as well. Alan Harris and insert name here is with us as well. You're messing with me, man. That's not fair. Yeah, there's Brian from the training ground as well. We're going to have a lot of people kind of coming in and out today. It's going to be pretty casual. We're going to try to follow along with any of the updated information, if any at all. So it could be a very boring day. We will be hopping in and out to other channels as well. Hopping on the Irish Hotspur for a bit. Brian will be doing the same. Some of those folks will be joining us here as well. Just going to have a bit of fun. So I'm going to sort of start with Brian, I think, just to get a bit of an update. His signal, folks, isn't necessarily going to be great today because there's a lot more people down at the protest. The bandwidth is a little bit minimal. So, Brian, how are you? How's it been so far? You know, you've been there for some time already. Give us a bit of an update.
Yeah, I mean, for some reason, the only time it seems to be good reception is by standing in the middle of the road.
Take the risk, buddy. Take the risk.
But no, I just got a message just now from one of the guys up there. I've come away because as soon as you get near the training ground, the reception dies. There's about 20 of us here at the moment. We're expecting more. Kim and Reza on the way. We're expecting more people to be coming much later when they finish work. Got all the banners up. I can't take you round there because then the blooming thing goes. I've been told the BBC have just arrived. Sky Sports are inside. Dele Alli and Japhet Tanganga left the club very early, or left the training ground very early this morning. And there's been rumours that apparently Paul O'Keefe, from what I've heard, has tweeted, unless miracles happen, Tottenham will bring no more in than the two they're bringing in.
So it's gonna be a fun day today for us then, talking about the two transfers that we brought in and the lack of outgoings so far that we've seen.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll be back in a sec. The BBC are here to do an interview.
Oh, get on.
I'll hop back later. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Record it, damn it! Record it. Fucking hell. I hope you can get somebody with a camera to record that. At least him talking to them, if somebody is anyway. Yeah,
he's been run over.
What's that, Alan?
He's been run over. Look.
Yeah, exactly.
In front of
I'm gonna pull him for now. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling okay about our lack of transfers or the transfers that have supposedly happened? We haven't seen them get over the line yet. Adam, how are you feeling about it today?
I mean, I was relieved at the two signings, but they haven't held up the short yet, so I'm still, a bit iffy. But I'm expecting them to hold up the short sometime today. Yeah, I mean, surely. I mean, like flipping the fella whose name I can't pronounce. He starts with
Kulusevski.
Kulusevski. There you go. I mean, he's at the training ground, I think, or at least somewhere in London around our place. So I mean, he will be announced soon. So I mean, that's positive. But if we're not bringing any more players in then I mean, it's been like a 3 out of 10 transfer window as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's not been a good one. And plus, the players we did sign, we left until the second to last day of the window. So apparently today is to wait in the Levy's eyes.
Yeah, it seems again. I mean, this is sort of standard fare for Spurs and transfers, but it seems like everything was kind of put into one player at a time, and every time we spent too long on it, the player got snatched up by some other team that was willing to spend the money and not muck about, and they got the transfer done in a day and a half instead of spending 27 days beforehand doing nothing and pretending like something's going on. Eugene, good to see you, buddy. It's been a while since I've seen you. Welcome to the channel. And how are things where you are, and how are you feeling about the window so far?
For me now, we're actually in the holiday time, festive season. It's the Lunar New Year. If you can hear in the background, I have all the popping sounds.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
Fireworks time, right?
Hey, somebody's got to celebrate something. Yeah, exactly.
For all those who celebrate the Lunar New Year, especially like the Chinese all over the world who are watching, whether in Canada, in Asia, in Europe, right?
Happy
Have
New
a
Year.
Good Lunar New Year. Happy New Year, guys, right?
Yeah, Happy New Year.
For us, I think it's about another 54 minutes before we reached that real loud sounds are coming out.
If you want to do it, if you want to do it at proper celebration, Eugene, let us know. I can get some firework video going on here. We can play it up.
Yeah.
We got lots of time to film, mate.
Yeah. My feelings on the transfer window. I'm happy, right? We have finally signed some players in January. When was the last time we signed players in January? Right, I've been saying that for a long time. Yeah, it's been a long time. But I'm happy. But my question is, where are they? One is still in Uruguay, right? Playing for the country. Imagine we signed him and something happens.
Gets injured, gets stuck in Uruguay because of COVID.
Something's going to won't get him. Right. And for Kulu, I've heard, a lot of us are skeptics and, will he adapt? Will he play to the way Conte wants him to play? A lot of questions there. But there's some hope there. At least, hopefully, he's one of the players Conte wants. That's my most important point, is that Conte wants him and Conte can use him in his plans, right? Whether it's for short term to get us in the top 4. It gives us a bit of hope. But of course, what irks me the most is, why did we have to wait 31 days? Don't forget, to me, this is the 31st, right? 31 days. I got 1 more hour, right? And he's waited 31 days for me, right? To sign players. So, it is what it is. We're a Spurs fan. I've been through it for 40 years, more or less 20 over years, this scenario. So I'm quite zen about it, right? If you want to do something, we really have to be constructive.
Eugene, you need to pass on your calmness to the rest of us Spurs fans who have been in permanent state of meltdown since the window opened, essentially. And for good reason, to be fair. I mean, because we never do anything, inevitably we end up at the very last minute still being pretty pissed off. If these transfers do come through, they're early compared to what we usually do. So I guess we should be happy.
But they're not true yet.
No, I know. There's no hole in the shirt, Eugene. I feel you, man.
Yeah, there's no hole in the shirt. Come on. Has Kulu put pen to paper yet? We don't even know that.
He's on his way. I've seen him in the London Underground. People have taken pictures of him in the London Underground, or maybe coming from the airport, from Heathrow or something, that he is in London, which is generally
a player that's worth that kind of money, right? That earns that kind of money, taking the London Underground.
I mean, it might not have been the London Underground. It might have been from the airport. You
catch him in the airport, then it's one thing. Like what?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw an image from him in London. Is my point. Yeah, it's likely a done deal. When Romano says, "Here we go," you generally assume that he's not full of shit. I'm not. Right. I'm with you. Like I was reluctant. I did a video. I don't know if you guys watched it, for my other channel, The North End, which was basically breaking down the 2 players and what they bring statistically from Juve to Spurs and how they'll fit into our squad. And I was very reluctant to do it. The other guys on the channel were like, "Come on, just do a Spurs video." And I'm like, "You don't understand. Like, this is being a Spurs fan is you always have to wait to the very end before you
just in case you curse it."
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm just like, I don't want to do that, guys. I don't want to do that.
You know why, guys? Because of the summer, we did so many videos of which coach is coming from.
I didn't.
We did 7 of them, right?
Did you really? Oh man, we were afraid.
God, everybody was doing.
Insert name here. What are we calling you today, mate?
Whatever you want, as long as it's polite, right?
All right, insert name here is what I'm going to call you for the rest of the day.
Okay, you can call me.
I do like the idea of you changing it every now and again and just fucking with me. That could be a lot of fun.
No, well, it's everyone else. Barry, Sean, Phil, Grant, whatever. Whatever.
Yeah, you had the last time you were on, you had all of the names. So it was easier to just pick one, but insert name here works as well. How are you doing today on this transfer window deadline madness?
A bit underwhelmed, like everyone else is, but I think maybe it's the hope that kills us always with Spurs, right? So we're hoping that something's going to happen. If Dele and Jaffet are gone early and they're off as well, then we're going to need some replacements in for them. It's the hope that kills us. It's the hope that keeps us going. Like Eugene said, until they've got the shirt. I'm kind of been waiting for things to happen, and it's not really happened. And I think Levy will leave it till the last minute. It'll probably be 10:30 or 10:45 this evening that everything will be announced. So then it kind of is building up the excitement, but there's not really an excitement here. It's just we're just waiting for the 2 to get over the line, and then we're waiting to find out, what else is going to happen. And obviously, Hill to Valencia is done, I think, and Ndombele is done to Lyon. and how we got an option to buy of 65 million euros on that one, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just a bit underwhelmed. I'm just waiting for things to happen, you know. So I don't think it will, but let's see.
Yeah, it's the sort of pointlessness of streaming all day today because of waiting for something to happen. Be like, I've got a bunch of videos to play, which I don't even know if we'll ever play them. You know, probably won't play that one.
How about new?
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Yeah, so we're ready for it. We're ready for it if it happens. But,
good videos.
But at least I got to. Yeah, at least I got to play them once, right? So there's that. It sounds like we're done doing business. So that was the announcement this morning that those are the only two things that'll get over the line. Maybe we'll get shocked, but I'd be surprised. Alan, yourself, how you feeling today? How you feeling about the window so far?
Yeah. Well, I won't talk about myself because it's too long a story, but we'll go into the transfer window now. As few of you might know, I wasn't exactly Enoch out. I was on the fence at the start of the window. As each day's gone by, it's a case of you're not. He promised us. He promised us that. When we got money, when we was having the money coming in, that's when it'd be spent. We couldn't compete in the old stadium, his words were, because we was having to pay for the new stadium. This, that, and everything else. 31 days in, and as I say, no one's still put the pen to paper. No one's still holding the shirt name to, Kulusevski, or whatever his name is.
It was pretty close.
We was actually linked with him at the start of the window. And it's taken us 31 days. I suppose the bonus for Big Dan is that he had saved a few pennies on wages, hasn't he? It's 4 weeks' wages he ain't out to pay him, is he? So
yeah, saving a bit of money, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you, I wouldn't be shocked because we do the lastminute.com every bloody window.
Yeah.
And it does feel like it's mostly, well, I'm spending £15 million on him. If I buy him then I won't have to pay him then. That it's.
You know what's the worst about that, Alan, as well, that adds to the problem is it seems to me like Paratici is kind of the same. Like he gets his hands in a bunch of different deals, but none of them get like solidified in any way because he wants to kind of keep his options open. And in doing so, he's kind of like almost doing the same thing as Levy does by waiting for the last minute. So they're kind of their own. Like that's probably why they like each other. They're like they think about it in the same way, and they're operating the same way, and it's not helping the club at all.
That's why he employed him, Brian, because he employed a man that is going to save him money.
Thinks the same way, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, apparently he lines up 10 players for each position that he wants to go for, and in them 10 players, he will eventually pick his player. Well, he's picked. So far, 2 midfielders. We still haven't got an attacker. We still haven't got a right wing back.
Well, I think Kulusevski, from my understanding of him, he is an attacker. He's not a striker, but he has played striker. Like I said, I did that video. I suggest everybody hop on over to the North End and watch it because I sort of broke down their statistics and the positions they play and he plays on the right side of he's essentially Lucas Moura's competition now on that right side of a 3 if they were playing a 3-4-3. He also has played striker a little bit, so he has that in his locker to some extent. So we've gotten a forward player, but we haven't gotten a creative midfielder, which for me is the position that is needed to be filled the most. Now,
more than anything,
I think he's played that position. I think he's done. I'm just saying. I think he's played CAM a few times in his career. So maybe Conte could mold him into a CAM if he wanted to. I mean, I would if I were Conte because we need a CAM badly.
I think the CAM is a big part of it. And I was sort of corrected to some extent in regards to his system, Conte's system specifically. He's not necessarily looking for a 10, like a traditional 10. He's looking for a deep lying midfielder who can distribute, who can quarterback a team based on the system he plays. If he's playing three in that midfield, one of those players will sit in deep, and sort of like Modric used to do for Spurs and did for Real Madrid for a period of time. That's the type of player he's looking for, not our standard number 10. Arguably why you saw the three players, Tanguy, Dele, and Lo Celso, not in the squad at all against Chelsea. It sort of makes sense that was the case, because Eugene, I'm just going to mute you for a second. Because of it's just like bang bang in my head. It just seems to me like from a system perspective, doesn't, these players might work really good in the system. Having said that, like the quality of the players, I don't know, they've played at a pretty high level at Juventus, but they're not starting for Juventus week in, week out. So it concerns me that we've bought sort of second rate-ish players rather than going for their first team players, but they're not really going to sell their first team players in the January transfer window. Nobody really does, especially if you're winning, or if you're leading your league, or if you're in the Champions League and you're going to the the knockout stages, or you've got a scenario where you can win something. You're not going to sell your best players. So
it's a bit like Twitter, isn't it? You get all these people say, "Oh, why aren't we going for Jesse Lingard? Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that?" One thing we need to understand, people, is unfortunately how our rivals are not going to want to strengthen us.
Exactly.
They're not going to. Jesse Lingard could walk free is more likely going to walk free in the summer, because the teams that want him, are teams that sort of like Man United just don't want to strengthen.
Yeah, like Van de Beek is a good example of that. Like Van de Beek came up with a lot of people saying, "Oh, why aren't we in for him?" Well, we're not in for him because we're not getting him. Like it's just there's no way in hell Man United are loan out a player that's going to strengthen our squad when we're literally, like, from a points perspective, right with them in competing for that fourth spot. They're just not going to do it. I mean, if they did, they would be vilified massively by their fan base. And if we did the same thing, we'd be incredibly pissed off too. So it makes sense.
Because we used to be a selling club. Once upon a time, we were a selling club.
Yeah, for sure. It's a different times these days. I want to quickly go through the comments, and if you don't mind, ads, if you want to just go through the top from the top and just scroll down quickly. We don't need to read every comment, but just say hello to everybody, because there's lots of people there, and I hate missing it. And if you want to get your super chats in, folks, we'd love that as well. Help support the channel would be fantastic. So go on over to you.
Eugene. Also, have main man in himself always here. Sorry, I say your name, but I just start stuttering. So, like, great to see you again. Of course, you have
what's up, Bobby?
This fella again from Canada. Canada, great lad. I mean, we definitely want to have you on the show again. And, like, just saying.
Yeah, Bobby and I connected. He's gonna contribite with us for sure. Yeah.
Mark Button says, "Hi guys, leave you out all day, every day." Mark, my man, thanks for tuning in. Of course, you have Ryan here. Now this fella is a definite regular here all the time. So, like,
what's up, Ryan? Don't worry about it.
Shout out to this guy. Fair play to Brian and the rest of the protesters. Enoch, get out. I mean, if only like, I wish it was simple that we could all just go off them and say get out, and then they'd just leave sometimes. But, like, the world isn't that simple, I'm afraid to say.
Nobody knows, Daryl. Nobody knows.
Must be going by snail, lol. Or maybe like
snail mail is what I think he's talking about. Yeah, but
maybe Kulusevski was taking the subway and he took the wrong one or something. He's ended up in bloody Luton. Chris, big up, another regular. I mean, so good to see so many regulars and loyal followers here. Like, I mean, like, we really appreciate all of you. Now, Greg Spurs, I've never seen you here before, so welcome, man. Just in case it's like you've never been here, so the heck of list to do. Eugenie's also wish you a happy New Year one as well, so fair play. Pick up Anthony Gray as well. Well, hope Ellie goes. Yeah, I hope so as well, man. I mean,
we'll get into that. We'll get into the outs. That's the next chat I want to have, really, as well as the ins and outs, because or the lack of outs, basically. But
all I can say is after Newcastle, get your checkbooks out. Like, someone just get your checkbook out and just do not watch any recent games, he said, because they'd be quick to put the checkbook away. Is all I can say. We have another sound lad in the chat here, Adam William Gale. He's been on the channel before. Love to have him on again.
What's up, Adam? Don't worry, buddy.
Positivity in the order of the day, boys. I mean, I don't know how some people can be positive, but to be honest, I low-key respect them. I wish I had their level of positivity. Pick up Zach as well. Video footage of the protest. my man, we have those lying in waiting, and maybe we'll like have them up on the channel in the days after deadline day. And like, who knows?
There'll be a little bit from today. We've got an interview that we did
Yeah.
with Mr. K this morning. Brian's gonna be doing multiple interviews throughout the day, and we'll be showing them here, and then we'll be showing them as well. Tomorrow, I'm gonna put together sort of just a quick for each interview that we get. We'll post them on our channel. So take a look for those.
Have the main man here as well.
Daddy. Do. We have to do it. Do.
Do Danny Kyriacou.
Nice one, that was good. Very melodic.
Big up, Danny. Hopefully he can come on later on as well.
Yeah, he'll be with us at some point. He's going to be down at the protest with Bry at some point as well for a couple hours. So look for him there. We'll get some interviews with them and conversations as well.
I love this comment here from Milan as well at the end of it. Paratici cooked us a meal in the microwave. I mean, I don't know at this point. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. If Paratici's even in full control, if he's not in full control,
I think we have to assume he's in some of the control, but we have to assume as well that the financials, the end of the last decision that's made, is going to be a financial decision, and whether or not Levy wants to spend the money.
Yeah.
I think Paratici will do everything else when it comes to like finding the players and using his contacts, and he's on the phone all the time. But and this is the problem, is that he ends up deciding. He ends up saying yes or no, and that yes or no could mean we end up with duds, which is what has happened in the last 4 or 5 transfer windows when we've spent good money on what perceived to be good players like Ndombele and Lo Celso, who've just failed miserably in the Premier League. So yeah, anyway, it's my rant. I'm going to do a few of those today. So
I think we all are. I mean, it'll pass the time anyway. Also, Mark Swift want to say thank you very much.
What's up, Mark? How are you, brother? Good to see you here
as well.
Appreciate it.
You've been supporting us a lot and also supporting the protest. So we're big up for that. And of course, we have an absolute legend here as well. And like, I mean, this woman needs no introduction now. Like, she's such a fantastic supporter. So all I can say is welcome and thanks for.
She's welcome to join us as well. We've sent the link to her.
She's made an appearance on a few streams now, thankfully.
Yeah, at any point she's welcome to join. So just to let you know,
guys, there's a spy bot. Better get it out. AB Willon.
What's
we'll
going on?
come to that now.
Get it out
in a minute now. Actually, you know what? Just easier to say. There you go. Block user, and there you go. Bye bye.
Yeah.
I missed that. What did we block? Probably deserved this.
Thanks for pointing it out, Eugene.
Yeah. Cheers, Eugene. No, we should give you the hammer.
No, Google Ma taught me that. Yeah. Seriously, yeah. And Google Ma, I'm sending you the link. Get it from your WhatsApp.
All right. And then Andy Lloyd as well. Thanks for tuning in. Also says Levy's thinking of starting a podcast called Tottenham On Tour. So I agree with you. I agree with the acronym. I mean, at this point, talking is all he wants to do. Like, I mean, he certainly doesn't want to make a hell of a lot of transfers anyway. That's for sure.
Definitely a tit, Andy. That's well said.
That's what he meant. I should have copped that. Like,
you should have. It's all right though. It took me a second as well. I had the opportunity to read it while you were reading out the chat or reading out.
Jules 82 is in the chat as well. Another huge supporter. I mean, like, you're competing with the Truth Sets 3 now for like legendary status. So like we have 2 truths with 2 legends.
Speaking the truth. Cheers, truth.
Actually, speaking of legends, first super chat today, of course, has to come from her. Like, so.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Ultimate crossover. Tottenham Tour's Persuasion shelf side. The Tottenham Fan UK is also in here as well. Getting out Deadwood was our main objective.
Let's talk about that a little bit before we move on to the other slide. I think we basically said hello to everybody so far, and we can catch up if need be. The Deadwood guys, the Dele Allis of the world, and for me, Dele Alli's more Deadwood than Tanguy. Tanguy's just a failure. Dele's Deadwood because he's been with us for so long, succeeded, had a period of time, and has just been basically riding the pine for the last 2 seasons, making a shit ton of money. It looks like he's going to Everton. That seems to be the case. I'll start with you, Alan. What are your thoughts on Dele finally leaving? If that is the case, I recognize that he hasn't held up the Everton shirt yet either, but it does look like it's happening, and hopefully that's a positive situation.
It's time, mate. It's time. I've been saying it for a while now. Dele Alli has been like a missing. It's like half his battery's missing since Eriksen went. If you look at 90% of Alli's goals, the person who assisted him was Eriksen. We haven't got that person to do the job. And myself, I can understand you see Harry Kane over his career. He's built himself up and he looks strong and this, that, and else. I think with Dele Alli, I think it's slowed him down.
Yeah,
I think he's carried himself too much weight now. He's not as strong. He's not as strong, and it just tries to do too much.
Oh, we got it. Sorry, we're gonna interrupt you there. I will come back to that Dele Alli question. We got Brian back from the BBC interview. Did you do the BBC interview, or did you just watch it? Tell us a little bit what's going on there, Brian.
No, obviously, it's just broke with Romano that Dele's gone. And it's fantastic that the manager's been only confirmed today or yesterday. And already he's back with an England international. Yes, we wanted Dele out, but my God. Let's just sign an England international. All right, it's money for us. Mate.
Dagul, we're losing you, buddy. Your signal.
Honestly, I'm.
Yeah.
How is it? He's been in the job. When did it get officially announced? Today that Frank Lampard was manager.
Yeah,
Last
this morning.
night.
Yeah.
Do
This fucking
Danny Kitty.
area.
Kyriacou, do Danny Kyriacou.
I'm knackered all day now.
Yeah. Brian, you're
Right, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're in and out, mate. You froze for a bit there. Let us know when you get to a spot where your signal's pretty good, and we'll bring you back in. Yeah.
That's not the middle of the road.
Middle of the road's fine. Just don't get yourself hit by a car. It's fine.
Stay safe, bro.
All right, I'm gonna remove Brian just to give us some space on the screen here, and we've got Guguma who's joined us as well, so I'm gonna bring her in. Hello, supporter.
Annyeonghaseyo, Guguma.
Maybe she didn't realize that we were going to bring her on. We'll just leave her there for now. I'll get back to you, Alan, on the if you don't mind finishing off where we were with the Dele. Oh, you know what? First, quickly, Danny, what's up, buddy? Good, you're muted, pal. So yeah, I'm gonna remove that logo so it's not covering your head as well. What's up, Danny? Can you hear us now? Can you speak now?
Oh, something's going wrong with his mic.
All right, we're gonna go over back to Alan. Alan, thoughts? Continue your thoughts on Dele Alli.
Yeah, as I say, it's time he moves on. He's Deadwood now. He has become Deadwood, and it's time to go. Has he actually been sold, or is he going on loan?
Dele Alli.
Yeah.
Dele Alli has been sold permanent because Everton have already used their 2 domestic loans for the season for the window, so the only option was a permanent deal, and it looks like it's done.
How much?
There's no fee at the moment, but I think it's between 20 and 25 million pounds.
It's actually a good chunk of change to get for him, considering his form.
Yeah, I mean, we've made profit on him, right? It's just all that Daniel Levy cares about. We made profit on him. I know
he only cost 5 mil, guys. It was a song. We know how much we made off of him.
I'm actually
spend that 20 mil.
I'm ecstatic, and do you know what? All right, I'll be honest with you. I think Lampard is probably the best manager to get the best out of Dele Alli. I think if anyone's going to be able to do it, I think it's him. So hopefully he goes and has a good career at Everton. It'd be nice to see him playing some good football again. But it was never going to happen at Spurs. So I'm so glad to see the back of him. But once again, we've got looks like Ndombele, Dele Alli, and Lo Celso. It looks like they're all going, and we're not going to replace them with anyone.
Yeah, that's my biggest issue. That's sort of where we were talking about, Danny. I don't know if you were paying attention before you hopped on. Essentially, just trying to figure out, like, we've got these 2 players that have come in. Again, they've not been confirmed fully, but it looks like it's likely. And then we've got 3 players who are only 3 creative players who all sat on the bench against Chelsea. Are all looking like they're on their way out. It's a little nerve-wracking. I mean, I know that the system's different, and we're not really playing with the 10, as I spoke about a bit earlier, and that the type of player in that midfield we're looking for is going to be a bit different than the Delis and the Tanguy and the Celsos of the world. So it's not, if we bring in players that can still fill our midfield, then it's not necessarily the worst thing. But only 1 compared to 3 out makes me nervous, because that does make the squad weaker. Eugene, your thoughts on that, and then I'll get to the other lads as well.
Yeah. What Alan said that we lost Dele lost half battery or something. Battery wasn't fully charged. I don't think that happened. I think when the fame went to his head, yes, maybe part of Eriksen not being around. And if you are good enough, you're intelligent enough, that means it showed that he wasn't up to the standard. So we got him for £5 million. He had his time with us, his glory that he had with us at the time, right? And it didn't turn out well in the end. So if we do get about 20-25 million pounds, I think Levy was said that he broke even. Don't forget, Levy will count his wages into it too, right? Every single penny counts.
Yeah, it's true, right?
And most probably the how many Audis did he get? That would be added into it too, right? I mean, it's a first step, right? We've got in 2, we've got out 1, right? So supposedly at the moment. Right, so let's see what else can happen. If Tanguy moves on,
Eugene, we're gonna spend the rest of the day talking about that.
If Tanguy moves on,
the shirts are up in the air.
Tanguy's gone.
Yeah, it looks like it's been announced by Lyon that Tanguy has signed for them, so that's arguably official when the buying club has announced it, even if we hadn't necessarily. I'm guessing we'll be following Twitter throughout the day as well. So if we do see anything on Twitter that is relevant, we'll pop it up on screen or we'll just discuss it.
Also, lads, can I just interrupt there for a minute? Sorry, Fox on the Hill Prince raises an interesting question. I know we'll go slightly off topic, but like
it's all good. We don't care today.
Casual as you like.
Yeah.
Question for all the panel: what has been the best transfer Spurs have ever made in your year supporting them? Oh, geez, that's hard.
Best transfer.
I'll get out of the way and say probably. You see, we signed Gareth Bale the first time before I started supporting Tottenham, even though it was the same season when I did start supporting us. But I reckon maybe just about Luka Modric. I mean, as far as I can, Modric, Van der Vaart.
Moussa Dembele for me is the best.
I'd say Eriksen and Modric because Kane was like is like a homegrown player anyway, so that doesn't count.
For me, I go more back. For me, it's more like Gaza and Klinsmann.
Yeah, right? You're gonna go back. You're gonna go back for good reason, Eugene. And we used to do that a lot, bring in like really big players and be super proud of it. They'd be surrounded by shit, but we'd bring in big players.
In recent years, no, right? In recent years, no.
I thought Moussa Dembele for me, because of how much he affected our squad when he played. You know, the difference between him playing and not playing was absolutely massive, and we were never as good. And you saw that even in the Champions League final and that rest of that season from January until that final, how poor we became without actually having him fit in our squad. So the reliance on him, and I would say that Luka Modric would probably fit into that, and that's recent one certainly. Alan, you got anybody? Let's hear your thoughts on that, because no offense, you're older than the rest of us.
Yeah, it's going to be a really weird one for you boys, but one of my favourite signings was Gary Mabbott.
Gary Mabbott, yeah, okay.
Gary Mabbott,
the
true legend, and the reason why I'm going back that far is because when players played for a club, they played for that thing on the shirt. It's called a badge. Yeah, they played for a badge. I know you're laughing at me, Nick, but it's
no, I'm laughing. I'm laughing at the comment.
Oh, okay.
Vincent Janssen. Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, dear.
Lorente.
Yeah. But yeah, no, as I say, Gary Mabbott, he brought so much steel to the team. He was. And he stayed loyal with us for, 14 years? You know, you don't get that now. They just want to get up and go, don't they?
For sure. Insert name here. What are your thoughts?
I think like Adam said, Van der Vaart. I think and someone said on the chat earlier, Son as well, because we never knew how good he was going to be, and look how good he's been. So, those two probably stick out as more than most.
Gaguma, are you with us now?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
we tried.
Happy Lunar New Year.
Yeah, there you go.
Happy Lunar New Year.
Happy New Year.
Welcome to the channel. Any thoughts on your favorite transfer for Spurs in the last little while since you've been supporting them?
Sunny.
Sunny, yeah.
What a shock.
Hard choice there. Hard choice.
Yeah, he's the reason, like, I became a Spurs fan. So definitely Sunny for me.
Great choice. Great choice. How are you doing? How's things where you are right now?
Great. It just it's 12:30 a.m. here. I just turned the New Year, so
Happy New Year.
hoping for some good.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Hoping for some good news.
Yeah, well, you've tuned into the right channel. I mean, everybody's doing this right now on YouTube. But thanks for being here, and we'll keep you in the loop as we're asking questions, and hopefully get some more news. Danny, are you following the Twitter right now? What's your situation? You seeing anything interesting?
No, yeah, but I know Matt Hayes put up he put Ndombele, Lo Celso, and Ali gone, and our only replacement is Bentancur, and he's just basically saying it doesn't bode well with him. Let's hope Don Fabio has something special up his sleeve. So, I mean, it would be quite surprising if we bring anyone else in, but it also wouldn't be because we've actually just got rid of basically 3 of our central attacking midfielders, and we actually haven't got any attacking midfielders now because all the midfielders we have are all defensive players. Bentancur is a defensive deep lying playmaker, right? Yeah, he's probably most arguably we don't even know what he's like in the Premier League or at Tottenham, but he's probably the most forward thinking out of our midfielders we currently got, which is him, Højbjerg, Winks, and Skip. I mean that is just. It's asking for trouble if you don't bring in another player in that midfield. What I'd like to see come in is a box-to-box midfielder. I don't think it's going to happen, but yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, Tanguy's gone. Yeah.
Just
Tanguy's
to share
gone.
it as we speak about it.
Confirmation right there.
There's the hold up the shirt bit we're all looking for. So I thought I'd post that.
Yeah,
but not for us. But not for us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really hope we do sign someone else, but I just can't see it. For me, I think either a right wing back or a box to box midfielder, I think is what we really need just to help us to push for that top 4. If we don't get it, I'm going to be very worried about the rest of the season. And I said it on We Are Tottenham TV this morning. I was like, it's not a good window for us, and I'll stick by that. I think it's a poor window from us. And people all getting fucking their boners out and fucking whipping their dick out around everywhere and saying, "Oh look, we've signed Kulusevski and we've signed fucking Bentancur." And people keep forgetting these players are Juventus's bench warmers. I don't care what anyone says. They are Juventus's bench warmers. They couldn't get into the Juventus team, right? They're 5th in the league. And the reason why they left and got them and replaced them with better players is because they want better players to push them up the league. And we're basically we're basically panicked by because the players that we actually wanted, who are our first choices, we weren't intent enough on getting them. And that's as simple as that. Adama Traore.
I'm gonna counter you a little bit on that, Danny, because what else is we're gonna do on this channel is have a little bit of fun with an argument. I did a bunch of research, and I don't know if you got a chance to watch my video I did for the North End, the other channel that I'm on, in regards to these 2 players, and just sort of broke down their statistics with the teams they played at, their experience, the trophies that they've won, and what they would bring to the team. They're not. I agree. They're not. Arguably not the first choice we should be going for better players in January. And I'll stand by this. And I said this from the beginning. January is a difficult time to get first team players in. You can certainly get these types of players, and loans are more likely than any other type of deal because it's not permanent and other players want to get them off their wage books. And that means that if this player can work for us because it's the type of player that we need in the position that we need them in, then they could be very good for the rest of the season. The statistics that both of these players have and their experience, 3 years in the Champions League for Bentancur, his distribution, both of these players' pressing statistics in the games that they played very high in the 90+ percentile, which suits our system. So as much as I agree, yes, they're not perfect. They're not going to be what we need. What we need, we'll get in the summer. We're not going to get in January, but I agree. But let me finish. I agree that it isn't what we need, and we also need more. If those 3 players, if we see Dele, it looks like it's happening. Dele, Tanguy, and Lo Celso all out. We need at least one more player in. Otherwise, we fucked ourselves completely. Which that's the part that bothers me. I don't have a problem with these players coming in because I don't know enough about them other than the research I've done, and that they're playing for Juventus, which is arguably one of the best teams in the world. And one of the players is 21. He's young. He's not necessarily going to get into their first team. Look at how many young players we have on our team that don't get into the first team because they're young and they're not experienced. So there's some things to consider there. But I agree.
Yeah,
you need better.
you know what you said, right? It does make sense, because if you're saying that they're pressing statistics above the 90 percentile kind of range, that does suit a Conte system for what he wants. Press high up the pitch, work
Win
hard,
win
the ball back.
really
Yeah,
high,
and if they can, and I think they will definitely help. But it's just that we still need like at least one more player in. I think. Yeah,
I agree. I agree with that, Danny. I think the one more player is key, and I think it needs to be one big player if we can get it.
Do you know what, Brian? Right, I don't agree with this concept and this myth that people say we can't get players in January because it's a difficult window. Look, if you want a player badly, you pay what the club wants. It's like anything.
Wait. Players don't leave clubs if that team is challenging for anything in the Champions League, for instance. Like we're not. You're trying to pick from a very specific small but look, what I'm space. I know. Let me finish to pick the best players. Right, those players aren't going to be available, so there's a level down you have to go then to pick players that teams are willing to get rid of. You have to accept that. That's just January.
But the thing is, you say that right, but if you wanted, right, there is players out there right now which instantly are better than what we've brought in. Right, you've got Ruben Neves, you've got Basuma, you've got Bruno Guimaraes. We could have done a swap deal with Guimaraes. I was saying this. Guimaraes has gone, and they basically brought in Ndombele to replace him. Why didn't we pay money for Guimaraes and give them Ndombele on loan, and we could have given them a lower?
You know what the wage bill is at Newcastle can afford compared to what we?
I know, but I'm saying if this is what I'm saying, Brian. We can afford it.
We we don't function that way. We have
to
accept.
Yeah, I know, but this is the problem, right? This is the problem we have with this club. Yeah, but the thing is, right? We could have gone for Ruben Neves. We could have gone for Basuma. If you're willing to put down 45-50 million pounds for Luis Diaz, go and get a player we actually need.
We weren't willing to. That was a smokescreen. We pretended like it. Liverpool come in and pay the money that he's valued at.
I tell you honest, right? I think they wanted him, but they didn't want to pay what the club wanted.
Well, that's my point. That's my point.
But this is what I'm saying, that if they put out intention and an intent bid to actually go and buy the player, they could have got the player in before all this stuff came in.
Danny, I agree with you, and we just have to look at what this club has done in the past and what they're going to do. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying that's
I know. It's like what they do. This club loves tickling the balls, don't they? They love tickling the balls, playing with the balls, have the balls cupped in their hand. What should we do here? Let's give a £45 million bid.
They don't do anything with it.
No. And Bobby's absolutely correct.
They don't grab the cock, mate. They don't grab the cock. They just tickle the balls.
Our biggest issue is the club doesn't want to do what's necessary to address the problems we all see, obviously, because that's not how they function, and that's just that's the issue. That's why Brian is where he is, and where everybody else is where Brian is. And let's just quickly go to Brian, because he's been holding that phone up steadily, and it doesn't look glitchy. Brian, updates. What's up, buddy?
We are rotten to the fucking core. We are an absolute mate. We're a fucking disgrace. We're a fucking disgrace. So it's like deals take time in January. Deals don't get done in January. Oh, okay. So Frank Lampard becomes a manager, gets people, but England isn't far. London isn't far from Liverpool. He can get there. Are we toxic? We can get rid. Fuck off. Every single Spurs fan that says, do you know what, things are going to get done, things are going to be better, things are going to happen because Paratici is here, haven't even confirmed the deal's going in. Ndombele has gone, Dele has gone, Hill has gone, and as Danny said, we're just having a nice bit of foreplay and let's just muck this about. We are, honestly, 1 second, Dele Alli, what's the official? Said to be an initial fee of 10 million.
No, free transfer, but Everton will pay 10 million once he's played 20 games.
Oh, for God's sake.
He's supposed to be the great business.
So apparently he's going for free, but once he's played 20 games, they got to give us how much? 10 million. 10. Do you know, honestly, this club, I swear to God, do you know what? I'm being serious now. I cannot wait for this to close, February the 20th to come, so I can get on a plane back to the glorious Canada and not have to deal with this shit. And say, do you know what, darling? Spurs are on, but do you know what? I ain't going to fucking watch this shit because it's boring the shit out of me and I deserve to spend some time with you. I deserve 5 going out, 2 coming in. Now, I'm not very good at maths, but I can work out that 2 does not strengthen when 5 goes out.
Now, I agree with you there, Brian. I agree with basically everything you're saying. Of course, I'm always going to try to counter it with some sort of counterpoint, just because it's interesting for the channel and for the conversation. Obviously, the price for Delhi going out, that's nuts to me. That it's basically on a free and 10 million, but we paid 5 million for him, and nobody wanted him. These players that are leaving, they weren't going to play anymore. You have to get them off your books. You have to get them off your wage bill if you're going to even kind of potentially bring anybody else in before the end of the day. That's a positive. I know that the day is not over. I recognize that probably nothing else is going to happen, and we're probably going to be left short, pissed off. But we all wanted these players gone. We all didn't care how Delhi went. He's been useless for 3 seasons. Essentially.
Yeah. Brian, sorry, I just got to say one thing there. I didn't mind. I mean, I'm the first one that wanted Delhi out.
Yeah.
But not if we were going to get rid of another 4 and only bring in 2.
Yeah, I know, I get that.
That's the thing. Yes, they need to get off the wage bill. Yes, they need to. Sorry, Brian, I'm just going to be talking because the reception, as you know, here is absolutely shit. You get these players off the wage bill. So what? So we can bring players in? Oh, Jesus, we can bring players in. That's very good. Listen, if you'd got rid of Delhi and Tanguy, there's your toxicity gone. There's 2 players gone. Start strengthening with a 30 million you save on Tanguy and Dembele's wages. But no, let's get rid of... I'm a brilliant businessman. Let's get rid of everyone. Let's have a fire sale. And then say, we got them off the books. Let's all sit down and have a bit of fun because we've got these people off the books.
But Brian, we wanted
as soon as players start getting injured or suspended.
You're mad right now.
As soon as they start getting injured, and as soon as they get suspended, as soon as they get injured, as soon as our players start getting injured, or as soon as players start getting suspended, and we go, who have we got here? Let's bring on Harvey White on the bench, who's never going to get... I swear to God.
Yeah, okay, wait.
I swear to God.
Hang on. I gotta respond. You're going to get rid of these players we wanted off the books. Okay, so say you kept Dele Alli, for instance. We kept Dele Alli. Dele Alli's still at the club because we didn't want to get rid of the amount of players that we brought in. We've gotten rid of 3. We brought in 2. Dele Alli is on the bench. And he comes on in the 70th minute. We're losing 2-1 to Arsenal in a game that matters, and Dele Alli comes on. And what's your reaction? And what's all Spurs reactions who are pissed off that Dele Alli's still in our team? They freak out. Why is this guy still on the side? Should have got rid of him in January. What a waste of money. What a waste of time. What a waste. This is all crap. This is all crap. Dele is gone. He's needed to be gone. Tanguy's gone. He needed to be gone. Lo Celso's hopefully gone, needs to be gone. We need one more player for that to be an equal in and out. We're not far off from that. And we all knew that January is going to be shit. So I just think that I get where you're coming from. And I agree with most of what you're saying. I just think that probably the reality of the situation is that it's not as bad as you think. Those players weren't going to play anyway. Nobody wanted them to play, including Antonio Conte. We have to accept that. We have to recognize that the players that we wanted gone are gone. That's a good thing. That's what I wanted more than anything at the beginning of this. And we brought in 2 new players. Now, are they up to snuff? We don't know yet. There's a risk there, but we're taking the risk. And I'm just being the counterpoint to the argument that everything is shit, because a lot of this is what we wanted to happen. It's what we've been asking for. So,
it's what we wanted to.
Yeah,
it's what we wanted to happen. Sorry, I just want to say, because then I'm going to go because I need to keep batteries on.
Yeah, for sure, Brian.
We wanted it to go, but we wanted incomings. And obviously we have to get out before we buy. Now, if this doesn't work out, if it works out, we bring in a couple of players, great. But with other teams or sources saying it looks like we might be done, and the activity here is dead right now. Dead. And I don't mean this protest. I mean incoming traffic, everything. It's not looking good. And we've got now what? We're coming up to 4 o'clock. So what? We've got the best part of 7 hours and 10 minutes left. So the clock is ticking once again. Lastminute.com once again. I'll let you guys carry on because I've got to save my battery, but I'll pop in later with breaking news. With breaking news that players are coming in by the abundance. I'll let you know that Mbappe is en route and all those players will be coming in. So stay tuned for the breaking news. But guys, I'll speak to you later.
Brian. Cheers for the.
And as always, Levy out.
Cheers, buddy. Yeah, again, I'm just counterpointing things because I think it's important to recognize that we have to look at the whole picture realistically and understand what's happening. I know that most people agree with Brian. I agree with Brian most of the time as well. And Will Stewart has corrected me. There's 4 out. Heel is gone as well. Hill going out is, he how much did he play? Again, this was a player we brought in who I think he played 30 minutes in the Premier League since he's come in. And most of his games have been played in either cup games or in the Conference League. He needs to go on loan. We always want players to go on loan to be better. Look what happened to Skip. He's come back and now he's a first teamer. Maybe Brian Hill goes back. I wish he did it in the Premier League or at least in English football, but he's back out on loan, which is what we wanted. Adam, you wanted to add something to what I was saying there.
Yeah, I just want to say two things. Right, one, I think if we'd been competently run, and if Levy had just sorted this out properly, we would have anticipated that Ali and Ndombele and the Chelsea would have been going anyway in the transfer window, and we would have done dealings earlier on in the window, or
That's
at least
the
tried to get players in earlier on in the window, so to replace them instead of being in a situation where we are now, where we've got the toxic players out, and I'm glad they're gone, but we have no players in to replace them, and therefore our lack of depth problems are going to increase because we got no players. So we're probably going to have to bring some of the under-23s up onto the bench yet again. And that's I wanted to say that. And second, want to just say shout out to Bobby as well for the super chat and a great donation here from AMZO, Amzo as I call him. Like big
Cheers,
up, man.
Amzo.
That's super donation, man.
Appreciate that. Appreciate your support.
Read about big up panel. I mean, big up upper stuff, man. I wish I could attend the protest today, but I live in Yorkshire. It's no problem, man. I mean, any bit of support you give, is greatly appreciated. Not everyone can get there. I mean, if I was there personally, I'd be there, but I'm not. I mean, I'm across the pond in Ireland, so you can imagine how difficult it is for me to get there. It says, I hope this donation helps Brian with his brilliant efforts to protest for the last few weeks. Levy out, Enoch out. Amen to that, my man.
Yeah, fantastic, Amzo. Thanks for the support.
Really.
Yeah.
Well, I only live 30 minutes away from it, but unfortunately, I've got mobility problems, and if I was to go there and be in that cold for even an hour, I know I'm going to have 2 or 3 bad days afterwards.
No worries, buddy. All good, man.
If it'd been August, I would have been there.
Theoretical.
Yeah, I just want to say hello to Bobspur, who's in the comments. Bobby, what's up, buddy? He's been around. Love to see you. And piss off, by the way. I've just been waiting to say that to you.
Spot on, Bob.
But and this is true, right? I agree with this, and I just to let you guys know, I am countering it because I do think a counter is important to have to the lead opinion. If we're all just repeating ourselves over and over again, everybody agrees, there's no conversation. So I want to have a conversation. I want to say, hey, well, what about this, or have you thought about that? And then if you guys can counter it and say, well, you're wrong.
No, I support you.
I'm fine with that. I think, I just think it's necessary, right? We can all get into I appreciate that, Eugene. We can all get into a bubble really easily and say the same things repetitively over and over again and not consider what other opinions or other ideas might be. But Bob's fantastic. And I agree that we do need to replace them. We don't see more players come in and we just replace 2 with 4. That does make us weaker. And that's just fact. We know that already. Having said that, Conte said specifically, somebody posted this in an earlier comment, he'd rather have players with bad attitudes out or dead, I think is what he said. He'd rather kill them and have a 23-man squad than have a 25-man squad if it's affecting the balance of what's going on in the dressing room. So I do think some of the attitude, some of the things that we've struggled with as a team, specifically the team on the pitch, and when we get into those difficult situations, is partly to do with these bad eggs that have kind of lingered around for as long as they've lingered around. I think despite us being weaker numbers wise, we may be stronger from a mentality perspective and understanding everybody's on the same page as Conte, rather than have some aren't who are pulling the other direction, which can massively affect the way a team plays. And I think that's something to consider as well. Any thoughts on that insert name here? You've been quiet for a bit.
Do we think then we're going to announce Bissouma and Rafinha later then?
Oh man, Rafinha would be incredible, but he's in the same position that Kulusevski is, unfortunately. So I'm not sure that'd be the case.
Right, I'm just going to pop off for 10 minutes. Yeah, if you want to replace me with anyone, not a problem. But I'll be back if you.
Yeah. I'll just hop back in the bottom there, and if we're still got the space, we'll pop you back in. No problem. All good.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. I think Bob's right. I mean, so in fact, we haven't bought a backup striker, but we have bought a backup forward who played striker before. So again, it isn't. I'm not saying that's the right choice or that's the right thing, but it is a player who plays in that position and not necessarily.
Do you know what it is as well?
I know. I agree.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is, Brian? Right? I said on the Tottenham TV this morning. Right? I was like, every one of us, including the We Are Tottenham TV boys, lots and lots of fans, all said the same thing. What did we need when the January transfer window opened? We needed a central midfielder, attacking midfielder, a creative player. We needed a right wing back and a striker, mainly, or a centre back, right?
Yep.
We
Yep.
haven't addressed any of them.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. And we've now gotten rid of, yes, people are going to argue the fact that Dele Alli, Lo Celso, Ndombele didn't really play a lot, right? And they weren't really wanted. But the fact is, we had to rely on those players, right? When we had injuries and stuff, and it's going to happen. We're going to have injuries, right? What happens then if we have injuries and we now don't have those players to rely on, right? We're now going to have
which players
rely
are we
on.
relying on? The ones that we just sold?
Yeah, I'm saying
Conte doesn't want. We want to rely on those.
But what I'm saying is it is still an option that we had that we now don't have, right? And the fact, like Bobby said, we haven't got a strong bench anymore, even weaker bench. So now now we're going to have to put pressure on these youngsters who have hardly played for us, right? You've got probably Alfie Devine, who's a 16, 17-year-old kid, right? And now he's going to be sitting on the bench probably because we haven't got any depth to our squad. Because Harvey White, they're looking to get rid of on loan as well. I would prefer Harvey White on the bench. I think he can offer something to us, right? But and he's also a set piece taker as well. But we're going to try and get him on loan because he needs football. But then what happens when we do have the injuries? It is a massive issue. And I've said this before so many times, right? I've said it so many times. If every single player can stay fit, including the new ones that we've got, we have a massive chance of getting top 4. But that's unlikely to happen. Highly unlikely.
Does anybody?
Oh yeah, let's get Adam on.
Yeah. So sorry to interrupt. Does anybody have?
Link to the chat.
Send it to him, Danny, if you don't mind. I don't want to post it in the chat yet because that'll just be a bit of a shit show. We're trying to keep the numbers relatively normal.
Guys,
I'm gonna.
Can I say something?
Eugene, go ahead, mate.
Yeah. Right. Okay. The players that have left, right? I understand where Brian is going at, right? We wanted them out, correct? These were the players who were supposed to be toxic, the deadwood, and the blah, blah, blah. So now if we get them out, we've gotten them out. So that's step 1. Number 1, if these players are what Conte doesn't need and need to ship them out, the faster they go, the better. So the next risk comes in is that, right, let's say now we have signed 2 players, right? One is Kulu, the other one is Ben and Kulu, all right? Simple as that. So, and what Danny's saying is that Ben and Kulu doesn't even fit into the players that is actually wanted. But what are the players that are actually wanted? We do not know because we are just speculating. Correct? Have you heard it from Conte himself that he said that he wants this player, that player? We do not know. Maybe Conte has a plan, right? But the shortening of numbers, right, scares us because we look back, we see the depth of our squad is non-existent, right? We have all these youngsters, potential. Right, Scarlett hasn't turned up well when he played. Right, one of the comments said that our second squad cost us the Conference League position that we had. So this is where we are all standing at now, at a point where we need 2 more players to cover 2 more players. Correct? Yep. And what are the players do we look at now? But us being fans, we can speculate as much as we want. But actually, what Conte wants now, do we know that? We don't. So, but most probably, it's already been said, business is done, right?
Yeah.
Nothing's going to happen. And that is what's turning Brian a bit off, and a lot of the fans now a bit off, is because we have not actually improved in the quality, right? But for us, we don't see it because we are fans. Maybe Conte sees something behind there that we can work with. Then what Danny's saying is that what we get a couple injuries, who's going to play striker, right?
Yeah, right? And I agree with that to some extent as well. And I did that video on the North End yesterday that sort of speaks about Conte's system and the types of players he wants and where he wants those players. He doesn't play with a number 10, so us expecting him to bring in a 10 isn't necessarily what he would want for the type of system he plays. He plays with 3 in the midfield, and 2 of those midfielders are box to box, and 1 sits deep in front of the 3 defenders, and is a deep lying playmaker. Sort of the Luka Modric type of player. That's what Ben is supposed to be, and actually his statistics in that position are quite good. His passing, his through balls, is the stuff that we need a player to do.
But we don't have the creativity there. Then
well, he is that creative player. That's my point.
That's why we are hoping.
Yeah, I know it's a risk, right?
Okay,
of course,
yeah,
but Eugene, you have to take a risk. You get it. They got to get the players out in the first place. That's a risk, of course. We know that. But these are players that are bad for the team. We know that. Get rid of them. We've all wanted them gone. They're gone. That's good for us. We brought players in that we hope can do the job. That's the risk you take when you're in a transfer window and you're trying to bring players in. You never know if they're going to, unless they're like top and you've seen them play in the Champions League at the highest level. You're bringing in young players. There's a risk there. That's an inevitability of it. You can't expect a player to come in and it automatically kick off. You hope it's going to be the case. The good thing is we have Conte as the manager with these players, and these players will get better because of him. We've seen it with our squad already. The Winkses of the world. I know Winks is still, he's not been great, but we still seen, the Ben Davies has improved. Even our right back position with what's his nuts improving. Sorry.
Doherty, right?
Doherty, yeah. I want to say his name, but I would say it wrong and then get made fun of. Even though my last name's Ireland. Doherty has improved under Conte. He looks better. Again, I'm not saying that does mean that we've addressed those situations. I'm just saying that he will improve these players, and these players that coming in will arguably help the squad. We need still 2 more, I think, and I think that's going to be appropriate to really ensure that what Danny's talking about, Brian's talking about, is that we don't weaken the numbers, because that can be very detrimental. And I agree that it's relying on some youngsters who barely have played any football with the first team in general. Maybe they trained with them, but they're not playing in a game with men on a regular basis. Then they're gonna struggle, and that's a problem. So I've talked a lot. Somebody else talk.
I'm just gonna shout out to. I'm probably butchering her name here, man, but Angel Matos.
Oh, you nailed that, buddy. That was good. That was good.
So, yeah. Like, I don't know whether to pronounce it Angel or Angel. I presume it's Angel because like no parent in the right mind calls their child Angel. Angel. I mean,
careful if it is, because now you might have insulted him.
Careful, you're going to upset people there, Adam.
Yeah. Thanks, Angel, for the super chat. That's really nice.
I think I feel sorry for him, but anyway, he says, and we all know who to. Olympic mayonnaise. That's to close down the McDonald's restaurants around the place. Forza Fabio. Yeah, exactly. Well, for that alone, I'd say, yeah, Forza Fabio. January deadline day, aka the last 20 minutes from The Godfather Part 2.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, also, so I think we should bring in another guest who I know wants to have a few words. So let's bring him in, Mr. Adam William Kale. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Ads? Another Adam. How are you? Good to see you, sir.
What's the story, brothers? Are you good? I've actually got you echoing here. One sec.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Okay. The YouTube is gone. How you doing?
Doing good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good. I think I'm doing slightly better than most, considering I'm bastioning the optimism side of the.
I was just going to say we got positivity in the place here. Woo!
Yeah, positivity, not heroin. I don't understand.
As Jory said, yeah.
Surely it's cocaine. No, I don't understand how heroin would make the situation livelier.
I agree.
Yeah, it's definitely the wrong drug of choice.
Yeah, definitely.
Not that I've done either, by the way, but absolutely not heroin. I'm excited in the sense that like obviously the 2 players for me, I'm riveted to kind of get a chance to see what they're going to be like playing with the team. So I gotta say I'm on that buzz. But I will say as well, I agree. Like Stell came on We Are Tottenham TV earlier on, and he was saying as well, like, we can have these disputes and be on opposite sides of the fence, and everyone's opinion is valid. You know what I mean? So I'm not shutting anybody down by saying I'm positive and therefore condemning anyone as negative. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it is what it is, and we're all entitled to our opinions. And I love and respect everybody on the panel.
Yeah, fantastic.
Do you know? I just want to. Do you know what it is, Adam? I just want to understand how you think it's such a positive thing, because of the fact that you have to understand as well, from my point of view, Bentancur and Kulusevski, right? They haven't played Premier League football, right? Bentancur hasn't been in. He started 7 games this whole season, right? He hasn't played a lot of starting games. Now, I know people will argue and say in the 2019 or 18-19 season, he was a crucial member of that team. But Dele Alli was a crucial member a couple years ago for us. But look what happens when players change, players' mentality changes, their teams changes, their managers changes, and all that kind of stuff. Now, why I say that it's not a good window is because so many of us basically sat on We Are Tottenham TV or wherever it was, and we said, what's the key positions we need in the January window? And then everyone pretty much said a creative midfielder, a right wing back, or a striker or a centre back. And we haven't addressed any of them. Now, Bentancur, I think, is going to be a decent player. I don't know if he's going to be a great player. I think he'll be decent. I think he'll probably offer similar things to what we've already got, maybe a bit more in terms of ball possession or distributing the ball forward and playing the ball forward. But Kulusevski, he has got so much potential. But again, it's that thing with the amount of times we see, let's go and get a youngster with so much potential, but they're not proven yet. And he hasn't had the most. Now, I know Brian was saying earlier on about his pressing stats and all that kind of stuff. But again, the Premier League is the hardest league in the world. It is the most difficult league in the world. Now, for these players to come in, if they don't hit the ground running, you know how much backlash the fans are going to give and Paratici's going to get, which I think is unfair. I think that would be unfair because they are coming into a league and it's going to be difficult for them to adjust to a new teammate, a new league, a new country, that kind of stuff. But it's just the fact that we've now basically, it looks like we're getting rid of Hill, who's being replaced basically as Kulusevski, which I think is probably a better option right now, right? But then you're going to get rid of, I know Lo Celso, Ndombele, and Dele Alli, we have hardly used them, but we're getting a Bentancur, who's a defensive-minded player. So we've now taken all the attacking players in midfield that we had out the squad, and we've now just got 4 defensive-minded players, right? And that's what my concern is, and the fact that we haven't also address the situations that we needed to address in the key areas. So that's why I say it's, for me, it's like Stel said earlier, mentality-wise, I think it's going to be better for the squad. But ability and quality and numbers-wise, I think it's the same, if not maybe quality. I'd say it's about the same, right? I'd probably say maybe Bentancur, you could argue, is a little bit better than what we have, but in terms of numbers, we're on a fine line if we get injuries, and that's my biggest concern because we know what Tottenham are like. What's going to happen is the window shuts, right, and then in the next game, Romero or someone comes back and they get injured for another month, or something like that. And if that happens, it's going to be really difficult for us to cope, and that's why I think it's not the greatest window.
Okay, so the three positions that you mentioned that we needed to fill, we said right wing back, striker, and what was it, creative midfielder?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So of the 2 players that we're bringing in, the one that I'm most excited about is Kulu, because I think that he is the one that shows the most talent, the most promise, and also he is the one that actually fills 2 of those, if depending on where we want to play him. So he can play it, even though yes, we know that he's a right winger, he's a right inverted winger, and that's his most prominent position, which is probably where he will get played the most. But he can also play as a striker. He can also play as the creative attacking midfielder. Okay, so we have those positions filled. Then you got to remember exactly
that's one player to fill 3 positions.
I know, but we're rotating, right? We have the players to fit all the positions. Yeah. It's just you're rotating at different times. We also have to remember that seemingly at the moment, as much as many of us have said in the past that we'd like to see the strongest formation that we would like to see will be the 3-5-2. I don't believe that that's what Conte is going for, and it's certainly not what he's doing. It doesn't seem like that's what he's going to do in the run up to the end of the season. He's doing the 3-4-3, playing with the 3-4-3. He likes to play with the 2 more holding midfielders and let the wingers, we'll come back to them in a minute, and the 3 front players do all of the attacking. Now, with the 3 front players, you have the rotating options of Harry Kane, Heung-min Son, Steven Bergwijn, Kulusevski, and Lucas Moura. That is fucking threatening. Okay, excuse my language. My apologies if that is anything to monetization. Or
no, of course not.
I don't think
swear away, buddy.
Okay, cool. So that's an incredible, like, as the expression that's been used a lot lately is mouth-watering, right? That is a mouth-watering selection of players that can play in the front 3. Then we still do have Reggie doing amazing crosses from the left-hand side. Still got that pace. So yes, the right wing-back position is the one position where I feel like if we could have gotten someone in there this transfer window, I think for me, for a January transfer window, and it has to be said, January is not as easy as the summer, even though things can be done. If we had filled the right wing back position as well, it would have been a 10 out of 10 window, because we would have all those positions are potentially filled. We have players who can play in each of those positions that can do a job. And at the end of the day, like, is it an improvement on what we already had? Significantly. So you get rid of it. So far, okay, the window's not over, but right wing back,
I'm liking
we
his
haven't
positivity,
filled.
making me feel good about my position there, buddy.
The one position that we really haven't filled is just the right wing back. Okay, and I understand. Look, Emerson, he can do a job. He's more of a defender than he is an attacker, though. So he's not going to be crossing the balls in. Our attack is going to have to come through the middle, which is again where Bentancur comes in, or out on the left where Reggie's always able to do a job, right? So Emerson, he needs, like we've been seeing, if you watch the Tottenham official channel on YouTube, he has been, they've been putting pressure on him to train his crossing. So hopefully he will get better at that. And then Doherty, look, nobody wants Doherty to stay in the team, but for the rest of this season, that guy, the last 2 games that he was in, he was running amok. He's not an incredible player, but he was doing enough damage, causing enough chaos to let the team, the opposition, slip up. And one of Bergwijn's goals against Leicester came as a result of Doherty getting stuck in. And he has the more freedom under Conte's system to get forward and cause chaos. Whereas when he was playing under Nuno and under Mourinho, he was playing far too defensively, which is not it's not what he does. When he was playing for Wolves and he was scoring goals, he was playing as an attacking wing back. So I think he can cause more chaos if Conte continues to work with him. So it's literally just like Bentancur is the only one where I'm like, I'm not sure how much of an improvement he is. And I'm only basing it on the statistics, on the stats, and on his highlight reel, really, that I do think he's better, especially at creating some kind of creativity from the middle, at passing the ball, holding the ball, dictating the pace of play better than any of the players we have already. So if it was me, it'd be Bentancur and Skip playing as in the first team in the
that's who I would have as well.
Skip absolutely bossing people around because that guy can tackle like absolutely no one else. I love Skip, and then let Bentancur dictate the pace of the play then. And I honestly believe that we're in a stronger position now, significantly, to be able to challenge for that top 4 position. And my last point would be getting the toxicity out of the dressing room is also going to massively completely change the mentality of the players, give them so much more of a belief in themselves, and that they don't have a. It's like when you had Nombelli, Lo Celso, and Ali in the dressing room. As much as I love Dele Alli, those 3 players, it's like if you're jumping into the ocean, but you've got a cement block stuck to your feet. You can't swim to the surface. That cement block is gone now. So not only do we have that weight taken off of us, but it's like we've been given extra muscle to fight against the current as well because of Kulusevski and Bentancur. So
Adam, I think you're spot on. I mean, I had just basically expressed a very similar opinion before you hopped on to that, and I agree with you, and I still think that most of that is true, and I agree with Danny as well that we are generally weaker from a numbers perspective, and that could bite us in the ass from an injury standpoint, and that's something to consider as well. So we need to worry about that as well. So it's a bit of both, right? Like it isn't
we have
horrible.
More than 22 players, right?
Yeah, it's not a horrible transfer window, but it's not a great transfer window. And the things that we need done haven't been done the way we wanted, but there's things that have been done that are potentially make the squad better. We're not going to know until we play 4 or 5 games with these guys in the squad and know what the results are going to be. From my understanding,
be excited for this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. My understanding of the statistics of these players, if they do come in, of course, we haven't even seen them officially announced yet. So we're talking about players that haven't been officially announced, which is also a problem.
They have signed, though. They have definitely signed.
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding as well. It looks like it's a done deal. So again, it's hard to commit to that being the case if you don't see them holding up the shirts, which is something we in this community have sort of held to because it's been an ongoing issue where we're like, oh, they're actually going to get something done. And I just ads. I want to get to those super chats. There's a couple there that we want to answer specifically. Of course, Will Stewart. Cheers to see you, Will. Pleasure to
Thanks
to be
for
here.
the 20.
Yeah, cheers for the support. And if you read that, and we'll go around the horn and answer.
Now he says this negative slander needs to stop. I was right about Hill. I was right about Emerson, and was negative. Maybe I was just right. I like Kulu and Benta, but instead of calling Stella and Danny negative, maybe we should listen.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure Will's talking about a very specific instance or specific instances I wasn't involved in.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying earlier that apparently he was receiving all sorts of abuse for like his opinions on Hill, like when he first arrived, and apparently he was right about it all along. But like I'd say, just give Hill time on loan, Will, and when he comes back, then we'll truly see, like, you know, or like if he's a good player or not, because this loan deal should make or break him. Like, I mean, especially if he gets playing time, like, and if he starts in the first team, which should happen because it's a loan deal, for Christ's sake. I mean, imagine if he went on loan and just was a bench warmer. I mean,
well, he's got to perform in training to get into the first team. So my biggest issue with the heel loan is that he's not being loaned to a Premier League side or to an English side. I would have preferred him to go to a Premier League side first and foremost, but at least a Championship side. Because we saw what that can do to a player, especially from the physical perspective. I think the thing that Heel is missing is his physicality. He's slight. He gets knocked off the ball easy. And that in the Premier League, if that happens, you're done. You're not gonna be good in the Premier League if you can't physically deal with what's going to happen in the league. I want to see him. I wanted to see him loaned out to a mid-table like a Crystal Palace or a team like that where he's going to get the minutes and he's going to play on the left side. I mean, maybe not the best example because of who is in that team, but I want to see a player like that get physical, get bigger, get built, bulk up a little bit. He's got the talent, he's got the skill, is incredible on the ball, but if he gets knocked off it real easy because the players are bigger than him, he's useless. And so going back to Spain, where we already know he can perform in Spain, what does that do? Is that a good loan? I'd argue it isn't. I think it's kind of a shit loan. It is what it is, but I'm not a fan of it. Bry's back with us again. We've got Bobby waiting for us and Alan as well, and I think there's we're filling up here.
There's some news from Romano.
Super chat here first of all.
So I just want to let people know one thing.
Right. Tin Man, come on.
Go ahead, Brian.
He's been waiting.
Just one thing that I'm going. Just after 6 o'clock in this evening on the BBC News channel, I'm not going on because I know what I'll do. Mr. K and probably Rez will be on BBC News on the BBC News channel, not BBC One.
Why aren't you doing it? Excuse me.
Because if I do it, I will
go nuclear.
For the channel,
I think you need to.
Get on there.
You need to, Brian.
You need to get on there, buddy. We need.
I think we know what will happen if I get live on TV.
Do it.
Mate. They're gonna be here for a while. But if I get on there, mate, I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna snap, and I'm not doing that live on BBC.
Don't snap. Control yourself.
I'm reaching breaking point right now, and I'm trying to be good. I'm really trying to be good. So yeah, we can get two very educated speakers on in Rez and Mr. K. So they're going to be going live just after 6 p.m. on BBC News. That's all I wanted to come on and say. The media attention is getting aware. And as Rez said, what this bloody parasite will probably do is at about 6:15, he'll announce that the signings are done because the spotlight will be on him. And he'll go, okay, let me play my card now. Here's the two signings that we knew we would have signed 2 days ago. But I'm waiting for some traction on this. But just wanted to say, just gone 6 p.m., BBC News channel, they're going live from the training ground, okay?
Cool, thanks, Brad. Fantastic update.
I will leave you.
Okay.
I do want to say one thing, Brian. I really want you to try to get on that interview. I know that you say you'll blow up, but I think for the channel, for you,
I can't hear it. My reception is shit.
I will send you a message in WhatsApp. Anyway, he's
piss off.
Piss off. No, man, he needs to get on there. Like that's I'm worried about freaking out. Just don't freak out. Get on to BBC and tell them like clearly what you've been telling everybody else, and everybody knows how you feel. So anyway, let's read this one real quick.
Yeah, guys, shortly, we are going to bring another in now that we have got 4 out and only 2 in. If we don't, then sorry, this window is poor. Tin Man, to be honest, lad, I think this window is all ready poor, and I'm not sure if we're going to bring in anyone from this point onwards. Like, I mean, I know I might be sounding too negative, and Adam blow me. I mean, like, it's probably I'm really wanting to jump across the screen.
The difference in the Adam.
He's getting ready to explode.
Getting ready to lynch me, right down to Kerry and then say,
do you know, I want to add to that. I said it earlier as well. I said, for me, this window is a 5 out of 10, right? It's not the worst window, and it's not the best window, right? I know Adam's gonna say higher because of what his.
I'm gonna go with.
I'm going with 5, right? Purely because
6 for me.
I think obviously getting those players out is massive. It is a big thing to get those players out, right? We have to be honest, and you have to analyze the whole situation, and it is going to affect the mentality of the squad so much more to get the players out. Who basically Lo Celso, when he plays for Argentina, he plays amazing. He gives so much. He gives so much passion, desire. As soon as he comes to Tottenham and plays, he does not give a fuck, and that's why he needed to go. He doesn't care about the club enough, right? Ndombele, we all know about Ndombele. He cares about eating burgers more than he does playing football, right, and taking his money. And Dele Alli, well, we all know what he cares about. He cares about what colour hair is going to be in each game. So I'm so glad to see the back of him. As much as we all loved Dele Alli 3 years ago, he was one of our everyone's favourite player. He was unbelievable. But unfortunately, fame and money and everything else got to his head too quickly. He couldn't control it from what I see. And he's just another one of those English players that just was I don't think ever going to reach a potential that he could reach. And Jose Mourinho said it's spot on to him in that documentary, in the Spurs documentary, in All or Nothing. He basically said you're going to regret it because he's not focusing on the football, and that's as simple as that. And look, I just think that look, the window is still not closed. We still could do something. I'm not saying we will. We most likely won't, but there is still a possibility. Yeah, I say, look, I'm going to say 5. I'm going to put it as 5 because I think that it is a good thing that we've got rid of those players. But again, as I said, it's just a worry for me because as soon as we get injuries, which I know we're going to get because it always happens to Tottenham, you got to remember this is Tottenham, lads. This is not level. This is not Man United or Chelsea. We always get injuries at the worst fucking times. Yeah. Every fucking single time for the last 20 years. I mean, look. Lasagna Gate. How many times? I could probably sit here all day naming the amount of times we've had injuries at the most crucial parts of our seasons that have literally just fucked us over because we haven't got squad depth. So, on that respect, that's why I think we need one more. We actually need one more to have it. So I would say.
Question for Danny: we bring in one more player that maybe it's a right wing back or it's another attacking midfielder or a backup striker. Any one of those single 3.
I'd say 7 out of 10.
So it goes to 7. I would go up to probably an 8 or 9 if that was the case because I
maybe an 8 depending on the.
That's a good window if you address
a right wing back. If it was a right wing back and it was a quality right wing back, it's a 10.
I would say that. I would say 8 between. I would say 8.5 if it's a top quality right wing back.
So this is the thing. People. Tom's comment here. I want to address Tom's comment. He says you're being way too generous, lads. Well, what is good enough for fans that want to see these things done? We've complained for this entire season that the 3 players that we wanted gone that are now leaving have needed to go. Like that was a massive thing that everybody's complained about. That's a massive, that's at least a 5 just for that. So you have to go up from there because you've just gotten rid of the 3 worst players or the 3 worst transfers we've done in a long, well, I shouldn't say Dele includes that, 2 of the worst transfers and a player that's been shit for 3 seasons. We've gotten rid of those 3 players. Right. That's at least a 5 just for that, even if nothing else happens. You've gotten rid of that. And then you bring in 2 reasonably good players that aren't proven, I get. So that's maybe put you at a 6. If you bring in those 2 players, the 6 is a reasonable position. That's where I'm at. You bring in a 3rd player that fits any one of those 3 positions we've talked about. It goes to 7, maybe 8. I don't understand why that is hard to understand from a quality perspective.
There is some breaking news. By the way.
Oh, wait. Hang on a sec.
Play.
Go ahead.
So, this is officially confirmed that Bentancur has signed for Tottenham.
Okay, by Tottenham or by Fabrizio Romano?
Juventus have confirmed that he's gone to Tottenham.
Oh, nice. Okay, great. Nice. Perfect.
And they've posted a message on their Twitter saying thanks, Rodrigo, for everything, basically, and good luck.
So Levy's going to be upset because they've stolen his thunder.
Yeah. Go stud for Levy at the end of the window. That's
so it. We just need Kulusevski to be announced, and then Brian will be fine for just past 6 o'clock then, because then Levy can't announce it. So
he'll be fine for like 2 minutes, and then he'll go nuclear again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, look, I agree with what Adam said. I agree with what Brian Ireland said. Look, it's definitely a massive thing to get rid of those players, right? Whether or not, look, you got to remember though, 2 of them.
This is the biggest one that Bobby's saying for me.
Absolutely, yeah.
I agree. I agree. 100%
play in that role though.
Yeah,
he can.
But if you look at his statistics, Adam, and I did this, and like I said, I did a on my other channel, the North End, a breakdown of what these players bring to the table. He played for Juventus once as a forward and as a center forward. In his previous teams once or twice for them. He's not a striker by trade. He can play there,
I understand.
which is similar to what we already have in Sonny and arguably Lucas and Bergwijn. So we're getting another one of those players.
Bergwijn as a striker.
A dedicated striker. We need a dedicated another forward in that position that is going to compete with Kane. Specifically for the striker.
If we don't get that in the summer, I'll absolutely be on the same train as everybody else.
Fair enough. And that's fair. That's a fair point.
Yep. Yeah. I just also just at the very first super chat that you read out since I've come on as well, it was about the whole idea of it was kind of about name calling, positive versus negative. I think people are being a little bit too sensitive with regards to the adjectives because no one is name calling. I think it's literally just a case of which side of the aisle do you sit on. Do you think it is a positive window or a negative window? And that's all I'm saying is that clearly I'm of the opinion that it's a positive window. Others are on the other side. So no, literally anyone who feels like I'm calling you a name by saying that it's negative to think that it's a bad window. All I'm saying is it is a negative remark. I'm not name calling anybody, and I think all of us can still.
People are sensitive, Adam. People are sensitive, especially Spurs fans. I gotta bring it. We've had Alan waiting for a while, and we've had. I'm just
one
gonna bring
thing, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead. They're with us again.
Alistair Gold. So before we introduce everyone, Alistair Gold has come out and said that the Bentancur deal, which is 15.86 million, is payable over 3 financial years, which may be increased by an additional 5 million if certain objectives are met during the term of his contract. So it looks like it's a win-win deal for Tottenham because they only have to pay a small amount every year for him. And so I think that definitely improves our squad. Like, he's a better option than what we've got. And in the summer, if we can get top 4 and we look to bring in another 1 or 2 midfielders, which I think they probably will, right, then he would be a great player to bring on from the bench or as a squad player, as a utility player. That he's better than what Winks is, and do you know what I mean? So it's definitely a good deal for Bentancur, I think. And Kulusevski, we just hope that he can fulfill his potential because, again, like I said, it's another one of those players that we all have this massive hope for. Is he going to fulfill it or is he going to be a flop? And it's a fine line. We have to wait and see whether he takes to the Premier League or not.
Yeah, and I think that's always the case, right? When you bring in a player from another league who hasn't played in English football, in English football in general, but the Premier League in particular, it's even a level up, obviously, from a speed perspective. You have to think about it. You have to go, of course, this player might flop. We've seen our last 2 big players that we brought in, Lo Celso and Tanguy Ndombele, flop. Because either they weren't up to the added pressure of playing at that highest level and being as dedicated as they need to be, or just aren't good enough. I would say Tanguy Ndombele is good enough, just didn't care enough, and I think Lo Celso isn't good enough, and apparently just was really awkward and shitty in training. So it's a risk, and it's a risk with these players too. The good thing is that that Conte under Juventus and Paratici under Juventus wanted both of these players before, so they know the players and they have a sense of their attitude and what they'll bring to the squad. I think that's also positive. I want to bring Bobby in here because Bobby has been waiting for a while, and I'm sure he's dying to explode. Welcome to the channel, Bobby. Great to have you back.
Hi, Bobby.
First off, hello everybody. To meet everybody else. I've watched some of you speak, so just to lighten the mood and make things happy here, let's just go with a do. Gene, a very happy Lunar New Year to you. God bless you and your family. All the best to you and your family coming with you.
Thanks, Bobby.
Everybody else celebrating the New Year, all the best.
Thanks, Bobby.
You know what? And it's funny. You stole my thunder, Brian, and you guys have kind of touched on everything I had sitting back here, ready to go.
We want to hear your version of it. So let's hear it.
You know what? The thing to me is the maddening thing is Bob Spur just mentioned it. Is that we are going on how many years now that we've gone on about we need a striker, need a striker, need a striker, need a striker. Okay, so we finally brought Conte in, a man that we said that this guy's got some balls. He's gonna come in. He's gonna sort Levy out. He's going to sort Paratici out. These guys are going to get it together, and we're going to finally put a football team together and fill the gaps we need filled. And then we end up bringing in, Kulusevski is a rated player. We went in for him last year, and I believe the year before as well. But that's when he was doing well, and of course, we didn't get him. Now that he's on the decline, he hasn't had that great of a season. We pick him up. Bentancur, okay, yes, solid player. Quite a few teams were in for him. I don't know enough about him to speak about him, but glad we brought in a midfielder considering the amount that we got rid of. We're lacking. We're still lacking. We're severely short. We drop anywhere with any kind of injuries, we're absolutely screwed.
Yeah.
And we're only left in the FA Cup in the league right now. So what are we really fighting for? Trying to get to the FA Cup and get a decent league position. And again, we're sitting here as fans left with looking forward. Let's continue building for the future, the future, the future, the future. When the fuck is the now gonna? I'm getting old. Like, I'm not what is the future?
It's Bobby. They're building for year 2067.
Okay, guys, we got some more breaking news here. We got a buck. And I'm sharing it. There it is, right there. It's official from the Juventus.
Yep, they've confirmed it as well.
Twitter page that they've confirmed. Kulishevsky is also over the line. So it looks like both of these are done deals, which is nice to see, of course, because we were sort of having that discussion of whether or not they were actually done because we were yammering on. Bobby, sorry to continue. I have to throw in our little bits there.
That's okay. I've noticed with you, Ireland, ever since I switched from using my laptop to the phone where I can actually hear you, you continuously cut me off now because you know I can hear you. So I don't
get used to it, Bobby.
You're supposed to be polite, man. You're fucking up our reputation.
Sorry, Bobby. I grew up in the States. I lived in the US 8 years. It explains everything.
That's crept into you, buddy. You know what, fellas? I'm a lot happier today than I was yesterday. Obviously, with nothing going on, nothing being announced at all. We were, with the amount of rumors. I typed this the other day when we were on that. From January 1st to January 31st, Spurs linked with 7,234,000 players, and on February 1st we announced 1, 2. I'm just happy that tomorrow is not going to be only announcing Ollie fucking Tanner. The fact that we were even in and trying to go after that deal made me really question this whole recruitment policy and what the hell is going on. Now, the other day we were talking about clearly what's going on is that Paratici's been brought in, and for nothing more than to be the scapegoat for when Levy fails on the football side again, that he has somebody to finally point the finger at and say, no, that guy there, he's the football guy. I'm the businessman. He didn't do his job. Okay, I'm going to fire him, and then, removes the heat from Levy a little bit, lets him kind of go back into the shadows like the little fucking weasel that he is and carry on doing his business behind doors. But I read an article the other day. I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but Frank Aronson, our old sporting director there, before he went off and fucked up with Chelsea there, he actually said, and I was shocked to read it, that Levy, in fact, brings these guys in, sporting directors in, and expects them to do their job. That he expects them to, do the footballing aspect of it, do the football prospect, you find the players, you scout the players, you do everything needs to be done from the football end of it. I'll do the negotiating, I'll do the numbers end of it. Which, if it was true, that would be great if that's the way it ran. So if that is true now, then Paratici's a failure. We've brought in somebody that clearly was doing well at Juventus. Well, we're talking about a 4-team league versus the Premiership, where every team is competitive. So did he really make great deals over there then? We got to analyze, what did he really do over there that wasn't kind of an already done deal? Juventus, Real Madrid, Barcelona's, PSG's, they're going to easily get the top boys in the world. We need to work a little bit harder to bring them in. But what are we enticing them with? We're going to give you Daniel Levy to deal with, this notorious bastard that's going to make sure he squeezes you for any penny possible before he puts you on the pitch, and then we're going to devalue you. We're going to your transfer market value is 70 million, but we're going to give 60 million, and it's almost demoralizing because it's us. If we went into any company as an employee, and right away your employer is saying, yeah, you know what, your old boss was saying you're worth 100 grand a year, but I'm going to pay you 80. Well, that's all I'm going to pay for you to come in, kind of thing. It's just that the whole toxic atmosphere again from the top of the food chain down. Now I'm over. The only thing that makes me really happy about this window is that we did get rid of 3 basically toxic players. Now, Lo Celso, I never heard anything negative about the guy. Okay, on field, he was just very disappointing to watch. But in a way, is that our fault? Is that Conte's fault? Was that the previous manager's fault? This guy has been played pretty much in every position except for goal. So was he not given the proper time to settle into a role? Because we saw how well he did in Spain. We saw how well he does for his national team. But whose fault is it that he didn't progress or even stay at the level that he's at with those teams when he puts on our jersey? It's all these questions come into, okay, then it's no loyalty to the club. The club is just, we're just paying players to be here. They don't really want to be here. Well, again, what kind of environment have we created as a football club, right? It's just, there's so many questions still left to be asked. And what are you holding up there?
Adam, is that breaking news?
That's on Tottenham, yeah. Bentancur.
Is that the announcement?
That's the announcement.
I muted myself, but yeah, that's the official Tottenham announcement.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Sky Sports made it official.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's Bentancur done, but we're still waiting on Kulu.
Oh, they didn't wait till the end.
They're about to announce Kulusevski as well.
They're both going to come out. If Juventus have announced it, Tottenham are going to announce it. There's no reason
about
to
be announced on our Tottenham site. Yeah, coming.
Yeah, but I think they're banning it from being released, this information in England, because they want Levy to come out and personally tell Brian Dagul himself.
Yeah.
So Levy can sleep well tonight and say, "Look, Brian, I got you something. Here's a couple of toys. It's not the ones you wanted, but it's something else to play with. Here, I'll just distract you with this." It's crazy, guys. It's still the only thing that we have kind of left now is again, we are left with, at the end of this transfer window, is hope. All we can do is have hope. We can hope our players don't get injured. We can hope that we don't have any more friction in the club. We can hope that these 2 guys that we've brought in fit into our squad immediately and make an impression on the team and come out and actually look like they want to play, because for most of this season, it doesn't look like half our team even wants to put on the kit.
Yeah.
They just don't have any kind of motivation to want to be out there. And it's like,
I think that's, I have to interrupt you. I know you're sick of me doing it, but I have to interrupt you a little bit. Since Conte's come in, that hasn't necessarily been the case. Would you say that
players,
I think there's key players that stand out, but I think those players have we just gotten rid of, arguably. So, I think that there's a good amount of players, and the players that matter are behind Conte and are playing for him. Like, we've seen some really good results and really good games with us playing. I mean, I'm not saying we're playing the best we can play, but the effort has improved considerably compared to where we were under Nuno. No.
Well, you're 100% right about that. But the thing is, with Nuno, it seemed like nobody wanted to play.
Well, yeah, for good reason.
With the 2 signings that we've just gotten the official announcement for, the fact that they've come in, can I get a show of hands? Who thinks that top 4 is a possibility now?
I always thought it was a possibility, not because of how good we are, but because of how shit everybody else is.
I think we can. If we,
I was going to say, it all depends on everybody.
Hold on, can I just say, right? I've said this before. If we have injuries, we're not getting top 4. We need to be fucking realistic about this. Injuries. Every club has injuries. Arsenal had a massive injury problem, and they fucking called off the game because they were too scared to play us. Right? If we have injury problems like Arsenal had, and we have 3 or 4 key players
have had those injury problems.
No,
still
but Brian,
than them,
we haven't. If we have Harry Kane out, right, or Romero and Dyer out, right, even though we've had them out,
we just had them out, Romero.
Yeah, but we haven't won the games we should have won.
Oh, I agree.
And that's the problem. So we're not winning the game. So that tells me that
the only game we've lost since Conte was Chelsea. We've either won,
unbeaten in the league except for one game.
Out of those games, 2 of those games were top 4 teams, Liverpool and Chelsea. Liverpool was the best game of football I've seen in 3 years at Tottenham, right?
But if we win all the other games,
but we
apart
got
from those top,
the
usual top 4, we're on the pig's back.
Yeah, it's a big if. It's a big if.
The Bentancur, it's saying on the Spurs announcement that it's subject to international clearance and a work permit. So we've still got to wait that.
Yeah, but that's easy.
Yeah.
That's stuff that happens
But
easily.
Can I please just say my view? The thing is, right, we've got these players in lastminute.com. If we'd got these players in early in the window and got rid of a few players early in the window, if these players didn't click perfectly, we've still got room to have gone and got another couple. Yeah.
Yeah, but that makes
what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah, no, I agree with Alan on that for sure.
I understand what Danny was saying about injuries. Well, the trouble is, injuries can happen at any time. You could buy 3 players, and they could walk through the door and get injured. It happens. That's life.
Of course, it's just we don't have the squad depth to
That's
cope
the depth
with
that Danny's talking about, which I agree with for sure.
Well, that's something. As I say, that's something you're always going to suffer with. Yeah, you could have 2 strikers. You could have 3 strikers. There's no guarantee they're all going to be always fit, and you can only have a 25-man squad.
Of course, but you give yourself a better chance. And the problem is our depth right now is shocking. It is a disgrace, our depth. And what I'm saying by disgrace, it's the quality of players we have. Because you look at the teams, other teams, right? Even Leicester have got some good depth. Look how many players. They nearly beat us the other day. We were lucky that we got that win, right?
No, come on, Daddy. You can't compare.
Let me be serious. No, come on. You have to be serious,
not lucky to
right?
beat them. We dominated them.
We couldn't. No, yeah, we dominated. We couldn't break them down.
We broke them down. We hit the post twice and they cleared off the line.
But Brian, you're talking hindsight. We still hit the post. We still couldn't put the ball in the back of the net, right?
Yeah,
we just about won the game.
We deserved to win the game.
Yeah, we deserved to win it, but we just about won it, right? Yeah, that result could have gone any way. Like we could have lost that game and deserved to win it.
But Leicester,
that's how the Prem. But Leicester had 11 players out, key players out, right? And they still put a squad deep enough to play us and give us a performance like that. And they nearly beat us. They were
lucky to nearly beat us, though. They were
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is we weren't good enough to actually go and put 4 goals past them or 5 goals when we should have. That's what I'm saying. Our players are not good enough, right? Our squad depth.
I just think the comparison to Leicester is a bit flawed. But go on, Eugene. You got something you want to add?
Guys, just to let you know, I got to make a move soon.
No worries, brother.
Yeah, because tomorrow is Chinese New Year, so a lot of house, jumping around, visiting relatives and all that. Guys, keep up the good work, right? Hence the fireworks.
Cheers, Eugene. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Happy New Year.
Thanks. I understand where we all stand now, right? 2 is not good enough. We put out 3 is too much. Are they coming in? Are they going to get injured, right? Maybe it's Chinese New Year. I'm going to say we're going to win a cup, right? And we're going to get top 4. So big up. And of course, send love to Bobby, right? Bob Spur, big up to you.
Bobby. Love you, buddy. Good to see you in
Bobby.
the chat. Thanks
and of course, big up to Brian. Yep. And big up to Brian and all the guys who are at Hotspur Way, right? Big up to them too. Right, guys, take care. Right. I'll catch up with you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Brother.
See you soon, Eugene.
Bye.
Happy New Year, mate.
Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
The super chat here from the absolute legend herself.
Yeah, let's
she's having some issues, which is why she had to come off the stream. Unfortunately, hopefully she can get the fix and come back in as soon as she can. She says, "I think SY thinks I'm better in the chat." Really enjoying the discussion. Appreciate the different views. Thanks.
Cheers, Kagoma. Thanks for being here with us. The differing views are important, and it's it's important to listen to everybody and to try to get a sense of balance between the reality of the situation we're in rather than the emotional response that people generally have to something that it's a football club, it's an emotional response to it. But we have to also be somewhat rational about things and sort of try to understand them. I always try to counter people because I think it's more interesting to talk about that.
On you here, Brian, now because you consistently do it to me, so I see my opportunity to finally get a one stroke.
Go for it. Interrupt me, buddy. Go.
It wouldn't be so emotional and so maddening if it wasn't a consistent scenario.
I agree.
Every transfer window, every year. It's like before Sugar left, he told these guys that here's a little secret book that's going to teach you how to keep the fans at that tipping point where they're happy and psychotic with the club at the same time. They'll still support you, but this is the way to generate the most amount of money as you can as a club. And just keep fleecing. And just give them a little bit. Now, with these 2 signings, again, I'm over the moon. I'm more happy about the players that we got rid of because, again, like Danny touched on, if we're forced to rely on these younger kids now and keep the younger kids, well, we need to make sure they've got the right role models and mentorship around them. Having guys that are sitting there concerned about dyeing their hair and eating burgers and being sulky bastards are not going to be the guys that get the best out of these players.
Yep.
As much as you love or hate him, I think Harry Winks is a fantastic role model, role model and a guy to look up to in the club. That he's come to the academy when given the opportunity. Quality-wise, he might not be the greatest, but commitment and effort-wise, he's there. He actually goes out there and seems like he truly wants to play for the badge.
Yep.
He wears the badge.
Yeah, I agree with all that, Bobby. I mean, I none of those things are counter to what my point is in any way. But
I mean, yeah. Actually, come to think of it, I can't ever recall a time where Winks actually properly pissed me off, or like even looked like that he wasn't, showing at least some amount of effort. Like, I mean, I know we've criticized him in the past, last season.
I remember Winks pissing you off.
I'm going to end this debate right now. I'm going to end this debate right now. No. Adam, I'm sorry.
What?
I'm gonna end this debate right now. Winks is fucking shit footballer, right? He's a fucking.
Winks is exclusively responsible for knocking us out of the FA Cup last year.
100%. 100%. And also, Adam William Cahill. Adam William, he's also responsible for helping knocking us out of the of the game last year against Zagreb. Right, he was one of the key players didn't put any effort in whatsoever. This guy, right, since the back end of Poch has caused so much. He's been a little bitch, right? He came into Mourinho's fucking office and said, I want to be in the England squad, but he's not even fucking playing well for Tottenham and not even giving his effort for Tottenham.
I know, I couldn't believe that.
No fucking chance. He's a disgrace, right? And he's only playing well now because he knows, right, that if he leaves Tottenham, he's going to be on a downward trajectory and he's never going to play for a club as big as Tottenham. Look, that is why he's doing what he's doing, right?
If you're not willing to play for that, you can feck off.
I 100% agree.
Guys.
Let's not put him in the same bracket as
hang on. Let's stop talking over each other, please. I don't want this stream to become that. Otherwise, I'm going to take out 2 people at a time, and we're going to go back down to 4. It's not what this channel is about. One at a time. Stop yelling over top of each other. Who's speaking? Adam, I think Clark. I think you were about to respond.
I'm just asking, Danny. So, would you put him in the same bracket as, or in the same category as Tanguy and Dele then?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Why? Because he's let us down, Adam. He hasn't given the passion for the badge that he should have been given, right? He decides to play when he wants to play, right? And the only reason he started to play now is because the new managers come in, right? And Conte likes his work ethic in training, right? Because Harry Winks has always been a good trainer, which is why he's always been picked by managers, right? That is the only reason Harry Winks has ever been picked by managers. And as soon as he stopped putting the same level of commitment in a game, right? That's when his downfall happened. And his downfall happened at the back end of Poch's era, but the back end of Poch's career, right, at Spurs. As soon as that happened, Mourinho couldn't get a tone out of him. Nuno couldn't get a tone out of him. Mason only played him because he's fucking friends with him, right? And even he was shit, especially in that cup final. He was fucking awful, right? Now Harry Winks, right? He's doing an okay job, but in the last couple of games, 3 or 4 games, he's been shit again. He's been the same Harry Winks we've known for the last 3 or 4 years. Harry Winks needs to go from this club, and he won't go because he's an English player and they want to fill the English quota. And he's showing Conte that he can trust him a lot more than he's done the other managers, right? But he is not good enough Tottenham Hotspur. That is a fact. We need a lot better. He's a squad player at best. That is it.
All right. Go ahead.
I just want to ask Danny, but out of those midfielders then, out of Ndombele, out of Ali, out of Lo Celso and Winks, I personally would rather have kept. If you were going to say we have to keep one,
I agree. I'll keep Winks out of all of them.
Only because I'd rather have him show up for 1 out of every 5 games than these guys that didn't show up for any of the games.
No, I agree, but I'm saying right,
the best
right
of the worst,
now, he is the best of the worst. 100% spot on, Brian. He's the best of the worst. And also, breaking news: Kulusevski is signed for Tottenham.
You gotta do the breaking news. You gotta do the music and stuff, Danny.
He's going rogue.
You know how to do it. Operate the thing, man. Just hop on the. Come on, man. You sent me. You did all the work for the videos, and you're not even doing anything.
But did you guys see this? That Burnley signed that Weghorst guy, the Dutch guy the Dutch striker from Wolfsburg. Burnley just signed him for 12 million. They just confirmed that. 12 million for a guy that we made an offer, I think, of 20 to 25 million for a year and a half ago.
I missed that. Who are we talking about?
That Wout Weghorst.
Weghorst, yeah.
Weghorst or whatever, from the Wolfsburg striker.
So are we
Yeah.
saying like a player that nobody really knows too much about, kind of like the players we just got in, are going to be good for the squad? Is
But
that
at least any kind of backup striker at this point. Like this kid is the guy that
okay?
we were looking
I don't know
at.
anything about him.
We
So
looked
yeah,
at him a few windows ago,
Gotcha.
and it was up around the 20-30 million range, somewhere around there. And now he just went to Burnley for 12 million euro. So what's that? 9 million pound? Yeah, so it's like the only thing I remember hearing right from the beginning of this season, not from the beginning of the season, from the beginning of the Conte era, was right wing back, attacking midfielder, another center back to play in the back three, and a backup striker to Kane, and one that will develop into being his future. Now, I think that's the hardest position we're going to be able to buy a player for. Somebody to come in and shadow Kane and then eventually fill his boots. Nobody, even a young player, is not going to want to come in and know that they're going to be sitting on the bench 90% of the time. It's not something I would expect out of any player. But with Conte's system and playing the second striker, maybe they'd get a crack. Who knows? But again, we're left going back that this has just been the same trend over and over and over, where every manager that's come in over the last few years, and us as fans have been screaming, we need somebody to back up Kane. And again, it comes back to what is our true business plan? What is our true model for recruitment and policy and building the squad itself? Are these two players now just ones that we kind of had on the back burner and the club has given us to kind of satisfy everybody and kind of shut us up basically and kind of calm things down maybe with what Brian Dagul is doing outside the stadium? Is that all this is right now? Another smoke show? Or are these guys that are going to really come? Because as far as I'm concerned, I can't see these two players coming in and being better than what we already have in our starting 11. With Mora and Son in, I don't see Kulusevski starting over these two. I don't see it happening. Now, do I see Mora maybe going into the cam role, into the center forward role, playing behind Kane, and then we sell Kulusevski out wide? I could see that happening. Boom. Okay, then we've got that one issue addressed where we needed a cam. Now, Mora, again, there's another player. Everybody can argue about how great he is or not. He plays with his heart on his sleeve, but he at least brings the ball up. He's cutting through and making an effort, and it's more than what we could say for what we've had.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, you raised some great points there. Like, I mean, do you think and you probably already said this. Sorry, I mentioned the comments. Do you think Kulusevski could possibly play in the centre attacking midfield role? Because I think he's played there a few times.
He's only a winger. Both times I've looked at him, and he's either plays in the midfield on the side, or he plays up on the wing roles. I don't know if he plays center forward role. Or you guys might know more than I do.
No, because I was just looking at a few of the stats. Like now, I mean, the place where I'm getting my information from may not be that reliable, but I heard that he played, say, maybe a few times at Juve. But like that could be wrong. Like, or it could be someone just spouting absolute nonsense. Like, it's like I'm just saying that if that is the case, then maybe Conte could like possibly mold him into that role, and he could be a replacement for Eriksen. But then again, you have to consider his end product. Like, I mean, I don't think he scored that many goals for Juventus. Okay, he's been on the bench and he hasn't started that many
good.
But whenever he's been playing, like no goals have gone in.
No, very few assists, very little contribution. Again, we haven't enhanced our starting 11, which is we go back to this chat we had, going back a few streams ago, where we said I think the one thing now all our fans are arguing about. Okay, what who's right, who's wrong, Levy in, Levy out, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But one thing I think we can all unite on and voice as fans, true fans, is saying that all we are asking for is please, 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 please give us some quality and give us a trophy. Is that too much to ask for, considering we consider ourselves a big club? Financially, we're up there. Levy smoke shadowed us and made it very clear that once we get this stadium and we're competing with the big boys, we are going to compete off the field with the big boys and then compete on the field with them as well. Well, we're competing in the financial gains only because even though we're losing that, what was it, £160,000 a game with unsold tickets, but they don't care about that because that's being made back when they hold the Joshua King fight. They do the Lady Gaga concert. They do
exactly.
the cricket matches or whatever else they're going to be doing in that stadium. I'm just looking forward to reading when it's been rented out for a wedding next.
Well, it's funny because it's funny you say that, right? Because on the Spurs website, right next to the Bentancur announcement deal, they've got buy your tickets for Guns N' Roses. They've got it's like the second announcement on the Spurs website. It's exactly what you said. So I mean, you can't write this shit.
No, you really can't. It's insane. It's you know, again, how many smoke shows are we going to get as fans? Like, it's just I personally, I'm very disappointed right now, only because, again, the only thing that I see positive in this window is that we got rid of Deadwood finally.
Yeah,
we got rid of.
That's the biggest thing for me too. I think most
people
people probably say that probably as well. I think you're right. I think most people here would probably say the best thing about this window was getting those toxic players out, because what they do to the rest of the dressing room is so bad, and it's such a bad influence on a lot of other players, especially players like Dele Alli, who doesn't really care about the club. He just goes along his business and just does what he does. He's happy to be the funny guy and all that kind of shit. But really, we don't give a shit about funny guys. We want players who want to fucking win our football matches for all of us fans who pay good money to watch them in the stadium or on TV, wherever it is in the world we watch them. And we want to watch our team do well and not fucking go on the pitch and not put in any effort for the badge, for that badge that William is wearing a shirt right now for.
And that's the thing, Danny. It's like you touched on before, that we're left with the youngsters and the holding and as basically our backups to injuries and this and that. I'm hoping at least those youngsters will come out and play with a little bit of heart and with something to show and something to prove. Unfortunately, we didn't see that when they were given the opportunities in the Intercontinental European Super Championship League thing, whatever the hell that competition was. So they came out and they didn't light it up. You know what I mean? Like, we had expectations to see these players. Like, the Brian Hill came out and flashes again, but no end quality. Okay, you could tell he needs to get out there. He needs to bulk up. He needs to get some time in. Ireland, you touched on this earlier. I just really wish he had gone to. I would have preferred him go to the Championship and play with like kind of the get him ready for English football. The rough thing, you know, get him bulked up a little bit, get him that physicality side of it, and on. But since I noticed, guys, we got all a bit tense and we're sitting here like this and we're sitting here like this now and everything, I just want to show you something I've been working on. It's my Dele Alli impersonation. How's that?
I'd give you an Oscar, Bobby.
No, you know what? It's like I actually feel for Tanguy. I really do. I've said this to you boys before. I was actually a big fan of his. I thought the kid had oodles of potential, but was just a lazy bastard. Now, is he just a lazy bastard, or was he really psychologically truly affected by all this? Because we're all older guys. We forget now that this young man in the middle here in the Spurs kit maybe looks like the youngest out of us. He might be in the same age group.
I'm older than I look.
I look 27.
You know, these guys are in their 20s. You know, my son is 15. He's not that much younger than these the kids, really. So we take Tanguy, we take him from Lyon, we bring him to England. We know right from the beginning he had issues settling in. He had trouble getting, you know, accustomed to English culture, whatever the issues were. So did we as a football club maybe fail him? Did we not give him somebody maybe as an ambassador to him to help him kind of get integrated into England? You know, he had Sissoko and Aurier were his best friends on the team. They spoke French with him and everything. They helped him get used to it. They spent a lot of time with each other's families, this and that. We get rid of Sissoko, we get rid of Aurier, and then we see Tanguy all of a sudden show up this season with zero desire, zero want to even. The guy just doesn't even want to look like he wants to be here. And I'm not going to sit here and defend him, because at the end of the day, he didn't do himself any favors with his play. And especially that shambolic, slow walk-off against, you know, Morecambe. That was just that. You know, you put the nail in your own coffin doing shit like that. You know, it's kind of sad to see, but we're failing in so many different levels as a football club as a whole, this is what concerns me as a fan. This is what truly concerns me, is that we're not just failing in one little aspect, and it's not just a little thing. There seems to be just this tornado of bullshit that's just surrounding Tottenham right now. Is it the board? Is it Daniel Levy? Is it Paratici? The only one we know it's not, and we all trust in right now, is Conte. You know, but how are we backing Kane? This man was ready to walk away from us, to walk away from the boyhood club that he's been a part of for 95% of his life, and we gave him nothing for it. But sorry, Adam, I'll stop here and let you get on to your super chat here.
Oh, thanks, man.
Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, no, I was going to politely just let you finish, but thanks a lot for that. So Brandon Trailer, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm sorry, man. And thank you very much for the donation. I've actually never seen you post super chat here, so big up, man.
Cheers,
and I've actually
Brandon.
never seen
Appreciate
you
your
here. So
support,
like,
mate.
if you're new, welcome as well. Like, we're glad to have you,
man.
and
Big up,
we're
brother.
grateful for your donation as well. He says, watched quite a bit of him, and Kulusevski is a really smart player. His first instinct is always to look up for the pass. Bodes well for Kane and Son. And that's another thing I was doing during my research on this player. Apparently, he has good pace, and he has and he's not a bad playmaker as well. So, like, I mean, that's a real good. I want to say turn on, but like I know how weird that sounds. I mean,
I get what you're saying, Ed.
The opposite of turn off. So, like, I mean, I can't think of anything else.
No,
like,
just to add to that,
excited.
It's okay. We're all adults here.
To add to that, the statistics I read like I said when I did the breakdown of the players yesterday, his XA and XG are both very high per 90. His XA, I believe, is like +3. It's like in the 95th percentile or something, which is massive. And in his touches in the box, his creation of plays, yeah, it's official. He's wearing the kit. He's been there's a few different shots of him actually looking sharp. I think this player's gonna be massive for us. I think he adds a lot to the front line. So I think it's a good.
And he's so young.
He's very young, 21, can be developed. Loves to use the inside of his foot. Almost every single highlight I saw for the goals he scored and for the passes was always the inside of his foot, which means he's very accurate. His passing accuracy, I think, was around 87%, which is also quite high. So yeah, you got a player here I think is who's going to add a lot to the squad. Is it exactly what we need? We won't know yet until we get him in, but it's a good sign. Barry, you've been really quiet for a long time over there.
Sorry, Barry.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I was just waiting for everyone. I was being polite rather than.
I know, but you're being too polite. You need to.
You're a very polite man.
Yeah, Barry.
Yeah. Let's get some insight from you.
So,
yeah. Go.
Two things I wanted to say. First of all, going on the positivity, we've only got to play Man City, Man U, and Liverpool away. The rest of the games we should win, right?
Ideally, yeah. Should win.
So we should win. The second thing, Danny, your trainer beneath your bed has been bothering me since I saw it this morning, right? So you've got like the tidiest bed on YouTube, yeah? And normally you have your nice cushions out and everything else, right? But I know it's dark right now, but seriously,
it's dark
that as well. Trainer down the bottom, can you move it or put it in line with the others? Because it's really good.
OCD there, Barry, man.
OCD, man.
Actually, no, I didn't also.
You can't see it now because it's too
dark.
I know, but Danny, I know it's there, right? So it's bugging my OCD.
I'm getting paranoid about my room now.
That's why I sit in the dark, because you can't see it.
Never stop, Alan.
Amazing.
I'll move it for you next time, Barry. I promise.
Barry, have you got anything else you want to
add? Apart from Danny's trainers, yeah.
Yeah, football related, maybe.
No, I just think now that we've been talking about, I think Son's coming back. So is that the CAM that we've been looking for? Romero's coming back, so he never really played right. So is that the centre back that we were waiting for? I don't know if we. I know we haven't got the depth, but maybe that's what we're kind of looking at. Romero's coming back, Sonny's coming back, and we've got potential. If they're coming back, then Tanganga can go over to the right back position where he's kind of played okay. So does that mean we've then effectively got the three positions that we were looking for without actually signing anyone? I'm just playing devil's advocate there, like Brian was playing earlier. I don't know. I don't know whether that's what, obviously we do need a striker. So does that mean that we only need a striker at the end of this window, or do we need those players? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just kind of throwing that out, having listened to you patiently and and politely, or ever so politely. I don't know whether it's just a striker issue that we have now. No.
I think the right wing back position is more important than the striker one right at this very second, because at the end of the day we do have Harry Kane who can score, who's the best striker in the world. We've got Heung-min Son is puts the goals away. What we don't have is an effective crosser of the ball from the right wing and someone who can progress on that side, because we have Reguilon doing that from the left, and we don't have someone who's really good at that on the right hand side. So as much as we need someone who can give Kane a dig out, the right wing back position is definitely priority, I think.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Adam,
I'm Irish and I still don't believe that.
Adam, right now, not being funny, right? I know none of us really give a lot of respect to Doherty, and I know he's not done a lot, but he done more in that one half against Leicester, and it's the first time he's played in the position we brought him in to do, or we bought him. You know what I mean?
I agree with you 100%.
So if it comes towards the end of the season, don't get me wrong. I know I can see Dan there looking at us to say, "Oh, what the hell is he fucking talking about?" Yeah. But we're not gonna go and buy another 2 players, lads. I would love us to have another striker. The biggest hurdle with another striker is they don't want to sit on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to sit on the bench. And Kane ain't going to want to be rotated, because
that's why we need a Llorente.
They get paid bonuses. They get paid bonuses. And they play, Kane gets 200k average. He's normal wage. And then everything else on top of that is bonuses. If he's not playing, he's not getting the bonuses.
Hashtag bring back Jermaine Defoe. he's still out there.
I'd fucking take him right now. I'm not even joking.
Seriously, every now and again, just back him on.
I'd take him.
Well, if that's the case, we're bringing back Keane and Berbatov, and bringing back.
Come on,
bring back a few too many drinks. His guts out to here. So I think,
we need Super Pav back, mate. We need Super Pav.
Oh, lads, I got to share something here real quick.
That's right.
Look at the players in the background. That's pretty quality, man. I like that. So who did that?
That's cool.
That's good. Yeah.
And I do believe Brian Dagul said that he's going to carry Dele Alli wherever that he's going to go. So it's going to be a long march to Liverpool.
He drive to the airport if you have to.
Bit of a journey there, but I thought that was a funny one. Somebody posted that on Twitter. So it's pretty good.
Even if we're dumping off Dele Alli, I was just reading. I don't know if you guys saw. I turned the phone to the TV, but Sky Sports was reporting the deal for Dele Alli is actually with incentives, add-ons, this, that, and everything. The transfer could be potentially up to 40. Yeah. So with that, if we're at 40 million. Why are we not working on some sort of swap deal for Calvert-Lewin then? I don't like. He's hurt right now.
Calvert-Lewin ain't going to come and sit behind Kane. He's not going to sit on the bench, mate.
He's also not going to leave Everton in the middle of the season. They're not going to let their best player go.
The 2 players up front, then you can potentially have
small man
together.
Big man, small man. Kane, Son. That's how he's going to do it. That's the way
what he did at Inter as well.
Big man, small man.
What is our best formation with the 11 incoming 2 is the super chat, and I it's definitely we can't. I mean,
go Conte for it. Do the whole thing.
I mean, he's going to do a 3-4-3 for sure.
He supports you everywhere. Good job.
There's it's Conte's going to play a 3-4-3, right? Yeah, everyone agree? There's no way he's not doing it. Yeah, when he hasn't brought in a creative midfielder. He's absolutely playing a 3-4-3. Yeah. So it's like for me,
I think he'd still play a 3-5-2.
I hope he can
with certain players in there. I think he will. I don't think it'll be often, but I think you'll see it against some of the bigger sides. He'll do that because control of the midfield will be necessary.
But I think a 3-4-3 is going to be his default.
Yeah. For now, yeah.
So it's got. I mean, presumably at the way it stands at the minute, with all the players come back in, it's got to be. Obviously, Lloris in goal. It's going to be Romero out on the right of the back 3, Dyer in the center, and Davis on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would put Skip and Bentancur in the middle of the pitch. It's going to, for the moment. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made for Doherty out on the right, to be honest, over Emerson, but it's going to be one of them. So I'll let you guys decide that one. On the left, it's Reguilon, and then up front. Up front, I would definitely be playing Kulusevski, Kane, and Son.
Yeah. Does anybody have a drastically different starting 11 than that, or are we all sort of in agreement that that's probably the likelihood? And also, who misses out? I mean, Højbjerg obviously not in that starting 11. People have different opinions of Højbjerg. I think he's fantastic, but I also recognize his downfall when it comes to his passing ability. That does put him in a position where he might not make it into that first 11. Anybody drastically different?
Skip?
Yeah.
When he plays for.
Why would you play him and Skip together? I think they're effectively the same player, but I actually think Skip has a lot more potential, and he's doing a lot more for the
Skip's
team. Skip's
passing is better. His
tackling is better.
His football brain's
Skip may
better.
actually be the better overall player, and he's only like 20.
Yeah. I think Skip is Skip's future captain material as well, just from a leadership.
When he plays for Denmark, Højbjerg plays like a little bit further, a more advanced position.
Yeah, he's actually done quite well offensively for Spurs since he's been with this as well. Scored more goals and more assists, I think, in 50 games than Harry Winks had done in his entire time at Spurs. And
Brian Will is not in agreement with you, I think.
Well, I agree with that. No, I think he's right. I think Will Sturr is correct that you don't use a creative midfielder, and that's actually why. Again, I mentioned that earlier, and that I don't think Conte is focused on a 10 because we don't play with a 10. You don't have a 10 in a 3-4-3, and you don't have a 10 in a 3-5-2 either. You play with two midfielders who bomb, or almost like two number 8s who play box to box, and then you have a single 6 who sits in front of the defense. That's what
when I say creative midfielder in that system, I'm thinking the 8s.
You're thinking the deep line creative midfielder, not necessarily the 10, which I think is I think that has to be clarified. But I think Will's correct, and I think we'd all agree with that, or most of us.
Two of the best in the Premier League right now, arguably, are Basuma and Neves.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. And playing
that's who I would go for in the summer.
I would love Neves. I think Neves is durable as well. The guy's
my dream player.
He's missed barely any football. 5 games since he's been at Wolves in his entire time there.
Yeah,
crazy.
he's got everything. He will solve the set piece problem that we have.
He also won't. We should go for him in the summer. He won't. He's not coming
100%.
This month. But
100%.
100%. Does anybody have a different lineup, a different starting 11? Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just thanking Will for the super chat. I mean, that's his third or fourth one today. I mean, he's just like great stuff. Like
Bobby froze and Bobby unfroze. There we go.
Who do you pick, Emerson or Doherty? Then
I'm getting used to all this stuff. I pushed the wrong buttons. Okay, clumsy guy.
It's all good. I love that question. Let's ask everybody that. Adam, Doherty or Emerson, because arguably those are the two players we are going to have in that right wing back position. Danny,
I would actually fight for Doherty, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's hard to say. Because Doherty
it's not because he's Irish. It's because it's already been said. I'm sorry, mate. I can't see your name on the screen, but it's already been said that the role he came in to play, the role he played for Wolves. This is the last 2 games that we saw him in were the only games that he's actually played in those.
And it's the best we've seen him play at Spurs.
And it's the best. He ran amok. He was giving them hell. So if he gets more of an opportunity to play there.
I don't think anybody said we can't play a 3. Did somebody say we can't play a 3-5-2? I think the idea is that we don't necessarily think he will. I think that we certainly can. I think we actually think we have a better squad for the 3-5-2, in my opinion. I would rather see that more often.
Why don't we see what the people in the comments say? Do you want to put a poll out?
Do you want to do that? Either you or Adam?
I actually don't know how to put a poll up.
I don't either.
Let's just ask. Nice one, Danny. Let's ask to do something we don't know how to do. Perfect. Great content. While you're figuring that out, let's go around the horn there. Who do we see in the right side of defense in the wingback position? Ads. What do you, Adam Clarke? What do you think? Do you think is it Doherty or Royale for you?
Royale. I just think he's a better player, especially defensive. But one thing I will say about Royale, and it's what everyone else is saying, his attacking is literally like non-existent, and it's just so sloppy. Like, I mean, it nearly hurts my eyes. And actually, to be honest, I'd like to see, at the same time though, I would like to see Doherty play in that position that he was played, where he actually had a good game just a bit more often, just to see like where we stand and between the two players. Because at this moment in time, if I'm my honest opinion, I honestly don't know between the two of them. They're either as good or as bad as each other at this stage. And the more I think of it, the more I actually think that right wing back is actually an essential position where we need players now, along with the usual suspects like centre back, I think, well, in my opinion anyway, and the strike partner for Kane, or even just competition for Kane. I think we need just one more right wing back and a quality one of that. Adam, do you want to say something?
Yeah.
Just to quickly point out, as like what you're saying there, you're right. I believe absolutely 100%. Emerson is a better defender, but in Conte's system, the wing backs are more attacking, and Doherty is an attacking player. Emerson is a fullback. He's not a wing back. Doherty is a wing back.
He's clearly learning that job, and you've seen him in training trying to figure out how to cross, which shows that that's not something he's done a lot of.
He started his career as a striker.
Yeah, that's true, right? Yeah, crossing is not part of his in his wheelhouse. Barry, what are your thoughts on the right wing back position?
Ethel, the tea lady.
We'll sign off now. Start signing.
No, if we can mix part of both their games, then it would be perfect. But I think just again, I think Emerson needs time. He's seen he's come in. He's not used to the pace and the physicality. You've seen a couple of games where he's just he's fallen to the floor, rolled over a little bit, and then the game's gone on, and he's like, "Oh, okay." I
Does that a lot? Yeah.
I guess I better get up now. And I think if we've seen anything from what we've seen with Winks and Davis and Dyer, that Doherty is, okay, he's had, we're not going to get excited. It's two good games or 1.5 games, but I think he needs, I think Chris, big up Ethel. I think we need to, I think Doherty needs to have that run and have that, again, the confidence that he's going to be playing, not just, like we did with Tanganga, just throw him in and against Chelsea and expect miracles. Conte needs to make a decision on who that right back needs to be and give them the confidence. But I think at the moment, Doherty's the one that's, he's got that Premier League experience. He did play that role at Wolves very well, and we haven't really seen that. So for me, Doherty at the moment, ahead of Ethel. So
I'm disappointed that I thought Doris was the tea lady.
Doris on the left and Ethel on the right.
Danny and Adam, can you guys keep rolling with this? I'm gonna eat lunch while I'm listening.
Oh, yeah, sure thing, man.
Sure.
We'll fill your boots.
All right. Which way are we going around? Who's next making the prediction or giving their opinion on that?
Yeah.
Well, I already said. I think I've already said.
Bobby's up.
I think
Or Barry's up. Get it together, guys. Come on.
All right, Barry, go ahead.
Anyway,
go to Bobby, because that's it. There's nothing really I've said. Everything I need to say on this.
Bobby, what do you think of it, man?
I honestly think we should buy a right wing back. Oh, wait. Sorry, we've been saying that since Conte came in. You know what? The way I look at them for the way they play and everything like that. Now, Doherty, he's done well for the last 2 games and everything, playing in the natural position that he's in. If anything, and the fact that we're looking at loaning Tanganga out to Italy, I would like to see Royal play the right center-back role with Doherty playing on the wing in front of him. Because I believe Royal defensively is much better than Matt. And Matt's a much better crosser of the ball. So then we would have somebody that can kind of go forward. And God knows Doherty's is about as fast as my dead grandmother. But he's still got that ball. He can at least cross the ball to some effect. 3 out of 5 of those crosses will get in there. Whereas I remember, I think it was against Watford where we looked at Royal's stats, and it was 2 out of 15 or 2 out of 17 crosses actually found his teammates. Like, I can cross the ball better than that, and I can't cross the ball. So it's if we're going to look at, and if we're forced to use the tools that we have in our toolbox, I think that would be a better setup for us, because Japhet, I don't know why he's fallen off the way he has. For such a young player, he had so much promise, and it's like something's kind of gotten into his head. And again, we don't know the psychological aspect of what happens with these players and how they get affected and how it affects their games. And, if you go back and we talk about, like Keith Brookenshaw's comment about there used to be a football club over there. Well, when we go back to those days, these players had a lot less pressure on them now. Like, you look at the pressure these kids have on them now with all the social media, with us all sitting in here chatting on a live feed about them. God knows how many of these are going on around the world and everything. And then the Twitter and all these other things that they're just constantly bombarded with. You got to make sure that the psychological aspect of these kids is kept up. And I wonder if we have failed that on the Tottenham side, because I remember going back and reading about how Ryan Sessegnon had to get himself a psychiatrist to kind of help him get integrated into living into that side of London and going into Tottenham. Well, I'm pretty sure Fulham is in London, so it's, he didn't move that far, so he's in the same atmosphere, but now he's gone, the spotlight's on him kind of thing, and he just wasn't prepared for it. So what do we look at? Sorry?
No one said anything. I think you got feedback.
Yeah, it's your echo. It was your echo, Bobby.
No,
I think so much I'm listening to myself. Okay. But like I said, for what we have, I would prefer to see Emerson go into the right center back role with Doherty on the right wing back.
But do you play?
The worst can happen. It can't be worse than what we've already been seeing.
Do you play Emerson as understudy to Romero though, rather than you wouldn't play him in the first team, right?
I would play Emerson in the first team for what we have right now. If Romero comes back, then no. I would play Romero on the right center back role. Romero on the left center back. Dyer in the middle, and for me, hate him all you want, but I think Sanchez has been doing well for us in the right center back role. But again, he's just too prone to stupid mistakes, and we've noticed that it's those one or two stupid little mistakes that have cost us. And it's like we go back to the first leg of the Carabao Cup against Chelsea, and we literally scored both their goals for them to give them a 2-0 cushion against us. And it was because of simple mistakes. So who is it that's responsible to make sure that the mental upkeep of these players is there so they're focused for 90 minutes? Because you have the whole week to get ready to prepare mentally and psychologically for this game. But are we doing that for these kids? Are we getting them prepped? Are we getting them motivated? Because again, we've all touched on the fact that our team does not look like it's motivated when it's out there. They look like they've gone out there to just kind of go through the motions and, okay, let's jog around a little bit, kick the ball here and there. Oh, well, we lost. It's okay. I'm still going to collect my 60K for the week and go home now. And that's it. But it's crazy to think that we haven't strengthened. And we've cut dead wood. That just still baffles me why we didn't do that.
Well, I mean, we had to cut Deadwood anyway, but we haven't strengthened an awful lot, and in those positions, especially right wing back, we haven't done anything. So I can see where you're coming from there. I just want to pause this other discussion for a minute, just to address this amazing super chat here from Brandon. That's the second now, and big up as well for the donation and the incredible words he says in the super chat as well. I'm going to read it out. Loved watching Bon, Adam. I say that's Adam Blomey, William Cahill, and Bobby kill it on We Are Tottenham TV the past few months. I mean, they have absolutely killed it. They've been nothing short of absolutely brilliant. Tottenham On Tour about to pop off too soon, lads. Man, we're already popping up up and off already. I mean, I hate to sound like a bragging bastard, but still, it's because of support like this that we're popping up as well. So, and we're just full of gratitude for all of you and all our subscribers and all our viewers as well. And keep up the solid work. Oh man, we intend to. I mean, we have just so much content coming up. Just this week alone, we're gonna have a mental health show and all that stuff. And we're making sure that we're bringing you all the content that you want and to see and everything. I mean, lads, honestly, there's going to be no shortage of entertainment here on this channel. And so, yes, do y'all think that there's any chance we could sign a right wing back tonight?
No.
Not a hell in chance.
Yeah, so it's unlikely.
No.
I don't.
Maybe
10%. What? 10%.
10% chance.
He's always Mr. Adam William Kerr is always positive. He's always going to be positive.
I wish we all had his positivity. Yeah, I wish we had his positivity, especially myself. To be honest, I don't think there's any chance. But I don't know about it, if this is wrong or not. I haven't seen us linked to a right wing back or anyone like that in that position. So I doubt it. I mean, 5:20 now. Window isn't that far away from closing. 5
hours, just over 5 hours.
Over 5 hours, yeah.
5 hours and 36 minutes according to Sky.
Christ almighty. I mean, it's been have we bought anyone in today at all? I don't think so. So a right wing back, especially in a position where we actually need a player, doubt it. Actually,
about 10 p.m. Adam, there'll be some rumours flying around saying, we tried, but it was too late to get it over the line.
Yeah,
it's just the typical Levy propaganda, and Will Stewart says here already, Gold already said no more incomings. I mean, I mean, I trust Ellie Gold a lot, like almost as much as Romano. So if he says it, then I mean it's probably true. Unfortunately,
and I'd say that's the one disappointing thing for me. Even as the optimist in the room, that's the one disappointing thing for me is that when we have, like, literally, we were told that Paratici had about 15 deals going on at the same time, and he'll pull the trigger on whatever he feels like at whatever given time. Now that we've got 4 players out the door, he's got. I mean, one more trigger, guys. Come on, like exactly. That's the one thing where I'm like, yeah, disappointed with that for sure.
Yeah, and also just now, I just want to welcome and actually apologize to Rajiv Spurs. I was like, I mean, I saw you in here earlier, and we didn't bring you on, but like you're on now anyway. So, like, welcome, man. I think this is your first time on the show as well, so welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you.
So, what's your opinion on our transfer deadline day? Or actually, your transfer deadline? Are you happy, or are you just
no? Because what happens when Hugo gets injured? Who feels it? Golini? I mean, I don't know. He just stands in one place. He's not trustworthy. I don't. That's the only concern. Should have signed a old goalkeeper. Maybe Hart would have been good. I don't know much.
Yeah, I mean
that's the main concern. Okay, strikers here and there, okay, but goalkeepers, half of the game is lost if you don't have a good goalkeeper.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a good point. Yeah,
that's true. I mean, everyone keeps forgetting about Hugo Lloris because he's been so good this season and he hasn't been injured. And is another point, but look, unfortunately, that's not going to change this window. I think they'll look to get a keeper in the summer because Galini. I believe Galini was a deal sweetener to get Romero in. I think it was kind of like take him with you sort of thing. I just think they're not going to look to get anyone else in probably this window. And if worse comes to worse and Lloris does get injured, I mean, unfortunately, we're going to have to rely on him. It is what it is. Unfortunately, it's just how Tottenham like to have their squad and how they do their business. And you just got to hope that he can give us some performance if that happens. But it's the same for a lot of our players. If a lot of our key players get injured, we have to hope that what we have can do a job. And if not, then we know why.
But the Galini situation will be the same as the situation with Harry Kane. Like no big goalkeeper is going to come in and play second fiddle to Hugo Lloris.
Oh no, definitely not. But you go like what Hugo said when he signed his contract, right? He said that he wants to help. He wants to help find a keeper within the next 2 years to take over from him, and hopefully you'd like to think they bring in an understudy to him so he can train him for another year or so, and then when he wants to leave, he'll leave. That's what I hope, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, I still like Whiteman, to be honest with you. Whiteman, he did pretty well in pre-season when we saw him. I know it's only pre-season, but I think
he's on loan though, isn't he?
He did, yeah. He's on loan, yeah. He's on loan. Apparently, he's not having the greatest loan spell, but I would give him a chance in the squad if it was me, rather than Galini personally. But that's
really.
Me.
Dan, you need 50p in your meter. Your lights are all going out. Occasionally you can't see you at all. You need 50p in the meter, mate.
I mean, like it's really close to dark at the minute, like, and when it goes dark, you'll just see like probably like my camera just like light up and fade it down to dark and go on and off, up and down, like it'll be a madness. Like I hope that doesn't happen, but like I mean. It's happened in the past. It happened last week anyway, so Danny's not the only one with camera issues.
All right.
Let's get a professional lighting set up for everybody.
We need investors, is what we do. Anyway, actually, Rajiv, I just want to get your opinion on the right wing back situation. Like who would you have in that position? Would you have Doherty or would you prefer Royale? If you can hear us.
It's very tricky, but sometimes I would go for Royale, but years in the game where Doherty was brought in and played pretty well, but then the next time he was called up, he didn't. So it's tough over there.
Yeah, tricky. I mean, I myself like still don't know. Like, I mean, I've heard everyone's opinion, and I still personally don't know. Or I mean, like I said earlier, I'd like to see. Huh? Oh no, mate. No, anyway, as I was saying, like I said, I'd like to see Doherty play in that position where we played him, and he had a good game. Just like maybe once or twice more, in order to see where we're at with these two players.
In fairness to him, the only starts he got was on the left wing. Do you know what I mean? Which made absolutely zero sense whatsoever. He's not going to cross from the left.
Yeah. With Royale, the Watford game, Bobby, when you mentioned about Royale, he puts like 27 crosses in and only found twice. If you actually watch the game back, if you went and watched the game back, if out of them 27 crosses, I think there's only ever 2 people in the bloody area to find. So you've got to be so accurate to find them.
Fair enough.
20. You just never had
the bodies in 17 or something like that. But just the completion of the crosses ratio was just the number was just atrocious.
You just need so many bodies. You need more bodies in the area. I've noticed we just don't seem to be getting the bodies forward now, and that is why, because we haven't got that attacking midfielder. We got that box midfielder. You know, that's what we need. We need someone to be able to hit that box to support Kane and Mora and Sonny.
But that's what I'm saying. We need a number 10, really, behind Kane. And then even if, we can argue that it doesn't work in Conte's system and stuff like that, the way he sets the team up, this, that, and the other. But what is working right now? We can't see anything statistically. Games that we have won have been very scrappy and very marginal in our victories. Very, I don't think there's much that any of us can sit back and say that we are proud of as Spurs fans this year, that our team put on this performance and we had this great accolade behind this game. We did so well in this game, and everybody was on fire and they were playing well together. And that Leicester City one-off ending put us all on a very big high, and it reminded us of why we're Spurs fans in the first place, that these guys drag you down and then can lift you right back up as well. So I just want to see a little bit more consistency with the performances. It just, like I said, it just doesn't seem like we have a core of players that wants to be there. And does it go back to last summer and the fact that we almost kept Harry Kane and forced him to stay, even though he kind of publicly said he wanted to move on now? Has there been a ripple effect to that? Like, there's just too many variables, too many questions. And I think that's why we as fans are almost divided in opinion and arguing amongst each other, because there's so many variables that we could argue about. There's so many points that we could bring up. There's so many counterpoints we could use in our arguments in terms of what has this club done and what have they not done. They've done a lot of things right. They've done a lot of things wrong. But again, I think all of us do unite in the fact that all we're asking for is quality on the field. The quality on the field can only be put there by the man that you've put in charge, the one person that's dictating who's going to play and who's going to sit on the bench, and that's Conte. So we don't know if these two players are ones that he truly wanted and do fit into the mold. We do know that the 3 outgoings are ones he did not want, so that is a big bonus for us. Maybe that will lift the spirits of the team, because they're going to sit here now and go, holy shit, we got rid of our highest paid player that we've ever purchased. We sent him out. We got rid of him. We got rid of a player that just came in on loan. We got rid of Lo Celso, who we just bought. We got rid of, Dele Alli, who was a fan favorite for so long. Like, nobody is now untouchable. So hopefully this fear factor kind of resonates through the entire squad, and they realize that we have to keep our job now.
Yeah, that's
we
what
don't just get to show up to work. We have to work. So,
guys, I just want to quickly interrupt here. I want to bring in something that somebody just posted in a WhatsApp group, one of the WhatsApp groups, in regards to what's going on with the protest currently. And this is just something that was posted by the BBC Sport. It's been a busy day for Tottenham, who have so far signed 2 signings and let Tanguy and Nabele leave. However, that's not the only thing going on at Tottenham at the moment. I'm outside the Tottenham Hotspur training ground, where a group of around 50 protesters are protesting against the club's ownership and board. They say that there is and has been a lack of investment in the playing staff, no accountability, and a focus on the corporate side of football and not the side of Tottenham. as far as the team's concerned. Just shout out to Brian. I know Brian's down there right now. He's maybe not in the best of spirits, hoping for some more numbers. There's a long time to go, buddy. You've been there for a really long time since you got there really early this morning. Hopefully some folks are finishing work now and will start to join you. But your message is getting out. This is on BBC Sport. So this is a place where, where a lot of people are going to see it. A lot of people are going to read it. Of course, the numbers aren't as good, but the social media presence and the fact that people are talking about this is something that you should be proud of. And just make sure, keep doing what you're doing, buddy. We understand the frustration, and many of us wish we could be there that aren't able to, and those that are with you in spirit. So keep your head held high and try to push through as much as possible. It's a difficult day for everybody, especially just generally from a Spurs perspective is always a difficult day. But when you're down there trying to do what Brian is doing and what everybody else who's down there with him doing, you're putting yourself out on the line, and it's a risk, and it takes a big man to back up the things that he said he was going to do, and to do it with aplomb like he's been doing. So shout out to Brian for that, and hopefully this will help a little bit with you, and knowing that your message is getting to the right places. BBC Sports that's gonna go across the planet. So just wanted to get that in and make sure that he knows that's what's happening, and that his message is getting out there.
But Ireland, you touched on this the other day when you said it doesn't matter if one person's at the protest or 5 people show up. It's how many people does the message get to? If this, through what you boys are all doing through your collective social media, this YouTube channel, the Twitter, and everything else that I don't know how to use, this messaging is getting out there. You boys are being successful. And like you said, even if all of us can get to 2 people, and those 2 people get to 2 people, and those 2 people, we all know that ripple effect, that chain reaction thing. So, God bless Dagul. I know he knows that we're all supporting him, and I'm sure he knows that we all, if we could be there, would be standing beside him. Unfortunately, we are in different parts of the world, and you guys are in different parts of England and everything, and everybody's got other commitments, and it's hard to be there on a Monday evening. But like you said, I hope the people that are finishing up work now get over there and make a little bit of noise and show their displeasure, because if we don't unite in voice now, then we're going to continuously fall on deaf ears that will not give us the results that we crave. It's just going to be the norm. We're going to have to accept it.
Yeah, 100%.
Also, I just want to say
there's 2 things actually. There's one. So hold on a second. So apparently there's more reports coming out of Spain now that Villarreal have been trying to free up a place. They were actually on the verge of trying to terminate a contract of one of their players to free up a place in the squad for Lo Celso, and it looks like they've done that. And it looks like that he's potentially going to be arriving on loan until June with a purchase option to buy. And that's going to be coming out a lot more soon. So it looks like that one could be done as well.
There's an official announcement from Tottenham Hotspur that has joined the Liga side Valencia FCF on loan until the end of the season.
That's for Brian Hill, but I was talking about Lo Celso.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yep.
Sorry, yeah,
another breaking news.
Yeah, that's Brian Hill. Brian Hill's actually officially left for a loan, and Lo Celso looks like he's going as well. And before we say anything else, I just want to bring in this wonderful man into this show. So I know he's a deluded man, but I love him. But let's bring in Mr. Sean Butler.
Sean Butler.
The man with the chair.
Welcome to the channel.
Thank you, Brian. How are you guys?
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Working through the day, How about yourself?
I'm guessing I feel a little bit better than most of you guys do today.
Adam does. Adam William Cahill does.
No. AWC is in a similar scenario as you. I'm probably somewhere.
I'm in great form.
I'm probably in somewhere in between the rest of these guys and you guys. I'm pretty positive. So I'm not deluded positive, but I'm positive nonetheless.
I am not alone.
I am here with you.
That was cool. Well, let's get your thoughts then. If you're super positive, because we need some of that. We need some of that balance. So let's hear it.
Well, I've always been a glass half full kind of guy. I always trying to be with the Levy stuff. I don't agree. Listen, I know this channel is 99% Levy out, and I guess that staunchly, right? I'm not. I never have been. I look at it with more of a different lens, and I certainly understand and agree frustrations. But I think that the Levy out brigade generally, in my opinion, not everybody, but some parts of that troop, they sweep relevant factors under the rug as buts, and they get back to the things that they consider more important. And I'm come from a background of of business and finance, and I I have a different lens. I respect everyone's opinion. I massively admire and respect Brian Dagul and everybody who's at the training ground. I think the right to protest is sacrosanct, and I think that they should do it. If that's how they feel, they should do it, right? And whether it's 5 people that turn up or 5,000, the one thing I would say is that the people that have got enough energy and passion about Tottenham Hotspur to spend their days either in channels like this or watching channels like this in the comments, you could put that on the passion level in the 0.1% of the Tottenham fans around the world. However big the Tottenham community is, whether it's 5 million, 10 million, whatever it is, the 0.1% of the people that you see, the names you see on these channels and in the comments all the time. And so when you have a topic like Daniel Levy or Enoch out as a concept, you're going to get the most vocal, the most echo chamberish type of thing coming from the people that are most passionate, the 0.1%. The other 99.9 who have got jobs, who treat Tottenham as they're a fan, but it doesn't mean life or death to them. And so I don't think it matters to Brian. It shouldn't matter to you guys whether there's 5 people at the ground today or 5,000, right? Because there's people on this channel who are more passionate than people that live 5 minutes away, because they spend the days listening to you guys talk. So I respect and admire what they're doing, but I do think on this occasion, everyone shot from the hip. Everyone didn't wait until the end of the transfer window. And right now, I think personally that here's my summary so far. I think that Daniel Levy has stepped back and let Paratici do things, agreed to deals that he would never have done without Paratici. There's absolutely no way that Daniel Levy would have agreed to a free transfer for Dele Alli pending a 20 appearance fee, or 20 appearances before a fee. That sort of thing would never have happened absent Paratici, and it never would have happened absent Paratici convincing Daniel Levy or the Levy out brigade leaning on Paratici and leaning on Levy to say, let someone who knows football do the football stuff. So I think that there's lots of things that are coming out today that are not just signings in, signings out, but there's a narrative that's emerging that to me should be something that is welcomed by all, which is Daniel Levy is stepping back and allowing Paratici to make things happen. Whether you call it spinning plates or he's cooking some things up, I think it should be welcomed by everybody, from Brian Dagul through to me, through to anyone on the spectrum. There's things that are happening that are positive for Tottenham. And the last thing I'll say is that I personally I'm super happy by Kulusevski. I think he's an absolute worldie. Bentancur, I think, will offer value that we don't have in the 3 or 4 players that we're moving out. And I would hope that everybody, Levy in or Levy out, can at least acknowledge that there's something different about this last couple of days that shows to me that Daniel Levy at least is thinking, I'm going to step back and let someone who knows football take over the football decisions, and whether it works out or not. But
the only thing I would counter with that is I agree with everything you said. I'm actually, I run this channel with Brian. I'm probably similar to you in the from the positive sense. Like I generally come at things from a sort of positive framework is similar to you. So I think this has been a reasonably good window. I said from the beginning of the window that I want to see players out that need to leave, which I think, we'd agree the 3 that are likely gone. And maybe the Brian Hill loan is one that is unfortunate. It didn't work out for him. I would like to have seen that done a bit differently. But the other 3 players, the Celso, Tanguy, and Dele, very, very positive. I think the biggest issue that most people have, and I think that would probably go around the horn on this, and they'd all agree, is that how long it took to get this stuff done. And the fact that we had other players who arguably would have been better for the squad. Arguably, I mean, you could just point that out statistically and what they had done for the clubs they're at. That would have been better to have brought in had we got the job done efficiently, quickly, like most other clubs who are serious about their targets do. That to me is still Daniel Levy in the background saying, no, we don't want to spend the money. Now, if it isn't, I hold my hands up. But it does follow the pattern from what we've seen in previous windows that it all gets done the last day. That's what we've experienced again. Everything got done the last day. That isn't, for most fans, we'd rather have seen these players come in 2-3 weeks ago. And like I think Bobby said it earlier, that those players bet in, or maybe it was Al, I'm not sure, but those players bet in, and you understand what you have for a couple of weeks while the window's still open, and go, well, maybe we still need to address this position, or you got a sense of it. But instead of we waited till the last day, we don't really know what we're getting 100% because we haven't had a chance to see them, on the training ground. So I still think that is has Levy written all over it. Again, I could be wrong, but that's what we've seen from Levy previously, and there's no reason to think that's changed. Having said that, when it comes to the players we're getting and the types of deals we're doing, I agree, those are different, and they do seem like look different than what Levy would have done in the past. So I think you're getting a little bit of both, and I think that's more of like from a balanced perspective. I think that's accurate in saying that some of what you said is true, and some of what people are still angry about is true as well.
I agree.
Do you know what, Sean? Actually, even as a staunch Levy outer, I actually agree with you. Joe, I do think that Levy is actually taking a step back, at least with these two transfers, and I think he let Paratici finally work his magic. I think he kind of took his foot off the pedal a bit. And if that's the case, I may want him out of the club and I may not like him, but I'm able to give a man credit where it's due, and I will give Levy credit for doing that. And for say, fine, I brought you in as a director of football, so I'm going to let you go off and do like what a director of football is supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And actually, sorry, Brian, I hate to take over from you, but I'd actually like to get the rest of the panel's view on this. Like, do they think that's what happened basically? Because
take over, buddy.
We don't know like what's going on behind the scenes. Unfortunately, I mean, I wish we did, but unfortunately, we don't.
Yeah, same.
So I just want to get everyone else's opinion on this. I mean, no offense, Sean, but you basically started. So I will
No. Yeah, I'm
that's
good.
what you want to like.
No,
initiate something else, that of course.
No, I said my piece.
Okay.
I said my piece. Good.
And what you think, man?
What do I think?
Yeah.
The actual proper counter coming in. Proper counter coming in.
It's Brian Dagul Mark too.
Yeah. I think everyone knows how I feel, and I still feel that again it is. I'll be honest. I agree with what Sean and Brian have both said. I think to an extent, maybe in the last couple of days, he's taken his foot off the gas a bit and let the man do his job, because if he didn't, we would be in such a fucking mess that we wouldn't have got rid of those players and we wouldn't have signed the two players that we signed, right?
Yep.
That's what I think. But again, it is his fault for doing what he did at the beginning of the window. And when we actually wanted to go for the first targets, he was messing around with money again, or whether he was playing around doing the same Daniel Levy shit that he always does. And he puts in a low blow offer and tries to haggle for weeks, and then other clubs come in and get the players that we wanted, and that's been happening for years now. Everyone, I think for me, the best business that we've done is getting out those toxic players. And I know I've spoken about this before. You came on, Sean, that a lot of these players were kind of bit part players. They played one every 5 games, maybe as a bench warmer or something like that. But yeah, I just think Bentancur probably does improve our midfield and give us options that we don't have, but it's not going to be a drastic improvement in the midfield. He is still a defensive-minded player, but he is more forward-thinking than the other 3 midfielders that we have left at the club. So we have to wait and see how he adapts to the Premier League, how he takes it, because again, the Italian league is very different to the Premier League, and same for Kulusevski, right? He's got all this potential. Can he do it in the Premier League? We have to wait and see. And yeah, look, I keep saying this. Like, if our players can stay fit, we've got a very, very good chance of getting into the top 4, and it's purely because of the pure shit level of the teams around us that are competing for that top 4 position.
Yeah, they've dropped
right?
back. They've dropped back, haven't they?
They've dropped back. Man United are kind of up and down. They're kind of winning, losing, drawing. You don't know what you're getting with them. At the moment with Conte, we seem to be very hard to beat, and we only got beaten by the European champions because we just have this mental block on Chelsea. And we have to wait and see how we do against the other top teams when we come up against them the rest of the season, and how we can cope with injuries. But look, we have now, all we can do now, the transfer window's closing. I think our business is done. I think there's nothing else going to happen. Lo Celso will probably be confirmed soon to be out the club, and I'd be very shocked if we sign someone else. But we have to now wait until the summer, and we have to see basically what happens, where we finish in the table and what their plans are for the summer. So I think that's when you can really judge Daniel Levy. As much as I hate the man, in terms of what he does for transfers at this club, and his ambition for me clearly shows that he's not an ambitious manager to go owner to go and win trophies, because.
True.
And I say that because every time he talks about what the ambitions are, he always says, and it's evidently clear and it's factually clear that he says we want to improve the team and have the best chance possible to fight. Right? That's all he ever says. Right? He never says we want to win the Premier League, we want to win the FA Cup, we want to win this. Right? And that's because he doesn't want to do that. Because for me, in my opinion, he only wants to solidify that top 4 position so we have the constant money in, and then hope that by luck we get someone like Conte who can get these players to go and just about win a cup or go and challenge for a trophy. But he will never ever, in my opinion, I don't think he'll ever do what like a Liverpool would do, or go and spend £60 million on a player. Like I know he did it with Ndombele, right? And that was
like
a
an
bad
Everton have done.
Right? Or like Everton, but Everton have had even worse recruiting than us.
No,
right?
that's what I'm saying, bro. Throwing money doesn't solve the problem.
It doesn't. No, you're right. It doesn't. But I'm saying the players that we have been linked to and have got in for, if we actually got through those deals, we could be sitting here with Bruno Fernandes. We could be sitting. Imagine Bruno Fernandes, Harry Kane. That's what I'm saying. We could have but even that. Bruno Fernandes was the Eriksen replacement. He's exactly the type of player Eriksen is, right?
I know.
He would have been absolutely perfect with Son and Kane. It
No
would
one
have
knew
been
that.
a
No one knew
fucking
that
dream.
at the time, mate. No one knew that at the time.
Yeah, but
mate.
he was so good in that league. He made that league look shit, right? That's why people wanted him. And Daniel Levy messed around for money, for £5-10 million, whatever it was. And it's evident because the reason why we didn't go for him is because he didn't want to sell Eriksen in that summer. When we got offered for him, he wanted more money than what he was actually worth.
Guys,
and
we got some breaking news.
I love that. It's amazing.
It's official, apparently, from Fabrizio Romano. It's also on Villarreal. Done deal. Total agreement reached between Villarreal and Tottenham. Just wanted to post that up there with
Giolo shit show.
That's what I call it as well.
Nightmare.
Giolo shit show.
Yeah, one of the worst transfers. I mean, he just so poor.
So this is my point, right? This is my point. I was
there. Sorry. I'm gonna sign off. I don't think your viewers want to watch me make lunch for the kids here.
All right, Bobby. Feel free to hop on if you want later. We'll be kicking around for the day. So
pleasure, Bobby.
I have to work now, so I'll check in with you guys tomorrow now. But pleasure meeting all of you.
Cheers, Bobby.
Keep up the great work. Let's just get back to being a football club, right? And of course, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Look, I just want to add, right, to that to Lo Celso, right? You just said Lo Celso is one of our worst players we signed. Lo Celso was brought in as the alternate to Bruno Fernandes.
Oh,
right?
I know.
Because he was the cheaper option, right? And this is my fucking problem with this owner. Just go and get the fucking better talent and pay the money, and you'll get more rewards in everything related to Tottenham. Financials, money, merchandising, Champions League money. It's just fucking, it's a no-brainer in business.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and it's poor management.
I just want to point out one little factor, right? 6 months ago, when people were making the Bruno Fernandes claim, we went in for Fernandes, went in for Bruno, came out with Gedson, right? But there was somebody else's name that was also often mentioned at the same thing. It wasn't just Bruno as the number one example. There was also Jack Grealish as the other example, right? And the problem I always have is people will always take the obvious shout, the obvious claim of playing Monday morning quarterback and say, look what we could have had and look how it fucked up. But everyone went quiet around Jack Grealish when, first of all, it was pointed out that back when Aston Villa were in the Championship and Tottenham, Daniel Levy didn't want to pay the 20 million or 25 million. We bid 20, didn't pay 25. No one wants to remember the fact that there was 19 other Premier League clubs and none of them paid 25 million, right? But when Jack Grealish was doing wonders for Aston Villa for the last 6 years, everyone always called, Jack Grealish could have been the next, blah, blah, blah. He could have been the next Son. He could have been this, that, and the other. and now he's gone to Manchester City for £100 million.
Yeah, that's insane.
And he's the next Dele Alli. The guy cares more about. He's next David Bentley. He cares more about his hair than he does about how well he plays. But no one mentions him anymore because everyone now knows that playing Monday morning quarterback doesn't work with the Jack Grealish conversation. It might still work with Bruno Fernandes, but it doesn't work with Jack Grealish. So when everyone used to say, "Oh, what happened to Bruno? What happened to Jack?" Suddenly they're not mentioning Jack. You know,
right.
if Bruno goes off the
do you know
ball,
what?
They'll stop mentioning Bruno as well.
I understand you, right? Before Dagul comes on, I understand you, but with the Grealish thing, right? He was a Poch player, perfection for Poch, right? In that summer, we didn't sign. It was the first summer we became the first English club not to sign a player in a summer window, right? Right. That was the window we could have got the one player he wanted. He wanted Grealish. If we had got Grealish, he would have been that competition for Dele, right? And
we paid off £150 million in a loan that year.
No, but we could have got him, Sean. We could have got him. You know that we could have got him. There's no excuses why we didn't go and sign a player.
There are excuses. They're not excuses.
No, there isn't.
There's explanations. There's a difference between an excuse and an explanation. There's an explanation why we didn't pay that money.
The club could have done it. They could have done it. They could have gone and got Grealish if they wanted to. The reason why they didn't is because they didn't want to pay the extra money to go and get him. But yeah, go on.
I'll shut up.
Sorry, guys. I just got to point out that it's a little bit of a moot point if we consider that, you know, if we're going to accept the kind of moral maxim that if someone repents and changes their ways, then we let bygones be bygones. Levy has gotten in Paratici to do the work now, and it seems as though he's the one that's doing everything in terms of like the buying and the selling. So Levy has a lot of things that we can lay on his shoulders, but I think as far as the football management side of things are concerned, we should probably just leave that as like ancient history and look at the way Paratici works and how things go forward with him. Do you know what I mean? Because I think Levy has literally, as far as the football is concerned, taken the hands off the reins.
But the issue, Adam, for people who want Levy out is that the reins that he needs to take his hands off is the money being spent.
Yeah,
and that's the issue is when
I just mean in terms of the transfers.
Yeah, but when we have the option to take the right player in the right moment, he's still holding the purse string, which is the thing that's stopping us from getting those players over the line. So Paratici can have all the fun he wants with scouting and all the phone calls he's going to make, but if he doesn't get to do the deal because Levy still is in control of whether that deal gets done or not, then it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Can I quickly ask you, Brian, which of the deals this summer or this winter that didn't happen do you think were down to money?
Probably the Luis Diaz one, I would say, the Traore one. Also, really? 7 million difference between what Barca played and what we were willing to pay. Yeah, so both of those deals were financial. I think maybe the Diaz got 7 million more as well than what we were offering. I think he was 10 million off the asking price for Diaz and wasn't going to budge. So it's about the money at that point, isn't it? Isn't that kind of the point?
Well, no, that you're speculating that. So the idea is that Tottenham eventually agreed a deal with Wolves, but he went to Barcelona. And the argument that the Levy out guys are saying is, well, had we paid the initial price early enough, that Barcelona wouldn't have been there earlier, so therefore we could have had him, right? And I don't think that's the way that football works. I think that the agent of Adama Traore, the second that a realistic bid comes in, it's the job of an
You just said the words realistic bid. So why aren't we giving him a realistic bid in the first place?
But we did in the end, right? We did. We
did but in the first place, and that's the point. They wait too long. Another team comes in and they take your transfer from you because you didn't spend the money.
But what I'm positing is that it wouldn't matter whether it was the first day of the window or the last day of the window. Had Barcelona came in and matched the bid, that Adama didn't choose Barcelona over Tottenham for any other reason other than he wanted to play for Barcelona more than Tottenham. And the same with Diaz. Like, as much as we would all probably, if we were footballers because of our love of Tottenham, we would all ultimately choose Liverpool or Barcelona. Oh, sorry, we would choose Tottenham over them. But for players that are not in that that don't have that same relationship.
An ambitious owner and an ambitious club gets the deal done before anybody has an opportunity to try to steal it away from you.
I don't agree with that. See, I think the role of an agent is to shop around, get the best, Tottenham have made a
So
bid.
are you telling me there was no other team that came in for Coutinho at Villa, but because they got their job done quickly, that Coutinho...
No, Tottenham came in. This is a fact. Tottenham came in for Coutinho. Coutinho decided to turn down Tottenham in the summer to come to Aston Villa to play for Steven Gerrard, right? So that's out there.
Well, no.
Hang on, sorry, Brian. I'll finish my point quickly. I think that the one overriding example where I think an absolute superstar has gone to a team for a reasonable price that we could have, and a lot of other teams could have matched, is Grameresh to Newcastle. And I don't understand why there was no noise about Tottenham bidding, but there was no noise about anybody else bidding. And that's the one outlier this window that to me is a weird one, the anomaly, because it was literally nothing. Newcastle bid, done, here we go. But for the rest of them, I don't think it matters when the bid comes in. The job of an agent is to shop around to find the best club.
But then okay, it's just let me say this point, then we'll get Dagul in. But my point being is if you undervalue the player and what the club is asking for, they're not going to take your bid seriously, and so it does come down to that financial pressure. If you go to Wolves and Wolves say we want 20 million, and you go, how about 19? They'll we'll do 19. There's a bit of a it's a cut price, but it's close enough to the valuation what the club thinks the value of the player is. If you go in at 15 million, which is what Spurs did, at 15 million, and you say no for long enough, it doesn't matter. First of all, as you said, the agent specifically themselves is probably going to say they're not serious. Let's look for other clubs.
I agree with that point.
That is a financial decision being made that is inappropriate to get the player in, and that happens a lot. And that happens to Tottenham a lot because we sit on a deal.
This has been
don't
happening
offer the right
over the
amount of
years.
money. Sorry, Rajiv, let me just finish and I'll get to you. We sit on a deal and not offer the right amount of money, and we give the space for other clubs to come in and the length of time for them to come in to hijack the deal, and that's what happened in both of those situations.
I'll take your point there for sure.
Rajiv, you wanted to add something, and then we're going to go to Brian because he's been waiting.
This has been happening over the years. We try to save some bugs, and then it for a long time, and then somebody else comes and just hijacks the player, and then we are done. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajiv. Brian, let's get to you, buddy. You've been sitting there for a while, been patient. How are you?
I'm over the bloody moon, zippity goddamn doodah.
Hi, Brian.
What's up, Sean? I can see is that Will Stewart on here as well.
Yeah, Will's with us. He hasn't shown his face
Will,
yet.
stop being negative, mate.
He just got here, so we're going to get Will's opinions.
Yeah, it's cool. It's good to see. Well, listen, once again, people are forgetting this window. What does this say to Harry Kane? Because when June comes round, the door will knock. I could see Adam William Cahill when I was interviewing him after Chelsea. We're going to get 3, 4, 5, or 3 or 4 top players in. Don't worry, we're at the will. This is going to happen. It's not a part. Adam was right to have his opinion, but I said it. And here we are, Twiddle Your Thumbs FC, standing here, freezing my mate. This club is just. I don't even know what to say about this club anymore. I just honestly don't know how we go forward. I don't know what we do. I just listen. Grealish first of all could have come. Coutinho we could have had under Pochettino, and he wanted to come because he managed Pochettino when he was at Espanyol, and he really wanted to come. We wouldn't pay the money. Fuck, I don't know if you know that, but we don't tend to pay some money. But he went to Bayern Munich. I mean, we'll go through the list. It just goes on and on and on. And Sean's right to a point with what he's saying. But the thing is, Brian Ireland is bang on the money. If other teams wanted other players, well, at least force their hand and say, right, you wanted this money. We've offered it to you, so we are going to at least speak to you. And if you turn us down, there's concrete bid that was officially made, officially accepted by the club, and we started speaking. If you're going to move, if the player wanted to go to Liverpool, fine. If Adama Traore wanted to go to Barcelona, fine. But pay the money to see if you can entice them. Accept what the club are saying, put that money in, and then if the player says, no, I want to go elsewhere, you tried your best. You did not undercut them. You did not play fucking let's play haggling. We just... Don't go in for low balls to alert teams. Oh, Spurs are in for this player because they bid 25 million under their value. Well, let's get a wriggle on and show them how it's done by offering the money and getting it done. And it doesn't have to be 25 million. It can be 5 million. It can be 2 million. If you're going to try and entice a player and you're serious about it, offer the money the club wants or a little bit lower, not these ridiculous wages offers, and then let the player talk to the club. Let the player be able to talk to the club. And then if he turns us down, then you can say, okay, we offered what we could. Like I said, with Dusan Vlahovic, if he had demanded 300,000, I don't want him because we ain't going to pay that. And he don't deserve to be higher than Kane. There's no way. But at least put in the money so the club accept it and the club can say Tottenham have had a bid accepted like all these other clubs do that buy players. And then if the player turns it down, the player turns it down. Not, oh, we don't know, the player wanted to move to a bigger club. We never gave him the opportunity to choose us because we never offered the money for us to speak to him. We are pathetic. Pathetic.
Hey, chaps, do you mind? Are you guys going to be on the stream for the foreseeable?
Yeah, we're here until the window closes. So you're welcome to hop in and out, mate.
Yeah,
absolutely.
if it's okay with you, I'm going to have some dinner and I'll chime back in. Yeah,
sounds good. Sounds good.
Thanks for having me on though.
Sure, Sean. Yeah, no worries, mate. It's a pleasure. Will Stewart's with us. Will, can you want to show yourself? Say hello. Or are you in front of your camera, or should we move on?
Get a camera on, mate.
Oh, he's left.
And he's gone.
I'm going to do the same. I'm sure you guys are having a great show. Well done to 159, 160 that are watching. Thank you for all your support and everything. I just don't know where we go from here. I'm literally here once again, putting everything on the line, trying. Yeah.
How many people are there now?
Not people are dwindling now, but there's more people coming. But
I'll probably
there's about 25 of us at the moment.
I'll be down a little bit as well.
There's 25 of us at the moment. BBC are going live again at 6:30 with us. They recorded Rez and Josh, Tottenham guy. I think they're going live at 6:30. I don't know, mate. Let's hope we sign some play. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, you know.
By the way, we're all going to.
Brian, we have signed 2 players today. It is official. I don't know if you know that or not. If you're
Yep, we know. But don't worry, mate. The more chance of us signing players, all of us are going to win the lottery all around the world with all different numbers. But somehow we're going to win it all. That's the chances of us signing new players. This club is done. This club is done. It's pathetic. And like I said, Barry, and Barry Booth, they're going live. Believe me, I'm in no mood, and I know. And the people that would have seen me on the Irish Hotspur when I lost my shit, and I apologise because I was ashamed of myself. I ain't risking it. I might be in the background, but I ain't going on live because I'm going to do damage to the channel, damage to myself, damage, and it's just not worth it. This fucking club and Daniel the Parasite Levy is not worth me doing a lot of damage to myself. So he can go fuck himself. Keep an eye out, and I look forward to coming back to hear that we've signed some players. Come on, sign some players! Woo-hoo! See you later.
There's Brian. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have his internet working, and he didn't see that we did sign 2 players, but that's fine. I think Bry's caught up in his own sort of, and I understand why, because he's put a lot into this, and he's not getting the local support of the people showing up that said they're going to show up, and I think that's probably really disappointing for him, and I understand that. And just want to remind him, and of course everybody who's in the comments, who's been in the comments.
Do you know what, Brian? I don't even
support
think it's that, mate. I don't even think it's that. It's not even that. It's just the fact that how this club runs this club. He's just so passionate about this club, and he's just fed up of the way that all these deals over the years just keep happening, and it's like a few million here, a few million there every single time.
No, I get that. It's
draining.
No, there's definitely an element of what Brian is saying is totally true though, because
there is.
I spoke to him about it already. So like offline, I spoke to him. I know what he's.
I know. So did I.
This guy's been standing out. That was the kind of aggression of a man who's been standing outside in the cold all day. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. And disappointed with his club at the moment, which is I'm not saying he doesn't have every right to feel that way, and I feel for him, and I feel some of that as well. So there's a lot of frustration being a Spurs fan, but I do think that there's an escalation to being at the ground, things not getting done the way you want, and then having this entire week and a half that he's spent, trying to galvanize our fan base and getting people down there to join him, and to have 25 people, and for him to look around, he's probably feeling like he's not succeeded, even though, again, like we've said, the reach on the internet, on social media has been incredible. So Barry, you want to add something, mate? Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. So from the other week when we were there and there was 4 of us, or 4, then 6, then 8, there was up to 50 there. I'm sure there's going to be more. like I said, Brian doesn't need to feel defeatist, because what's happened is it's then got into the papers, like you said, and into the BBC website. 90,000 people are viewing that page. So what he's actually achieved is he should be really, really proud of, because I don't want him to sit there and think that he's failed, because he hasn't. And that, absolutely he's not failed. Danny, I can still see that bloody trainer, so can you move it?
Even in the dark.
Even in the dark, I can still see it hanging out there. And also, just to go back on kind of what we were saying about Grealish and the way the club's run, right? So the deal was agreed with Grealish, and Levy tried stiffing Villa because they had money troubles, right?
Yeah.
He thought they'd be desperate. The takeover then happened, and then that's what got blown out of the water. He was trying to be clever. He tried to save 5 million. And then thinking that, Villa were going to go, it's Tottenham, we're going to take 20 million off them. And then we got stiffed because of Levy, in the same way Danny was saying about what he was doing. And also, Sean, when you come back on, mate, can you change your shirt? Because you shouldn't have a red shirt on, mate. I just wanted to, I don't know whether anyone else knows he was wearing a red shirt.
Yeah, don't do red.
I think it was burgundy, so it wasn't as offensive.
Still the wrong shade, though, Brian. Still the wrong shade.
Yeah. Hey, don't get me wrong. I was squirming for some reason. I wasn't quite sure what, but now that it's been pointed out by Barry, I completely understand. Yeah, I think this it's such an emotional thing, being a fan of a football club, and of course Spurs is a roller coaster of emotions all the time, and you're always up and down. And the transfer window from the beginning of this season, I said the January transfer window, especially when Conte came in, is not going to be fun. People are going to be miserable. People are going to be disappointed. There's going to be a lot of things that people are going to say that they're going to be unhappy about. But I also said that I do think that getting rid of the poison inside the club is going to be the most important thing, and we've done that. I think that needs to be valued a lot. And I know that Adam's pissed, or sorry, that Brian's pissed off, and I understand why. I think with a little bit of post analysis, which we will do, of course, for the next week or so until we see our team play with the new players. I think many fans will come around to say, not to say that they're happy with the window, but that some really good things happened this window, and that we need to accept that, take those in, and then still expect better from our management to do better things in the future. And hopefully these new players have come in, perform for us, and we don't get anybody injured, because like Danny said, we are an injury or two away from finishing 7th or 8th rather than finishing in the top 4. And that is a massive problem, and that is recruitment, and that is Daniel Levy and Paratici's job to ensure that doesn't happen, and they haven't done that. And I think that's where the massive failure is. And I think there's really good things that happened in this window, and some really shitty things so far that have happened in this window.
Well,
if they somehow get another player over the line in the next 5 hours or so, and it's a player we need in the positions we need, I think it's been a great window, like a solid good window, because we've addressed some of that depth. But I think it's going to take
the contrast.
A big player. It's going to take a big player.
I agree with you, Brian. I mean, I agree with you. I think, as we said, as we both said earlier, Paratici and Levy both work on the same hymn sheet.
They do, don't they? Yeah.
Lastminute.com.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I don't know whether we're going to be suffering this every bloody year.
But Paratici pulls triggers, though. I think.
Paratici tries to pull triggers until Levy gets in the way and says, "No, I'm keeping my money," which is what we've seen again. It's like you can say that he pulls triggers, but he pulls a trigger and it's full of blanks. Because
I think it depends. It totally depends on this perspective of your opinion on the players that are brought in. Like for me, again, Kulusevski and Bentancur are exciting prospects. Whereas
I think they are as well. But when did we get them? When did we sign off on them?
Oh yeah.
So when you pull the trigger, it means for me, anyways, from a metaphorical perspective, it means you're going for it quickly. You're going to get the job done.
The same philosophy as Levy in that sense, though. He's going to leave everything till the last minute. I don't think that's actually Levy's fault.
It just looks like Levy because it's the same.
Exactly.
Which again is not good for the club.
Exactly. And I was talking to Brian Dagul on the phone yesterday, and we were both talking about, again, sharing opinions back and forth. And like one of the things he was saying was, even if I was right in terms of the positives on the football pitch with the incomings and outgoings, there's still the problem of Levy with Enoch in charge. We're paying more than any other club for football jerseys. We're paying more than any other club for season tickets. All that stuff, that's all still 100% true. So like, I don't think I would be. I don't think that there's too many people that are in the ENIC in crowd. Do you know what I mean? I agree with an awful lot of what Sean said, but I still think that as far as like everyone can recognize where ENIC are doing things to line their own pockets, and that can't be denied. I hate that I had to pay so much money for my jerseys, and that I'm such a mug that I'll keep doing it every year because I love my team.
Yeah,
I completely agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. I want to share something with you guys real quick that just come up because I think this is. Hang on a sec. Let me just open it real quick. Just take a second. But yeah, I think this is important because this is basically just a breakdown of what our squad looks like with everybody that's just come in. So I'm just going to open it up here. And let me go to screen share. Okay, window. All right, so this is what we're looking at. This was a tweet from somebody there. This is what our squad looks like. So goalkeeper, we've got Lloris and Golini in net. We've got center back Romero, Dyer, Sanchez, Tanganga, Davies, and Rodon. Rodon, who I thought we might see out the door this season or this window, didn't happen. Wing backs, we've got Emerson, Doherty, Reguilon, and Sessignon. Center mid, we've got Højbjerg, Skip, Winks, and Ben. Bantacore. I just don't know how to say his last name. I'm just going to call him Ben. It's easier. Forward is Kane, Son, Bergie, Moore, and Kulu. What do you guys think of that when we're looking at that squad? Of course, I do think it's thin in a couple of areas that we have obviously spoken about already. But going into the season with this fit squad, what do you guys think about that? Does that look good to you?
Can I answer this very quickly because I'm going to shoot off because I need to get ready because I'm going to go down to Brian. I've got my sisters as well. The squad is too thin, right? I've said it before, and Levy.
Nice one. All right.
Quite the exit.
Ads. What are your thoughts, Adam Clarke?
I really don't like the look of that. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't.
What positions are you?
Players like?
What position? What position specifically don't you like? Like, where is the thin? Where are we thin, and why is it problematic?
Okay, this person has labeled it WB, so I can only imagine he meant RB, like right back.
Wing back.
Wing back. Sorry, yeah, never mind. Yeah. I mean,
both sides.
That shows my stupidity. And CM, those, and also FW as well. Like, I mean, it's the usual suspects again. I mean, CB, yeah. I mean, that just is what it is at this point. You know, like we banged on about that for so long. And yeah, at the end, actually, speaking of CB, Rodon, I'm sorry. There's more chance of me like applying to NASA, succeeding, and getting onto the first mission to Mars in the next week than him starting a game anytime soon.
Nice metaphor.
And
that was good.
Sessignon gets injured more times than I eat during the day, and I eat like every 5 minutes. And who else? Okay, so CM. Okay, there's just really a lack of players there. And going back actually to, I think Adam mentioned this earlier, Højbjerg and Skip probably shouldn't be playing together anymore. Like, I think Banta, as this fella here has put him down, as should probably be playing with Skip. But then who are their options for replacing them on the bench? And Winks and Højbjerg, and only them. What happens if any of them get injured? In fact, what happens if anyone in any of these positions, bar maybe centre back, gets injured? Like, I know, not bar centre back, because like, look at goalkeeper. We have only two options there. I mean, in this poor guy who fair play to him for like putting out the squad for us. He's also forgotten that Whiteman existed, and he's in the same category as me. I forgot he existed for a while.
There's Austin as well. We do have more players that are just that because they're so young. They clearly weren't.
Yeah,
considered.
this is the 21 first team players with experience that we know of.
Yeah. So Scarlett should be there too.
Probably gonna have to bring up the under 23s. I mean, like,
so
to do that already.
So let's get the opposite reaction, because I think it will be from Adam William Cahill. When you look at this squad, and again, like I said, you just said, I recognize that there are some younger players who would end up in the squad as well, and it would, you could fill it up to probably 24, 25. It's still kind of short to the 27, 28 you'd expect. What do you think? Do you just sort of go through positions? What are your thoughts on what we're seeing there?
Well, to be realistic, I absolutely believe that we need a player, one new player for every single one of those positions. Every one of them.
And that would fill out the squad, wouldn't it? That would put you at the 25, 26.
Exactly. But obviously, as I say, we have Austin, we have, and that's like, I think Whiteman's gone out on loan, but we still have Austin, as far as I'm aware. We have Dane Scarlett and
Scarlett's
a few
still
others.
there, yeah.
So, I mean, this is when you say that the team is thin, it's only thin when you only put the really senior players there. I
think the idea here, Adam, is that these players are the ones who are likely going to start or have a starting opportunity or option.
Well, only 11 of them. 11 of them are going to start.
Yeah, no, but any one of these could get into the first team if there's an injury in any of those positions. The other player that's in that position will play. The other players that aren't included in this are fringe or young players who would only get in there in that squad if we're desperate. So this is the sort of solid first teamers that no matter what happens will be in the
let's look at the situation that we're in specifically, because if we were still competing in the Carabao Cup and we were still competing in some sort of European situation, even though that was a Mickey Mouse league, I reckon that this would be way too thin, absolutely. But considering all that we're doing now is trying to get fourth spot in the Premier League and potentially go for a decent run in the FA Cup, so we're not actually playing that many games during the week. We'll play 1 to 2 games every week, right? So and these guys are absolute elite players. I'm more concerned about injuries than I am about rotation at this point because of how few competitions we're in. So when you take a look at those players and you look at what formation is going to play, we already talked about that. It's going to be a 3-4-3. We almost, if you play the best of what's on that team, you've got Lloris in goal, Romero, Dyer, Sanchez, or Romero, Dyer, Davis in the back three. The wing backs is definitely the most pertinent issue that we've got. But let's say we play Doherty and Reggie. Reggie is still an incredibly high class player. Then you play either a Skipper or Højbjerg with Bentancur, and then you've got Kane-Son, Bergwijn, or Kane-Son Mora, or Kane-Son Kulu, whoever. That's a
lot of options up top. I think a lot more than people are giving credit for. I think that's a good solid 5.
Absolutely,
that could fit into the top.
Actually,
so I think we have a really strong starting 11. That's the principal thing, and that starting 11 can play most games because of how few games we have left in the season.
Yeah, I want to address something quickly, Alex, before you comment here. Very short up front, 21 players nearly. It says playing twice a week. We will be arguably playing twice a week a lot of weeks because of the postponements. So, despite not necessarily having European football or cup football other than the FA Cup, which
we got to catch up a bit.
Yeah, we've got to catch up quite a bit. I think 3 games in hand on the top. I don't know, whatever. Most of the teams that have played most of their games are.
But who are we going to rotate? Who are we going to rotate more often? It's certainly going to be the CMs and the FWs, and that's where we're strongest. It's not likely that you're going to rotate your centre backs that often, and you don't need to. They're not doing as much running around.
The wing backs, I think, is the biggest rotation in their Conte's football anyway. I think because he actually likes to play the 2 in a game, and so if we do fall short there and we end up with some injuries in that position, we will struggle with what it is that Conte wants to do. Let's bring in Sean back in here as well. And Rajiv's with us as well.
Actually, speaking of
Rajiv, you go ahead, and then I want to check with Barry, Rajiv, and Sean about this specific.
Not just that, Rajiv actually brought up an interesting topic there in the private chat. He was wondering, what about Troy Parrott? Where does he fit?
I think he's gone on loan. He's at MK Dons, right?
He's at MK Dons.
Yeah,
MK Dons, and he played down the road at Wycombe Wanderers, and apparently did nothing on Saturday.
He's another one of those players that's disappointing, young and cocky, and ends up in a scenario where he doesn't.
Apparently.
Yeah,
another Irish flop.
It's very common. Barry, thoughts on this from a squad perspective? Do you think this is we have enough here to finish top 4?
Yeah, I mean, if we're being positive, right, then there's enough there. Like I said earlier, we've got 3 tough games: Liverpool, Man U, and Man City away, right? And every other game we potentially should win, right? If everyone stays fit, then there's no reason, because look, Liverpool and Man City, the top 2 positions are done, but the I still think 3rd and 4th is not done. And trying to be positive rather than thinking of what could, would, should, and everything else. There's absolutely no reason why we can't finish in the top 4 with that squad. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, yeah, my worry, like everyone else's, is Kane's ankle hasn't gone yet.
Maybe it won't now. Maybe he's done that. Hasn't for a while.
Maybe it won't.
Wishful thinking, I know.
Look, Sonny's coming back, and I think part of the injury with that was not just him being injured. I think he had long COVID, and you could tell in the games that he was, absolutely shattered. So I think, yes, it's light, yes, but with those players, there's no reason why we can't finish in the top 4. Yes, it would have been nice to have that marquee blockbuster signing or another signing, but hey, we'll be here again on the 31st of August, which will be again on the 31st of January next year, and we'll just go around in that circle. But I think we need to, now we need to get behind the players. Get behind the team. Conte's lost 1 game, right? So if we lose out of all the rest of the games left, we potentially we can lose 3 or 4. And if we lose those 3 or 4, and it's those 3 games I've mentioned, then there's a fairly good chance we could be in the top 4 with that side. So I guess if Man U start firing, it'll be a serious problem.
There's no reason to think they're going to, though. I
don't think they're going to. At the end of the day, obviously, we've seen what's happened allegedly yesterday with
pretty ugly stuff.
Which is why Lingard hasn't been let go or been allowed to go 100%. That's the final,
absolutely.
But they have more players out than in now as well.
And they just haven't been playing good football under the new manager. He's not really a manager; he's a director of football, and it just seems like they're not firing. I think if any team goes on a run in that scenario of the West Hams, the Spurs, the Arsenal, the Man U, if any one of those 4 teams goes on a run, they're going to get top 4. If it's just a minor run of winning 4 or 5 games in a row, and any of the other teams dropping points, that team if it goes on a run will do it. Do Man United have that ability to do that? Sure they do. Do Arsenal? Sure they do. Do West Ham? Yeah, of course they do. Do Spurs? 100%. Any one of those 4 teams goes on a run, I think we have a better chance of that run because of the games we have left, like you mentioned, Barry. I think it's an important point.
And I think one thing we failed to mention, and we should all be probably laughing at, is Aubameyang doing a Peter Odemwingie and turning up at Barcelona like he did at QPR.
Did he really?
And then Arsenal
was like, sign me.
Yeah, Arsenal.
That deal fell through though.
Why he's there? Because the deal's not been done. And then there was a tweet saying there's serious doubt of the deal with Aubameyang to Barcelona because of financials. So it's just quite funny that he's taken himself over there, giving it the big one. I'm in Barcelona, and then that's not going to, So let's go back to, I guess, what we do best and laughing at Arsenal and making us, look
feel less silly about our business.
Exactly.
For sure. I don't know if Alan Harris is with us. Al, are you with us, or are you having lunch? I think he might be having lunch, so I'm going to just pull him out of the stream until I see him again. Rajiv, did you have any comments about this starting or this 21-man squad?
Yeah, the most serious thing is I just hope Lloris stays fit until the end of the season.
It's a big one, isn't it? Yeah.
That is the last thing you want, is for him to get injured, and then we are not very good, but okay, here and then we could manage. Hopefully, Romero comes back and he clicks. He plays his A game, and then of course we have all the Kane, Son, Mora, everybody.
That top 5 is
that
top 5 is solid. Like when it comes to attacking.
Only thing is Romero should put in a good shift and Lloris should stay fit. That is the only concern.
Good shout, Rajiv. I agree. I think the Lloris one is key. He has been, arguably one of our best players this season, and always goes under the radar and always never gets as much props as he deserves because he saves our ass on a regular basis. Is his distribution great? Not so much. But does it need to be in the system we're playing? Not so much. Let's get to Sean. Sean, you're looking at this. Welcome back after your lunch. Thoughts on this squad and what we're looking at, and how do you feel about it? Where are we missing? Players, and what would you like to see?
We're not happy with the red shirt, by the way.
It is a Keswick dinner jacket, so he's okay to wear it.
It's also technically black as well, so it doesn't really count.
I've been on 3 panels today, and everyone has mentioned the shirt. I do apologize.
you haven't changed it. You just went for lunch. Come on.
No, sometimes you got to double down. I was having a red cravat on just to piss people off.
Trolling.
In terms of the squad, look, in terms of the whole Lloris Galini thing, 100% there's a risk there. How often does a goalkeeper get injured? You'd argue not as much as any other player. And I think that sometimes you just have to have a tolerance to risk. you could make the argument that you should have 3 or 4 goalkeepers just in case the first 3 get injured. So I think that's a reasonable risk to make. Golini hasn't blown us away, and there's definitely worries there, but we do need to fix that position in the summer. But it's not a priority, it hasn't been a priority in January, so you have to kind of tolerate some risk at that point. What I would argue, though, I definitely agree with you, Brian, that the forward line looks superb and comparable, if not better than the vast majority of people we're trying to compete with. Where I feel like now there's an argument is, maybe we've gone from top heavy in center midfield where we had too many players that we didn't want, and there's an argument to make that we maybe got rid of, one too many of those players, even though I think we're all happy that those names are gone, at least temporarily. Now that we've got rid of Dele Alli and Lo Celso and Dembele, I'm now no longer so agreeable to getting rid of Hill. Because one injury to any one of those 4, and we're threadbare again, and 2 injuries, and we've got a lot of games. We've still got 18 to maybe 20 games to come in the league, and the cup. And so, you made the argument. Everyone makes the argument. Højbjerg's form only dips because he's overworked. Well, he's going to be worked even more now. Because God forbid Harry Winks or Skip or the new fella gets injured, then Højbjerg's not going to have a breather. So. I don't know if any of the front 5 could drop in. Maybe Kulusevski can drop back and do a job in midfield. Maybe Kane, if pushed, can do it. But I think that now, all of a sudden, we've gone from being top heavy with dross we didn't need to getting rid of maybe one player too many from our midfield options. And
I think Sean, I think that's the thing that many of us are worried about when it comes to the depth of the squad. When you remove, like you just said, 3 players, creative players, especially creative players that were supposed to play a 10. And I know that we don't play a 10 currently, so it's not necessarily the focus. I think what we need to think about is, where is that creativity going to come from now? Is it Bentancur from that deep lying position? And is that where we're going to see those the dictation of a game happening? Because it wasn't happening from those.
I would imagine Kulusevski is not going to be as forward as people think. When I've seen him play for Juve, I think from what I've seen of him, I think he has the ability to he looks like
sit in behind a pair kind of thing.
And I also think he could manage the more creative, like a Christian Eriksen type of role.
Yeah, he's a great passer of the ball.
Amazing passer, 2-footed. He's got, like, if you watch his passes in depth, his passes are not just accurate in line, but in length. The weight on them are sublime with both feet. So this is why I'm so excited about the guy. He was my top pick back in November. I think he's a fantastic player, but people think of him as a forward player. I think he could do it. I think he could be a utility player, like a cricketer all-rounder that can sit into many different positions. So, but I am still, to your point, Brian, I am concerned a little bit about. We've only got 4 names.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier. I think it would be really nice to see one more player come in that is that player, like a Paulo Dybala. That would be epic, because that would address that, and it would be a big marquee signing. Now, do we see that happening in the next 4.5 hours? Probably not.
Probably not.
But so, Alan, I'm going to get to you, Alan, before we move on from this part of the show. Looking at this squad here, this is the 21-man squad. Of course, there's youth is not included in this, and we've sort of gone over this a little bit. But this is kind of like what you would think would make first team if we had injuries. Any one of these players could get in to that first 11. What are your thoughts on it?
Right. I think it's strong enough, providing we don't get injuries. An injury to Loris, season over. Romero has just come back from a dodgy hamstring. If we all remember, go back to Toby. He hardly played again that season because he had a similar tear in his hamstring. So the midfield, they're mainly all most of them are defensive. But if we don't get injuries, I can see us getting top 4. If we get any injuries to any key players,
it's the key injuries, isn't it, Alan?
Yeah, it's the key injuries. Yeah. I'm not being funny. I'm going back in history again here. One of our best runs we had under Poch as a team, I think it was like 7 wins, and we ended up having a 13-game unbeaten run. Kane was actually injured for 7 or 8 of them. So it can work, but providing Conte can get that same sort of system going,
I think he can. I mean, he's playing a 3-4-3.
Yeah.
So if he plays three off the top, you can take Son out of it. We knew that at the beginning of the season when under Nuno, we actually played quite well without Kane in that 3 in a 4-3-3, which I think is a bit different than the 3-4-3. But yeah, sorry, Alan. I just wanted to add that.
Oh no, Brian, that's okay. As I say, I think it's strong enough, but like as you said 2 or 3 minutes ago, one, possibly 2 more key signings, and I would be excited.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, as I say, going back in history, when I've been supporting Spurs for 50 years, and I can never remember, and I spent a lot of those years going to see Spurs week in, week out, but I don't remember the excitement I had with Pot when we had Poch. I was actually looking forward to the game next week. You know, how long is it before next week? You know, it was. I'm 57 years old, and I was acting like a kid, waiting for that next game. And Mourinho killed it for me. Mourinho killed a lot of passion for me.
Did that to a lot of people, I think.
Yeah.
I just sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I just need to pop off for a few minutes and have some tea because I'm starving.
Yeah. Take a break, mate. Take a break. I'll manage.
I'll be back as soon as I can. That's all right.
Yep. No worries, man.
All right, see you soon.
Cheers.
See you in a bit, bro.
I mean, Sean, right? We've never met. We've never crossed paths. I've seen you on a couple. I've seen you on a couple of streams.
Likewise.
Right. At the end of the day, I mean, don't get me wrong. If you'd asked me on the 31st of December, was I ENIC in or ENIC out? I was mostly more towards your side. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I have seen the good things. Yeah. I've argued with many people. He's done this, he's done that. We couldn't afford to do this while he was doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I've seen it. But what's hurt me more so much this month, and perhaps it might be because of Paratici's way of working, I don't know. But what I've seen this month is I think we should have been able to get 1 or 2 players in early on. Get them 2 players in early on, and then we might have seen if we needed that extra at the end of the month.
Yeah.
But then again, there's still no guarantee that you could have got them extra in and they could suffer injuries. Injuries happen. You know, I mean, a lot of people moan, oh, we've not had backup for Kane for years and years and years. Yeah. And people were moaning, we don't want Llorente. Without Llorente, Mora doesn't get the ball to put in a goal to take us to the Champions League.
No, I
you know what I mean?
The fella went to Burnley today. Woggert or whatever his name is, Weghurst.
Weghorst, yeah.
Whatever his name is, like he's an absolute monster. He's a Peter Crouch type of fella, right? 1 goal every 2 games. He's 6'6". He's done it in the German league, done it in the Dutch league. I think for 12 million quid, 12 million euros, I think it was. He would have been a wonderful little addition just to have on the bench. What an option to have. Because Tottenham struggle in the air all the time, right? So I agree with you, Alan. That
I mean, even some of Royale's crosses might reach him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll tell you what wouldn't reach him though. Lo Celso's corners wouldn't reach his kneecap still.
Well, my views on Lo Celso is he joined us and he spent a lot of time injured. I mean, when Mora signed for us in that January with Poch, previous to his signing for us, he'd only played 72 minutes of football for PSG that season.
Really?
And that's why he never got in the team straight away, because he had to get up to Poch's level of fitness. And that was the same with Dembele, and that was the same with Lo Celso. Trouble with Lo Celso was he was carrying an injury. Then when he got himself fit, he got another injury. He's never had a consistent period. I mean, I hope the loan works really well for him in Spain, and I hope eventually they sign it, because we need players that want to play for the club.
Yeah. I doubt Lo Celso's attitude. I don't think it's as stinky as Ndombele's, but
no.
Apparently, this is
Lo
a thing.
Celso's got a bit of an attitude problem as well, I think.
I've heard that this is a thing, and this is bothering a lot of the players. Apparently, he's unvaccinated, doesn't want to do it. And I imagine in their environment, that would be incredibly problematic.
Frustrating.
Yeah, you know, again, I find that incredibly shocking that they haven't made it mandatory for players to be vaccinated. But Adam, you had your hand up there. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, I just was wondering what everyone would have considered to be like devastating with regards okay, look, we've mentioned Lloris, and that's absolutely true. If Lloris got injured, that would be devastating. But outside of that, like looking at the players that were on the screen there in the graphic, if we consider that we have the potential to, aside from the centre backs, which don't really matter as much, we have the potential to rotate every single game. And let's say, for example, across the middle, we're saying like that, though, that the central midfield, we've only got 4 players. So you've got Winks, Højbjerg, Skip, and Bentancur. If like you could have them playing in a partnership to try and find a partnership where they work together very well. Let's say it's Højbjerg and Winks, and then Skip and Bentancur. You could rotate them weekly. Even if one of them got injured, it would just mean that they had to play 2 games on, 1 game off, 2 games on, 1 game off. How many injuries do you think is really going to be devastating?
Yeah.
You know, considering that first team, I think the first team that I mentioned, anyway, I think could go the distance.
Adam, if Romero comes back and he's not his injury isn't managed with significant amounts of, you know, like feather gloves, I feel like because he's got one of those injuries that once you've got it, you're always susceptible to reoccurring injuries, and he's such a pivotal player to come back. If he comes back and we manage it badly, if we put him in against Brighton for 90 minutes, God forbid he gets stretched by Tony or something, then and he comes off, that he's out for the rest of the season. I think that is our top 4, you know, done, because you can't rely too much on what we have without Romero, because then you've got, you know,
we've done very well under Conte with Sanchez, Dyer, and Davis playing as back three.
But then one more injury, like, so if Romero goes down for the rest of the season, if he reoccurs the same injury, he's done until June. So you write him off. Then you're in the same position we've been in, where if Dyer gets COVID again or whatever happens, if there's a little niggle anywhere, and there's always going to be some niggle where someone gets a strain at some point, then you're left with Tanganga again. And my problem with Tanganga is, as much as I want the guy to succeed, he reminds me he's as chaotic for our sloppy mistakes as Aurier was last season.
Yeah, in a worse position to do it, I think too.
100%, Brian. Yeah. So I think Romero staying fit is going to be pivotal. Personally, I agree.
I think Romero and Dyer. I mean, I don't think anybody would have said that before the season started. Dyer would be as integral as he's been, but he has had a great season, and he looks like he knows how to play that position now. And he's also very vocal and leads really well. And I think that when he was gone, as much as we weren't great, we weren't as good with Romero there. We saw a bigger drop off when Dyer left, because I think Dyer's his ability to control what's going on
he speaks Spanish and Portuguese.
Well, right? Yeah, that's my point. Like, I'm just going to get to is he has the ability to communicate again with everybody on the line, and can say what he needs other people to do. I think we missed him more than we missed Romero for sure, and that and I think that's going to be massive if Dyer can stay fit. I think we can still manage that defense relatively well. Obviously, Romero takes it to levels because he's a really good player, and he also gets forward, creates, breaks up play, does a lot of different things, almost like a defensive midfielder at times when he's on form. So I want to see that from him, and I want to see what that brings to the team. Rajiv, did you just have your hand up? Did you want to comment on something?
Yes. I want to point out to something that back in the days we had Bale, Modric, then we got Christian Eriksen. Who do we have now to convert a free kick? Who do we have now?
Good question. It's not Harry Kane.
I don't know if the two guys are good enough. I don't know if the new guys are good enough with free kicks.
Kulusevski, I've not seen him take any free kicks for Juve, so I'd imagine he's not a free kick taker. Otherwise, I would have seen it. So
I could never understand why Heung-min Son isn't our main free kick taker. If you watch him in training,
Actually
he puts
quite
it
good.
top corner every single bloody time.
Yeah.
We saw him put,
Actually.
he scored one there the last time he took one. Why is it that he's never given he's rarely given the opportunity?
They've given him corner kicks too. You know, they give him corner kicks.
No, he takes every corner kick.
Yeah,
he
I
takes
know.
every corner.
If he's on corners, just put him on every free kick. Like he's
why not?
clearly
I don't
got a ball.
understand
I agree 100%. I think it's odd.
Although I've got
Very
to
odd.
be honest with you, when you watch the training pictures, Harry Kane hits the top corner quite a lot, and that's because them little plastic things won't jump up. Yeah. Those little plastic things don't jump up and get in the way. Yeah,
You're not wrong, Alan.
I know
You're
this
not-
sounds like a really stupid thing to mention, but I actually think it's pivotal because of the Tottenham pitch has got the undersoil of the NFL,
higher up,
the infrastructure. Right? It has this massive sloping thing. It's not an insignificant depth.
Sure
it's
enough.
like it's about a foot, right? So
Yeah.
all they got to do is just lay a little bit of AstroTurf around the corners.
Yeah.
To like even it out so that Lo Celso doesn't have to like take a giant step. Imagine trying to kick a ball with one.
It would be
step,
really awkward. Yeah.
1 foot above on a top step of a stairwell. It would
They have
be
to
very
run
odd.
up.
I
do
said
the
that
throw-ins
they
as
built
well.
the ground show.
Yeah.
When they showed the designs of that stadium, that was the only thing I weren't happy. I mean, I don't think it's even safe because
It is.
Yeah.
It
It's
is
very weird.
I agree. Yeah.
So
It's
So
an
just
odd
put
one,
a-
isn't
put
it?
a bit of AstroTurf down.
You think with all that planning and all that detail of everything that would have been considered, like, oh, the players when they take a corner kick, what's it going to be like to run up to that corner from a foot and a half below sea level, essentially?
But
Right?
it's not just
It's awkward.
when other teams come to White Hart Lane or to the Tottenham Stadium, they also are terrible taking corner kicks
Yeah,
because
yeah.
nobody has to deal with it
Unless
day
you're
in, day out.
left-footed and you're taking an outside, like an inside-out corner, which doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a
you know
good
that.
point. Yeah, good point.
That's the only time because you can run from the
Yeah.
touchline and
it would be
yeah,
actually
yeah.
interesting to know how many goals we've scored from corners since we've actually been at the new ground.
Probably done.
Count
Because I'll tell you something, we've only
them
got
on
one.
the fingers of one hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think apparently this season we've only got one headed goal, full stop.
Yeah.
One headed goal.
Yeah. Was Sanchez, was that at home? The Sanchez's?
Yeah,
it was, right? The Watford one was at home.
Wolves.
No,
Watford.
Watford
yeah.
was away. Watford was away.
Yeah.
Oh, was it Wolves then? Okay.
That was at
Watford.
Wolves, yeah.
No, Watford. We scored a penalty against
Right.
Dele Alli's only goal this year. Wolves from the penalty spot.
Oh,
But
man.
if we're comparing Heung-min Son and Harry Kane as well in training, taking free kicks, Harry Kane may put them away just as effectively, but when they're actually on the pitch is where it counts, and Sonny does the business, whereas Harry Kane keeps blasting it into the wall or firing it into the stands.
He's hit the net recently a couple times, but it's like right at the keeper, or it's like just it's so telegraphed that it's easy to say.
Yeah.
I don't mind Eric Dyer with the free kick from 23, 24 yards. It's
Eric
pretty
Dyer
handy.
scored for England once, sir.
Yeah.
He did.
Eric Dyer's
He scored once. He scored. This is the thing about it, though. We've been desperate for a free kick taker since like 2 years before Eriksson left. Eriksson hadn't scored a free kick in 2 seasons, and he was still taking our free kicks. And we haven't. So it's been that long that we've had a free kick taker. He was terrible. After a while.
I remember the days. I remember the days of Hoddle. I remember the days of Hoddle and Bell. When I think of Hoddle and Bell, and I think when that. This is not been funny, but when Bell used to step over a free kick, I actually used to say, "Come on, Hoddle," because you knew the goalkeeper was going to have to make a save, and that's what Glenn Hoddle used to always do.
Or he's just not going to be able to get to it because it's so bloody good. Yeah.
So now I think Son will be the main one.
Let's hope it's weird that he hasn't been given that, and maybe Harry Kane, as the sort of the Harry Kane that he is stepping in front, going, "I'm taking it," and nobody's going to say no, because it's Harry Kane, right?
Yes.
But Harry Kane needs to pot a few of those. He needs to score 2 or 3 in a season. I mean, give him the whole season, not like 2 or 3 in a row, but 2 or 3 in a season to say he deserves to be. Well, he got the one for Villa, and he saved Pochettino's job. That was what, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Oh, yeah, but would it have been on target if it hadn't hit the defender?
No, it wouldn't have. No. And that's the point, right? He should not be taking free kicks like he should have been taking corners for England. It's not. It's the thing he's not very good at. He's not very good at free kicks. It's fine you're good at everything else, Harry. Just enjoy it. Stop torturing us with this stuff.
Yeah.
I did want to. If you don't mind me, if there's not a topic to move on to,
Sean, bring one up if you got one, brother. Let's go.
Yeah, so Alan, you asked me, or you mentioned about the frustration of doing business why we didn't do business earlier in the window, right? And of course, it comes down to like none of us know what's going on, you know, what happened, and all of the in-betweens. But what I've always maintained on the other channels I go on to is that if you think of it as a philosophy or like as an analogy, like the fact that you've only got 31 days to do business in January, and the fact that most teams have got a chock-a-block squad of 25 players around Europe, I always think of it as like the problem isn't Tottenham, or the problem isn't football clubs sort of waiting late. I think it's a case of like a Mexican standoff, where if you think of like in the old Western movies where you'd have like in the bar, in the saloon, there's about to be something's about to kick off, but everyone's waiting to pull the trigger. No one wants to sell a player before they know they're going to buy one in or loan one in.
The
no
trigger.
one wants to buy before they sell. It's like if you're trying to sell a house, you're in a mortgage. But if a cash buyer comes in, great, like you can move out and move on. But if you're in a chain where someone can't buy your house before they sell theirs, and someone can't sell theirs before someone else buys theirs, and you go down and down the line, you can end up having agreed a house sale, but you have to wait 3 years before you actually move out because of all of the other kind of ducks that
Dominoes.
have to be aligned. It's a domino chain, right? And I feel like with back to the kind of the saloon idea, it's almost like everyone's ready to pull the trigger, but no one wants to shoot first, because whoever shoots first loses leverage on the club that's going to be at the other side of the trade. And then suddenly a glass falls off the bar and it smashes, and that's the trigger where then chaos starts to happen. And I think that generally speaking, the glass never falls and hits the floor until the final weekend, the final 2 days of the transfer window. And we're seeing it now. Newcastle United need 8-9 players, or need 7-8 players to stay up. They signed 2 players early, but if that was all they could do, then they'd be in trouble. But it's still 24 hours, into the last 6 hours of the window, and in the last couple of hours they've signed 2-3 players. I think you have to just, as much as it's frustrating that Tottenham didn't get the business done early, I think you also just have to factor in the nuance that no one wants to do business early because no one knows what they're going to get done beforehand. It's just the reality of the kind of nuance,
My only argument with that though, Sean, was right at the time. I really think if Spurs had gone in for Traore and offered the right money from the start. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't like Traore.
Yeah, neither do I.
Because I don't think he's got the end product.
Yeah.
People keep saying, but he can pull 2 players away. Yeah, but it's no good if you pull 2 players away, but you still can't find the pass to get to them. If he gives the ball away every time he passes. But what I'm saying is, with Traore, right? If you look at what the Wolves squad, right? If you just took the Wolves squad, since Wolves benched him, they've been performing a lot better. Yeah,
correct.
They've been performing. So he was a bench. He was warming the bench. That is the time where you can say, right, we want a wing back. Let's get in early, offer the correct money. Yeah, because we was only offering 15 million.
Yeah, allegedly.
20 mil.
Allegedly, we don't know that, do we? Yeah.
I mean, and to be honest with you, over the whole window, I see snippets saying he's 20 million, he's 25 million, he's 30 million. Yeah, so we don't know what price it was. But what I'm saying is, if Spurs didn't go in, if Spurs had turned around the Wolves at the start and says, "How much do you want?" and offered that, then I think it might have happened earlier. Because the problem with Barcelona is at the start of the window they weren't in a position to be able to do a lot. It's only since they've let Coutinho go and a few other players go.
The money's been made, right?
They can afford to have players in the squad because they're only allowed a certain amount of players at the moment because of their financial problems.
Yeah, but what I would say is, first of all, the Paratici style of business, and this is an argument where I'd actually agree with the Levy out methodology. Until today, I've been very, very concerned with the combination of Daniel Levy and Paratici, because first of all, you've got a guy that most clubs don't want to deal with anyway, because historically he's not a negotiator. He's a line in the sand fella. This is my price, take it or leave it. That's not a negotiation. That's a stubborn idiot. And then on top of that, you've got this other fella who's now doing the business, who likes to spin plates, who likes to go and talk to Wolves about Adama, but he's probably spoken to 8 or 9 clubs about other right wing backs. He probably goes and like organizes deals with all of them and says, okay, so we're going to shake hands, but we're not going to pull the trigger just yet. He just goes and figures out the best deal. He gets 9 deals technically arranged, and then goes back to Daniel and says, okay, we got 9 options. Let's pick the right one. I find it incredible. If that's his model, I understand why Daniel Levy would love that kind of system, because it means that you've got someone doing all the work, and then he'll come back and go, okay, let's pick the one.
It's not good that they're
sense.
both doing it, is it?
No. Well, but it's not good. But I also feel like it's disrespectful. Like I don't understand why Daniel Levy has to treat every negotiation like a battle, like a zero-sum game where someone has to win and someone has to lose. In business, you should be able to shake hands with who you are and shake hands with other people and say we both find value here. But it comes across like Daniel Levy sees every negotiation like, I have to undercut. I have to win something because otherwise I feel like I'm losing. It's not a zero-sum game.
And it goes to this comment. It goes to this comment, Sean.
Sorry,
people not wanting to do business with him anymore because of it. You know, he's putting himself in a position where there's a negative response to, oh God, here we go. We got to deal with Levy and Tottenham.
Yeah.
Now.
And I'll take that. Yeah.
And that is part of the issue, I think, for people who are Levy out as well, is that he's his own worst enemy, and he's not good for the club when it comes to getting those deals done, for sure. I just want to quickly let me just bring it up here. We've got something from Bobby. He posted on the internet.
Really?
Yeah, it's not from him specifically, but it is a
Oh, okay.
It's a video that he posted that was in regards to the protests and stuff that's happening. So I thought it was interesting. It's a BBC video. Let me just find it here real quick. There it is. There, I spelt it completely wrong.
I think it's huge that the protests have now gotten an attention from them. Like, I mean, I don't remember the last protests that were held back in 2021 like getting that level of coverage.
Yeah, for sure. Let me just find it.
Cody.
Is Cody messing with you again? Yeah, it was
I love Cody.
Cody messes with everyone.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Cody without him. What's up, Cody? Good to see you in the chat, buddy. Hope you're keeping warm. It is warmed up a little bit here in Canada, thankfully. So, I just want to play this video. It's loading up. It is essentially Bob from his hospital bed filming his screen about what's happening with the protest.
Done and dusted today. Yeah, definitely. And they have brought 2 players in, both from Juventus, Dejan Kulusevski, a winger who's coming on 18-month loan, and that is obnoxious, again, of him coming here permanently. And also Rodrigo Bentancur, who signed a contract until 2026. So that's 2 in, 4 out. So, again, not as many in as players that have left here. But that's not the only thing that has been happening here today. There's been fans' protests outside the training ground. Behind these fans have been coming and going all day, different numbers at points, and they've been actually protesting against the owner, Daniel Levy, and they've said a few reasons why these fans here aren't happy. They believe that's due to underinvestment, fans saying that it's more corporate and focusing on the football. But the last thing to say is that they don't think there's a clear plan, and the reason they're saying that is because all of those things we've mentioned. How much business is being done in the final few hours of the transfer deadline now? That is the question. Alex Howell, thank you for the moment. Still plenty of time to go though. Plenty of time to get those fax machines whirring. So we wonder where else could we...
Those fax machines whirring. What fucking year is? What year is this from?
Fax machines.
Fax machines whirring.
Is that why these deals take so long?
Yeah,
They're still using fax
Sol Campbell's about to sign for Arsenal again.
Hey, you should be kicked off for mentioning that name.
Best part of the video. Best part of the video was that for sure. The fact.
And the mention of that name.
It's nice to see that, at least for those who are supporting the Levy out position, it's getting some media attention, which I think is kind of the point. It is much of the point, so it's good to see that that's happening. And cheers for Bobby for sharing that in one of our chats, and it's good to see that he's back and doing Bobby things, getting involved in the conversations and caring about Spurs. Of course, the first thing he asked when he woke up is, "What's going on, man, with Spurs? I need to know." So, good to see that.
What's that? I've never seen Bob on any shows because I'm quite new to this. I was actually introduced by someone that's gone missing at the moment, and it's new to me, and I'm quite enjoying it. It's giving me a little bit of a light in my life. Be able to get involved, talking to
I agree,
Spurs people,
Alan.
you know.
I'm new to it as well, man. It's a breath of fresh air in an otherwise boring life, isn't it?
I think for Spurs, this community has been brilliant for a lot of people to be able to just come on and chat. I want to bring in Will Stewart. It looks like he's back with us again. He just had video on and now it's gone again. I don't know. Will struggling with. I think he was in a van or a truck or something. So I'm not sure if his internet is in and out. When you're ready, Will, let me know. Message me.
Does Will and Cody? Do they? I've never seen either of them like in the person, but they're.
Cody has.
Do they look the same? Because they both got the same kind of.
They did for a while
way,
when they both had beards and shaved or bald heads for a period of time. I'm not sure. I haven't seen Will in a while, so I'm not sure what his current state is or current form is. But it's an ongoing thing. They did had a bald and bearded show for a while going on in the daytime, which was just them hanging out, chatting shit. Brian Dagul's in the conversation. It says, protest over. I'm going home. I would be going online. Have a great night. I would be coming online. Have a great night. Waited. People still there. I'm going to spend some time with my family. You know what, Brian? You've earned it, buddy. You've earned it. You've done everything you possibly could that you can, more so than you can say about many of the people who said they would participate, who haven't. But good on you for being a man of your word and doing what you're doing, brother. And if you feel like coming on, you know we're going to be on for another while. So get a rest. Say hi to the family. Eat some food. Warm up. And if you want to join us. But if you don't, we understand that as well. Thanks for everything you do, buddy. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to get that going. And Will, I'm going to try Will again. Come on, Will. You're here.
Third time
No,
the champ.
you're not here.
The ginger Cody. Come on, bro.
Oh man, brutal. Okay, so let's look at Twitter. Anything going on Twitter, guys? Do we think anything else is going to happen? First of all, it's a simple question: is our Spurs going to get any other deals over? What we got left? 3 hours? 4 hours? 4 hours?
4 hours. Yeah.
I don't feel positive about anything.
It's possible, but I wouldn't bet on it.
You'd have thought you'd have heard about it by now, wouldn't you? You'd have thought you'd heard some little rumblings,
murmurings.
Something would have been like, oh, there's news about this, but there's not been anything today. So
yeah, Fabrizio Romano hasn't pointed to anything, and Sky Sports. So Sky Sports at the minute are saying that Chelsea are making a last ditch effort to go in for Ousmane Dembele again, and Liverpool also going after Carvalho. So they may do a bit more business before it's all done, and that'll obviously strengthen them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Ousmane Dembele is a weird one, and he's struggled for some time for fitness, like for regular fitness, and to play on a regular football. Incredible talent, like the guy is insane, really, really good player, but can't seem to stay fit. Would you guys want him? Like, would anybody here be disappointed if he came in?
Would be replacing Ndombele attitude with another player with the similar sort of.
He has attitude too, doesn't he, Adam? It's an issue over and above just his injury problems.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm not in for him at all. I don't see anything with him that makes me go, I really want that.
Not about him to form an opinion on him, to be honest.
Yeah. I watched him a little bit at Barcelona when he went there in the Champions League, and I was impressed with him. You know, like I think when he played against us and skinned, I think it was
Walker Peters.
Walker Peters didn't play again after that. Shame really, because Walker Peters is arguably, I think he'd be our best right back if he was at the club right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Ironically.
Yeah, which is a shame. But yeah, he skinned him, and he looked really good, and he's had tons of pace. But yeah, can't seem to stay fit. It's hard to. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about?
Have you mentioned the fact that the club blocked a loan offer for Harvey White?
No, bring that up. Do it up. Right.
Well, that will be breaking news only.
I'm gonna get myself some water. I'll be back.
2 hours ago. I mean, like the only reason I don't know a lot about this, but like the club said that they blocked it because he's needed on the bench. So I mean that goes back into the conversation we were having earlier about how we need to bring the other 23s up because of the amount of players we've gotten out and now our lack of depth. So it looks like he'll be on the bench a lot more often now, which means that he has an opportunity to get game time. Yeah.
Yeah. Alan? I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I wouldn't. I know I might get shut down for this, but if they want to rotate, I wouldn't be upset with Kane playing up top with Scarlett playing off his shoulder. Just give him a run, because to be honest with you, until he gets the experience of playing against the big boys, he's not going to do it. I've seen it happen too many times over players' careers. I remember Michael Owen and Robbie Fowler, like when they first played for Liverpool. Two young kids, were given a chance because of this, that, and hell. And I think if Scarlett's only ever played as the main forward for us, if he was going to rotate occasionally with Son, even if it was only sort of like, say, we play Brighton in the Cup next week, give it a try. Just give him, even if it's only the last 10, 15 minutes, Kane with Scarlett, because I think that's what he needs. I think he needs, what's the word?
Experience.
Yeah, he needs spirit. He needs to be playing with that experience, where he was chucked in in the Europa Conference games. He's playing with Ryan Hill, who's new, and so
yeah, he's also Alan. He's also playing with Ndombele and Dele Alli, so he's not going to get anything out of that. So
exactly.
I agree. He needs to have people in there that are going to, put it, give him the service and to have that experience of working off someone.
There's a thing in sports that's mostly used in martial arts, but it's called the rub, where you get into, let's say, you get into a fight with somebody, and you're having the scrap, and you're battling it out. By the time you finish, even if you've lost against someone who is way more experienced than you, the rub is the fact that you got into the ring with that person, they've connected with you, you've experienced what they can do, and you've learned something, and you absorbed something almost from that interaction with a high caliber person. And so what you're saying there about him going in and playing with, like, if he goes to play with Harry Kane, as someone who he's probably trying to mold himself in his image, that's definitely, to get the rub off Harry Kane by playing next to him would definitely be something that could help him come on leaps and bounds. And you mentioned two ex-Liverpool players in Robbie Fowler and Michael Owen, but we could even use more contemporary examples where big teams have done the same thing, with Phil Foden getting played for Manchester City, and with Mason Mount playing for Chelsea. So why not do the same thing with Scarlett and for ourselves? I think you're absolutely right.
Give him a chance.
I'd rather Dane Scarlett went and learned on the job, though. Same with Tanganga. Like, I don't want them to learn in a Tottenham shirt where they make mistakes that cost us. I'd rather Dane Scarlett go and play for Norwich for the rest of the season. See what he. But
let's say, what Alan was saying was, like, let's say he played 10 minutes at the end of the Brighton game, where maybe we're already winning 3-0 or 3-1 or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, just give him that.
But how often? This the point I was. So how often are Tottenham? Like, you look
going to be in the lead by that much.
How often are Tottenham in a position where we're comfortable with 10 minutes to go? It doesn't happen often, right? Like, the last few games that we've won, we've snatched it in the last minute. Winners against West Ham, winners against Watford. We were still hanging on, trying against Southampton. We're very rarely in a position where we're 3-0 up and we've got the option to take and give players a rest and bring on these kids. If we were, I'd be all for it. But because it's not Tottenham's, like, rub of the draw, luck of the green at the moment, I'd rather Dane Scarlett go out, because I think he will be a superstar, but I think he should go to the Championship for 6 months, or the Premiership if someone would like a 17-year-old. But he didn't do anything to impress me in the first 6 months when he was in the Europa League or the Conference League.
Yeah, youth players. We're talking about youth players. The Harvey White one. Where do we land on that? Do you think Conte sees a spot for him in the team, or is it just more of a development for next season?
I'd rather see Alfie Devine come through. To be honest,
he's only played him in one game, hasn't he? He played him in one game in the one Europa Conference game. He played.
That wasn't him, was it? That was Nuno, wasn't it?
Didn't he play away? He's only was it Mora when we lost to Mora?
Did he play
that? I think
White?
He did.
Really? Okay.
No, not Harvey White. Scarlett. Sorry.
I think I might have said Dane Scarlett. I actually meant Harvey White, so that's on me. Sorry, guys. That's what happens when you leave and come back. I would like to see some more investment in our youth, and I get that. What you're saying, Sean, about bringing him through and getting him into the first team, and then allowing for those errors. Sometimes that can bite you in the ass, but at the same time, there have been opportunities to really give them, like, proper games, or at least proper amount of time. If you're up 1-0, 2-0 in a game, and you recognize you got control, if you make too many changes, it can be problematic. But there's some players I think that are good enough. We've seen Harvey White he looks a solid player in the midfield. I'd be confident that he could do a job as as depth from a depth perspective at Spurs. But yeah, the loan's probably better for his development, which we've seen from players like obviously Ollie Skip is a prime example, but even Harry Kane, what he loaned out to 5 or 6 teams before he became the player he became. Kyle Walker, same thing as well. So that system or that loan system has changed for Spurs and hasn't been the same as it was for, I think, since Poch kind of got us to the point where we became a top 4 team. He started to put less weight into the younger players. Even said it in interviews, like, I'm not, like we now need better players in these positions because we're playing at this higher level, and the current crop of youngsters isn't up to snuff. So it's been sort of since that's been the case, but we kind of need to readdress that, especially since it's supposed to be part of what our identity is, right?
Yeah.
That Spurs DNA everyone's talking about.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Tadaris I'm not quite sure.
This point.
Other things I've seen that
gone on.
Sorry, over all the years. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I used to go to, when I lived in Tottenham as a kid. As I say, 9-10 years old, and I used to go one Saturday to see the home game, the main team, and then a week after I'd go to the combination, and then because that used to be like the reserve team sort of thing, and then we used to have the under-23s play there in the cup, and I see Hoddle and I see Neil McNabb, and I see, if you don't mind me mentioning, our guest on Thursday, Mickey Hazard. I see them play, come through the ranks. But over the years, you just don't really. I haven't seen it for a long time. All right, I know Kane's done the business, but it's not often enough. Kyle Walker-Peters, as you said, he could have been the next, but Mourinho didn't want him because he weren't tall enough.
Yeah, which is just ridiculous because he's
horrific excuse, like.
Yeah. Look at Lamptey. Lamptey's tiny, man, and that kid's freaking amazing. I'll take him in a second at Spurs. Do you wanted to add something?
And I didn't. Well, I just wanted to say earlier that one thing I didn't like what we did with the youth squadron this transfer window was get what was his name, Markande out, because apparently he was supposed to be an absolute baller, and we didn't even know him out. We just straight up told him, we were like, no, you're dispensable. Go off there. I mean, I can see another Kyle Walker-Peters situation with him, like. If he make a bite in the arse.
He asked for first team football though.
A
reason, a bit of a different reason for it.
He was kind of demanding it, and at the end of the day, he was getting to a stage of I think he wanted it when he was approaching like the last year of his contract, because when they're youth players, they only sign contracts for like a year or 2 years. They don't do long term ones. So what happened was with Markande, he signed his thing in hope that he was going to get experience, and they brought him in on one game or something. He played it was about 20 minutes or 15 minutes.
Yeah, against Vitesse.
Yeah.
Do you know what, Alan? Though I think this is one of the things where Daniel Levy and Tottenham did miss the trick. You could have because if he becomes the worldie, or he doesn't even have to become a world superstar. He just has to become a competent Premier League player, and because of his heritage. There is an entire continent of over 1 billion people who don't have a superstar in the Premier League to cheer after. The amount of money that guy could have brought in commercial opportunities for Tottenham was obscene. And all you had to do to keep the guy happy was to say, okay, we're going to play you as much as we can, or as much as we can realistically, and then you sink or swim. And if they just gave him more time in the Europa Conference League, just give him 3 or 4 games in the Conference League when we didn't even play, we didn't take a first team anyway. Let the guy do it, then sign him on a new contract for 3 or 4 years based on the promises that you made and kept. Then you can say, well, now you're on a new contract, sit back in the youth team again, or sit back on the bench until you develop yourself. But all the while, give ourselves more time to figure out if he's going to be good enough. Because I think he could have been good enough. And if he was good enough, the amount of money that he would have brought in would have superseded the money that Sonny brings in from South Korea by 10x. India is a pot of gold. And it was so short-sighted to let him go because we wanted 500 grand now rather than letting him go for free in the summer. It was silly business.
But we moan that Levy gets too involved, but at the end of the day, Levy can't turn around. We don't want Levy to be picking the team. right?
Yeah,
And
true.
I mean, he could turn around to Conte and say, "Look, we need to try and give
That's a
this
good
boy
point.
game time.
It's a really good point.
Give him a chance." Now, we all see little clips and highlights on Twitter of what he's done for the under 23s, and he looks a baller. Under 23s, right? He's only playing against under 23s.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we put our under 23 team in the last 2 or 3 years, we've been putting it into that whatever cup it is called, where you play your under 23s against the other the first and second division teams.
Mm-hmm.
We've never even got out of the group. Yeah. So if he's not done enough on that stage,
I get it.
and he's not doing enough on the stage on the training ground for Conte to think, okay, I'm going to give you a run on the bench, or I'm going to do this. We only see the clips of him playing against under 23 players.
True. And the golf is massive.
Golf, that's why I say about Scarlett.
Yeah.
If you're going to give Scarlett a go to see if he has got that step, he can make that step. You're playing with a Harry Kane, not on his own. You put him
They
in
should
with
almost
a
get
Harry
rid of the
Kane.
under 23 team. I don't know why we disbanded the reserve team, but the under 23 team offers no value because you have people like Marcande that are too good for the under 23s, not good enough for the first team, and we don't have a second team that we can put them out to. So you might as well either just loan people out or bring back the reserve team. I don't know what happened there, but the under 23 team for me isn't fit for purpose.
It's just the Premier League trying to make money off of another league, or a way of sort of marketing something that it just hasn't worked at all. I think it across the board for every team too. I don't think under 23s for any team stands out. And maybe there's a couple players here and there, but you don't hear any stories about it. You don't hear anything about the reserves being, the Barcelona's reserves used to be, the reserves are still going to beat your first team because they were so bloody good, and they trained with the same with the same sort of mentality and philosophy. So something's changed with the Premier League and the way they've done that with the under 23s, and it hasn't worked. It's failed miserably, unfortunately.
I agree.
Oh, guys,
you're lagging. It's lagging.
Yeah, man, we're 4 hours, 14 minutes in, and I'm like, we got to do this for another 4 hours.
No, Brian.
Yeah,
you've got to do it for another 4 hours. I'm going to go and have a cigarette in a minute. I'm going to leave you. I will come back. Because, as I say,
I'm also thinking that we could just take a break for a couple of hours, leave the stream live, and then come back 2 hours before we start, before the window closes, and we'd be fine. I don't know if the 115 people.
Well, my biggest problem, because one of the only reasons why I've never asked to even come on one of your shows before, or even on yours, Shill, is because my office in some senses here is my desk, is my bedroom. Yeah, because if I'm having a bad day, I've got my bed, I can just go boom, because I have a lot of bad days. No, I have a lot of bad days. I'm disabled.
Oh, okay.
Right, I've got mobility problems, but I've got a few other issues, not life-threatening, but I've got a lot. So at the end of the day, if I'm having a bad day, I just go out of my chair, in bed, and I might sit and watch a bit of TV. Now, unfortunately, it's 10 o'clock. The reason why I can't ever join you on your shows is because my darling wife, who I love and have been married to for 27 years.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Well done.
Right. Well, it'd be 27 years, I think, this May. Right. But I've been married 27 years. She comes to bed. Now, one of the Spurs, Shellside Spurs, overrun a couple of weeks ago. And boy, did I get earache. Did I get earache? You bloody do that again. I'm not having you. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. So at the end of the day, so when I see your advert today, and I'm thinking, time. Yeah, get on.
It's perfect timing for you guys, right?
Yeah. Perfect for us. Yeah.
I don't have any issues being in Canada because when it goes late for me, late is like 6 p.m. and I'm like, I gotta eat dinner anyway. So this is perfect.
Yeah. Well, as I say, if ever you do an early show, I'd love to be a guest again.
We have plans to do some early shows, and we will definitely get you on.
I'm kind of gutted on Thursday because really, I'd like to plug something for our show for Thursday, but I know how important yours is.
Are we on at the same time? Is that?
Well,
we have been sometimes, yeah.
I mean on Thursday.
We're at 7:30. You're 8:30. You start, but I mean we don't know how long he's going to be on the show for.
Right.
I mean,
right. And you got Mickey on, right?
Yeah, Mickey Hazard's coming on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, we've tried for since we started this channel, we tried to sort of not cross over other channels because we wanted to make sure other channels, especially since they're friends of us, a lot of them, we go on their channels, they come on ours, kind of thing.
I didn't even click.
You get to a point where you kind of can't avoid it anymore because everybody kind of wants to go live at the same time.
There's so many channels as well.
Prime time. It
so
seems like
many
there's
channels.
So many channels.
channels.
We've still had 100+ all day today when we've been at 4 hours.
Legends watching this, honestly.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for the support.
As I say, when I actually done like setting up to come on, I didn't even know. I mean, I knew about your show.
Yeah.
But I didn't know you was doing a mental health one. And he turned around and said, any date in February. And we thought it might be a good idea because we usually have a good old natter about player ratings during the show. There ain't no game this weekend, so it'd be a perfect time so that we could concentrate and give Mickey Hazard a bit of time. So of course, then I found out that you're doing the mental health show at the same. Well, an hour later.
Well,
you know what you can do. Sorry, Barry, go ahead.
Sorry, Brian. I'm saying, Alan, if you don't go on, mate, we can do the show at 7:30, finish at 8:30, and then go straight to Tottenham on tour.
Yeah,
it depends how much you talk, Alan. Yeah.
Oh, shut your face! Sometimes I don't get a word in anyway. Don't you start me. Whatever your name is.
Guys, let me just chime in for a second, if you don't mind. I've got a call from work.
Sean, go for it, man.
Hey guys, if you're taking a couple of hour break and you come out later on, if I can, I'll jump back in. If not, wish you the best of luck for the rest of the evening. Thank you for having me on.
Cheers, it's been a pleasure, mate. Good chatting with you. And thanks for your
input. Don't come back with that shirt.
My eyes are bleeding.
I'm going to put on some more. I'm going to put on some all sorts of
colours. Paint your room red, won't you?
Cheers, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea, lads, that we give everybody a break. I'm going to leave the stream live, and I'm going to leave everybody in the background. Let's aim to be back here for 4 p.m. my time, so that's 9 p.m. your time.
9 p.m.
And then everybody gets a break. You get move your body around a little bit. Everybody who's watching and who's been in the comments, we really appreciate you being here. We will be back. I hope you heard that at 4 p.m. Eastern / my math is terrible right now. 9 p.m. GMT. So 9 p.m. for many of the people who are in England. We're going to come back. Going to take a break. Thanks for everybody. We look forward to being back. We'll do another roundup and see if anything else has happened. Ad, do you want to add something, mate?
Just one more thing. I want to just shout out to the fellow we had earlier. What's his name? Rajiv Spurs.
Rajiv,
yeah. He was in the background, but he had to leave because it was getting late. So shout out to him for.
Cheers, Rajiv. Yeah, I mentioned him in the private chat as well. But he was good. And thanks everybody here. And I look forward to seeing you guys in a couple hours. Enjoy the break because my back hurts. I need to move. All right, and I'm going to keep the stream live too. So you just hop in and start when 9 o'clock rolls around. We'll just roll it again. All right.
Perfect.
Cheers, lads.
Cheers, guys.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Good afternoon, guys. It's Brian from Tottenham On Tour with the man that's got the only clip so far on the channel, Mr. K. And what do you think?
Levy out.
There we go. So, what have you thought of today so far?
Levy out.
Have you seen any players come out?
I've seen them go in and out. I've seen Tanganga leave. I've seen Dele Alli left. I see Alistair Gold turn up.
Okay, and then you saw when I went to go pick up Josh the Tottenham guy. Tell him the story.
Well, then all of a sudden there was a little bald fella that was inside a Bentley that decided to drive out the moment Brian left. And we looked inside the car and guess what? It was little old Levy.
It's the second time he's ducked me. But hey ho, I'm sure he's not. He's probably gone to rob a bank or something, or ask for some more money with a low interest rate. But what do you reckon players coming in?
Does it matter?
Do you reckon any more are coming in though? Because Paul O'Keefe, just so people know if they haven't seen the tweet, said unless miracles happen, Tottenham are pretty much done. So it looks like there could be potential 3 or 4, maybe even 5 leaving, and only 2 coming in. What do you think on that?
I think they're leaving our squad a bit light, to tell you the truth, for the rest of the season. People like Tanganga, right, should be like left as a reserve. Maybe go out next season. But right now, we need numbers in defence, just in case.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very unlikely the new players will come in via our way. Kulusevski probably spent the night in Hotspur Way. There is another entrance that we'll probably see, or other players will probably go in. Do you expect anyone coming in? It's not playing by name, by position. Do you expect to see?
Position-wise, I think to a certain degree, we're all screaming out for a striker.
Okay.
Yeah, if anything's going to come in that's going to make anyone excited, it's going to be someone who's an attacking forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm wanting. I think we need a creative midfielder because there's no one to create anything for Kane.
There hasn't been anyone since Eriksen.
Yeah.
Someone has to replace. Not only that, but if you're going to have so many people that can run with the ball and get tripped up and you get free kicks, you need a set piece taker. You need someone that can knock a ball in and put it on a sixpence for someone.
Exactly. I mean, how many years now have we had first man corners? Harry Kane taking free kicks, hitting the wall.
Oh,
it's hitting the wall. It's hitting the wall. Harry Kane's free kicks, they're hitting the wall. Yeah, these kind of things need to be addressed. Do you really expect to catch any activity? Do you reckon, in your heart of hearts, do you reckon it's the 2 we've got, or do you reckon there may be one or possibly more?
You know what it is? With the shenanigans in the games they play, right, lastminute.com, right, don't hold your breath, number one, and whoever will come in, don't get too excited. That's my suggestion anyway.
Yeah, bargain basement or last minute deals, no marquee or no.
It's just names to put on, like it's Football Manager, the football game, right? Yeah, it's just names to slap on the wall, get everyone to talk about it and say we're doing business. At the end of the day, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Yep. Right? Now, as far as I'm concerned, right, yeah, it's way too late for Levy to do anything to interest me. Yeah, fair enough. Our team, I'm always going to support them. Always be interested to see who comes in and give them a support as well. But as far as Levy, no, man. I've had enough. Years ago, Levy out, mate.
No, mate, I completely agree with you. I can't see anyone coming in. And all the people that were like, 2 are coming in. Well, it looks like 3 or 4 are potentially going out. So I don't know how this strengthens the squad. And just so people know how the process is going, let me just turn the camera around a bit. Actually, it's still me. What the fuck am I doing?
It's behind us.
Right, let's see.
There we go.
So you'll see if I can zoom in. There's a large majority of us there. We've now got the megaphone out. That's why we're down here. On the opposite wall, there are loads of banners, which you would have seen me tweeting. So there's more people coming. I think last count there's about 18 of us. Yep. And here's the police passing for the first time. Shocking.
He's doing a patrol.
Let's see.
You know the...
they've just driven past us.
You know the amazing thing is, right, is the amount of response we're getting from people driving by.
That's what I was going to be my next question. It's amazing, isn't it?
Go on.
I mean, I was going to ask you, like I said, we've had a few people all the time bibbing and saying this, but there's been a lot of activity, hasn't there?
Oh my days! You would not believe it. A lot of the older generation that are driving by are giving us beeps and waving out their hands and so forth. And obviously, there's a few of the younger crowd that are going through, maybe on the deliveries or they're working or something. They're giving the levy out as well. But I'm really impressed with the way that the older generation is reaching out. I think they haven't found a voice, and this is their voice right now. It's amazing the support. Every one in 3 cars or 1 in 4 cars is beeping for us and doing levy out. And I think that's amazing support. You know, if you guys are out there right now, if you can possibly retweet this, you can send this thing out, share it out there, let people know what's going on here. There is support. There's definitely something happening here. And I think they're feeling it. That's why they're getting lastminute.com transfers going through.
Yep. Well,
just like they got Conte in.
We even saw, I'm not going to drop business names because it's not for them, but there's a certain business that passed and they literally stopped and said, listen, when we finish work, there's quite a few of us coming down. There's more and more people saying, I mean, there's cars stopping saying, listen, I'll be down later. There's about 18 of us now. It's only going to get busier.
Yeah.
Listen, if you can get down here, get down here. If you can't, retweet everything people from this ground are retweeting. Hashtag Levy out, hashtag Enoch out, hashtag training ground protest. We're going back to it. So we're going to have a double Levy out on 3. 1, 2, 3. Levy out.
All right, folks, we are back. Just wanted to, sorry, I've got myself on large there. Just wanted to play that video. That was from this morning before, like, basically the beginning of the protests. We didn't get a chance to play it earlier. And I just wanted to throw it back. We've still got some people. Like I came back here, there was 18 people still sitting here. I guess they're waiting for us to come back after a couple hours. We appreciate the support, even though we weren't doing anything. Thanks for that. I'm going to get Phil back on here. What's going on, buddy? We're back. Nothing's changed, so I don't know how long we'll be here for, but we're gonna do a little roundup, I guess, of the lack of anything else happening. Adam Clarke, how are you, buddy? Did you enjoy the little time off that we had to take a break?
I did, yeah. Freshened up a bit, had some cheese and all that stuff, and I found out that Ali could be on the way to Everton. So happy days.
Yeah, there's news that might be hijacked by Newcastle as well, which I saw, which I thought
Really?
was yeah. I don't know how true it is, but you know Twitter and the internet sometimes they but.
Dodgy stuff like.
The other Adam, how are you, buddy? How did you spend your time off there, stewing in the lack of anything happening?
I went and got myself another cider and just perked me up even more, and then I went and made myself a nice what I call apple pie tea. It's made with apple cider vinegar. A lot of apples going on for some reason.
Jeez,
put that together till now, but
how is your liver still standing? Like Jesus,
it's a cleanse for the liver. It's great.
Oh, is it? Oh, geez, never mind. So fair play to you.
Alan Harris, good to have you back, buddy. Did you enjoy the time off? Did you what did you?
Yeah, a little snack and a little bit of watching Sky Sports News. Thinking, I don't know why I'm bothering, but.
Did you see Al? Did you see any transfers from any other clubs that you found interesting that maybe might affect some of the window?
Obama Wang, or whatever his name was going to Barca. That works.
That's a good one, right? Yeah. I thought that was funny. Apparently, he showed up at their training ground before the transfer was done, like he had done previously, at another club, which I thought was ridiculous. Barry, Phil, Grant, Frank, Arthur, how are you, sir? Good to see you again.
I'm good, sir. I haven't really moved. I've been catching up on some Sky Sports News and just and obviously speaking. I spoke to Rez and Kim on the way back from the protest. Sent Mr. Dagul a couple of messages to keep his chin up and to not be disheartened by. Those that said that they were going to turn up, but they didn't turn up because, like we said earlier, the media response in terms of getting over the, BBC and Sky and everything else was more than, I guess more than what we would have expected. So, big up, Brian, if you're listening. You've done a top job, mate, and we're all proud of you.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one for him, right? Because you put all your weight into something like that, and the expectations are pretty high of people saying they're going to be there. It's like throwing a party and you sell 200 tickets. You have to expect 10% of the people or 200 people say they're going in Facebook. You expect 10% of them people to actually show up who said they're going, and it's difficult. It's a hard one to take when it's something as important and it's the amount of work he's put into it. So I feel for the boy. I hope he comes on. And help. But I think he's all Spursed out at the moment. He's basically like, I don't want to talk anything.
I don't think he wants anything to do with us at the minute.
Yeah, and I think
the channel, the club, like.
Yeah, and I think we're probably going to end up just talking about the same stuff we've already talked about, and it's just going to make him more angry. So it's kind of pointless.
I think the what makes it worse is, I think we discussed it with you when you come on Spurs shelf side the other day.
Yeah,
a lot of these people that was saying they were going to go onto it, was it just fake Tottenham counts, make it look like it was going to be bigger, to make it then look small? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's possibility for that. I'm not like a conspiracy-minded person. I think if anything, it's just most likely people are lazy and it's cold and they get home from work and they're like, you know what? I thought I was going to go down there, but there's nobody else there. And that often is the case. Like the perception of something, it seems like there's nobody there, or there is less people than they expected, so they won't go down either. So I think I've done that myself in a number of different scenarios, not necessarily this one, but in other ones.
You can have the best intentions.
But... Yeah, you think you're going to do something and then you don't do it. Lee, sorry, quickly adds Lee fan Tottenham fan UK. Do we have a way to get him the link?
If he's on Twitter, then I can reach out and send him the link.
Okay, you've done that already in the back end. I see that. Okay, cool. So yeah, I guess one thing I want to talk about, something I thought of while I'm 2 hours with my feet up and not sitting in front of the desk, was what other teams' transfer business, because we know that ours is basically done, have affected the top 4 race. So if we look at Man United, West Ham, and Arsenal. Have you guys looked at all at any of that? And is there any team that is strengthened enough or weakened enough that makes you? Has it been quiet for all 3 of those teams essentially?
Yeah.
I haven't.
I'd be less concerned.
Sorry, Adam, go ahead, Adam, and we'll get to everybody.
Man United has stated that Lingard's going nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, especially with what happened with.
Yeah, they don't have the
man with no name.
The players available now to.
What were you going to say, Adam?
Losing him. I was just saying, like for this season, I still think I know what people think that Man United have the strongest chance. I think it's us. I think we're set for top 4 this season. The concern I have is that the work that Newcastle have done will likely, I think, be enough to keep them from relegation. Which
it does look like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then during the summer they'll have an absolutely unbelievable transfer window, I have no doubt, and then there'll be another oil money team. I
don't think it's going to happen that quickly, mate. I mean, I get the idea that they'll spend the money, but it took 5 seasons before Man City won anything, and they had good, really top managers. So I mean, I recognize that they'll spend money, but that doesn't necessarily mean the success will come, or that they'll be involved in that top 4 conversation. I think it'll take 2 or 3 seasons myself, but
possibly. I was just hoping that it would take longer than that, for the fact that if they got relegated, then they wouldn't be able to get players in because nobody wants to go play in the championship.
Yeah, I agree.
And then
I was hoping for that too.
So take that little bit longer.
Yeah. One thing was noted. Delhi's gone to Everton, or at least that's what it seemingly has happened, and so has Donny van de Beek. Not concerned from a Spurs perspective, but that's a massive. Those are massive, 2 massive transfers for them combined. One of them separately, I wouldn't be so concerned about it, but them together, I think that gives Dele Alli sort of a similar, what we talked about earlier, a similar possible relationship like he had with Eriksen when it comes to like a creative player beside him that can sort of see those runs and get him the ball. I thought that was an interesting one from other teams. Is it which one am I? Barry, Phil, or Grant? You're Phil, right, Phil? Or is it Barry?
His name is Nick.
It's Nick. Name is Nick. Name isn't even on the thing. Fucking Nick.
That's bad.
Nick. Oh my god. You know what's funny, because I think I heard Brian calling you that on your channel the other day, and I'm like, remember, his name is Nick. It's not in any one of the things on this.
I've been calling you Barry all evening. I feel like I need you now.
Yeah. So Nick, any thoughts on that, or any thoughts on some of the other transfer business that's going on?
Well, I think if you look at it, I guess the real winners, I guess, is probably the ones that didn't need to strengthen, and that's probably City and Liverpool. Obviously, with Diaz and obviously, I think Liverpool's still trying to sign that other guy. I can't remember his name. And then obviously City got Alvarez, and I guess below that, Chelsea haven't done anything. Yes, Chelsea haven't done anything.
It's quiet on the Chelsea front. I'm surprised by that, aren't you?
I think they've got more of a. I guess they're trying to tie up whatever's happening with Rudiger. They need to sort that out. But
they've got a few players like that who are on their.
But yeah, I think 3 more hours to get Dembele as well.
Yeah, and I think you've got. I think with West Ham, I think with Arsenal, I mean, the people that have done the most business, I guess, that have strengthened are probably Everton, Newcastle, and Villa, right?
Yeah.
And I think, like you said about Newcastle, I think they've just done enough to stay up. I think they'll probably get to Christmas, and then Howe will probably get sacked because they'll want that big money signing. I wouldn't rule out Pep's going to leave City at some point. I wouldn't rule out, necessarily him being the next one off the, to potentially go there, or even if, whatever happens at United and potentially Poch going there because they have a load of money to spend. So I guess it all depends on timing, right? Because we had the timing thing with Conte. We acted quicker than United did, and obviously he came to us when he probably, if United had come calling, then he probably would have gone there. But I think it's. With us, obviously, we've got the 2 players in and we've got the 5 out in terms of when we spoke about it at length earlier. But I still think that top 4 is up for grabs if everyone stays fit. I'm not scared by the business that United have done, that Chelsea have done, the West Ham. So it's all up for grabs, and I just sees to everyone's got to really fit in. And I guess from a fantasy football point of view, there's going to be a lot of wild cards being used in the next couple of weeks because there's
I got mine left. I saved mine.
So me too. But I think there's going to be a lot of interest in signings. I think the summer's going to be big. And Ronnie's just made that point about Phillips. You've got the Phillips issue. You've got the Rafinha issue. There's going to be a lot of business going on in the summer, and I think what we need to do now is we need to start now and plan for the summer and hit the ground running and not be having this conversation on the 31st of August, right?
Yeah, none of this like things dragging out like we've seen.
So why do I get the feeling we probably will?
I think we will. I think we've talked about already about.
Oh, sorry, positive. I have to keep positive. Sorry.
It's not just Levy; it's also Paratici who likes to do it the same way. So unfortunately, that's basically going to be the case. I just want to quickly message for Lee here. Lee, if you want to come on, message us on our Twitter, and myself or Ads will hop on and get your connection, and we'll get you the link. But that's
keep an eye on the Twitter.
mate. But otherwise, we're not going to share it in the comments because we want to keep it a little bit tighter, especially for the last half of this. But yeah, get us on Twitter, buddy. Any other thoughts? I think that's Nick. I think that's spot on when it comes to that situation. The other teams haven't improved. I think it means top 4 for us is even more likely with the lack of movement from. I thought Chelsea would go. I mean, I guess because they spent so much money on a lot of duds that they currently have, and the Timo Werners of the world and the Kai Havertz of the world. They've spent a lot of money. Is it a scenario? Do you think William Cahill that they are just refraining because they think they can try to get more out of the squad they have?
I don't know. That's no, I don't know.
I'm just curious. I think we could catch Chelsea at this point, especially since their form's been so shit lately. That's why the reason I asked the question. I thought I know that they beat us 8-0 in January. I just think that's a different part of a different question or a different story. But they, if we win our games in hand, we would go above Chelsea right now in the league.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that you're asking me because you want the optimistic answer, which is
I was hoping for it. Yeah.
So I'm sorry that I wasn't.
Come on, Adam.
But I'm just. I've been so vehement about being like, we will get 4. To say that we'll get 3, I just feel like everyone was like, Adam, fuck off. Like,
yeah.
No one's gonna listen to me anymore. It's like,
so why were you convinced of 4? Like, what players did you think they would be? Because I think that's a good line of questioning. You said 4. Did you think we were going to get 4 at all the 4 positions we know are relevant?
No. Not that we were going to get 4 players. That we were going to get 4th place.
Oh, 4th. My bad. Sorry, I thought you were saying 4 players.
No, we were going to get to 4th position in the table to say that we'd rise above Chelsea. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is possible. We have the ability on paper to be able to get to third spot.
Yeah.
But if I was saying that, then people think I was mad. And
I don't think so. Again, if we're talking about form, which is what you sort of have to base your position on. They haven't been playing well, other than meeting Dr. Tottenham for the month of January to make themselves feel better. But playing every other team, they've struggled. And I think. Yeah,
what we've been listening to though for the last few hours is that we don't even have we don't like we're gonna get injuries. Such and such is gonna happen, and we haven't got the players.
The wheels are coming off.
I think that's a case of I think we've got so used to it. We always look on the dark side, rather than the positive hope.
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying. That's my one hope in for message to everyone was to get them to realize that we're like the ship is going to less rocky waters. Like we're on the way up the mountain, not down the mountain. Do you know what I mean? To use two completely different metaphors at the same time. And it doesn't make any sense for me that people are getting so concerned. And I'm just like I know it may take time. I know it's not a massive leap in the way people would want it to be.
Yeah.
But we are on an upward trajectory again. We really are. You know,
yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that, and I know that I'm on a channel that promotes Levy out, and I feel that way still. Like I still think Levy is a problem and will continue to be a problem, but we do have to take into account what is currently true about the squad that we have, the manager that we have, and as well as what Paratici can potentially do. We still don't know. It's too soon, I think, from a failure or success standpoint to say one way or the other is true. So I am positive and optimistic based on the two transfers we brought in and getting rid of the dead wood. And I've said this, I said it earlier on this stream, and I said it on many other streams, that was probably the most important thing in this window to do, despite being still weaker on paper based on the numbers, which I do agree is the case. I do think that we'll be much stronger as a unit, minus the problematic players that were in the side that have ruined any kind of unity or continuity that a club has, like we had under Poch for that period of time. It was 2.5 seasons of him just being like, just everybody pushing in the same direction. Like the tea lady is pushing in the same direction as the guy bringing the oranges. Like it was just everybody was doing the same thing for the same reason. Yeah. And when you have specific players, especially players like Tanguy Ndombele, who you brought in, who's to be your talisman essentially to run that midfield, like Moussa Dembele did, his predecessor, and was remotely not interested. So we've gotten rid of that. I think I think that many people who want new players in and who want to see the team improve, they are not putting enough weight into that part of this window. That those three players in particular that have been problematic are gone. I think that's something that has to be considered.
Yeah. Well, we did. If you think back, Poch got rid of, was it 4 or 5 players at the start of his tenure? Right. You didn't see them after January. And if you consider it, that January, we only bought Dele Alli, who we loaned straight back to MK Dons.
Yeah.
So my hope is, as I say, that we will get top 4. The most important thing is going to be not just the 4 games in hand, but it's the fact that with the Arsenal, the Man U, the Liverpool, and the Man City games, we've got to try and get something, as much as we can out of them, because officially we've only got 1 game in hand over Arsenal, and they're a point in front of us, or a goal difference. They're a level with us, or something. So,
don't we have 2 games in hand on Arsenal? I thought we had.
I thought it was 2.
They've played 21 and we've played 20. They've got +6 goal difference, so we're on the same amount of points.
Okay,
right.
So as I say, it's to if we can come away from them 4 matches, like if we can beat Arsenal, we can beat West Ham, and come away with a draw against Man U and Liverpool, and then I don't expect much from Man City away.
Hey, Dave, we always beat Man City. I'm not worried about that game.
More at home than we do away.
At home.
I'm kidding, Alan.
I think Scott here makes a good point as well. It's fantastic that we managed to get the toxicity out of the club, but at the same time, we need to replace them, and it really does look like that we're going to have to wait till the summer transfer window to do that. But look at our players just have to keep fit. I mean, that's it. One major injury, and that's kind of top 4 gone.
They weren't doing, those 3 players weren't doing anything for our squad. They weren't playing, or if they did play, they were useless. So getting rid of them isn't going to change anything other than what was wrong with the squad, which was, a lack of unity and a lack of pushing in the same direction. I get it. From an injury perspective, you don't have somebody to fall back on that has, Premier League experience. And I think that's the fear. And I get that. But I think bringing in the players we brought in will improve the squad, and getting rid of the players we've got out have improved the squad. But the injury problem is the thing that I worry about the most.
But but having spent most of the afternoon on with Adam and being positive, why don't we look? I've kind of turned the other way, so I'm kind of more positive than I was
Yes, Adam.
If I convert even one person, it was worth it.
So the reason I say that is that we sat here and we're going, what if we get injuries? What if we get? But what if we don't? We're not saying what if we don't. If we don't,
yeah. Both could be true, right? Like you can't just pick one and assume it's going to happen and then let the wheels fall off. You have to assume that both could be true. We could be completely fit. Harry Kane could not twist his ankle once for an entire season for the first time in who knows how long, and score 10, 15 goals for the rest of the season and catch up to the Golden Boot winners, and we could win. We could get into third place. That could happen.
I think one thing
that's literally half full.
There you go. One thing we have refrained from mentioning, probably just because it's slightly old hat, I suppose, at this stage. But we need to remember, Conte is at the wheel. Yeah. Like this guy can do anything, as far as I'm concerned. Like I honestly believe that he's gonna the fact that Kulusevski and Bentancur are coming into a team that Conte is managing will make all the difference. Because like people might say that they were bench warming at Juventus or whatever. Fine, but they're going to come here. They're going to be playing for one of the best managers in the world, and he's going to get something incredible out of them. The same way that he's turned water into wine with some of our worst players already. Do you know what I mean? So there's no reason to believe that getting rid of the deadwood, bringing in two high-quality players who are already better than the people we had in those positions anyway, and Conte being the one training them isn't going to guarantee us, the best chance we've got at I'm gonna say top three now, just because you put the humor of it, Brian.
My positivity. Who knew, right? Adam? Who knew, right? We got to end this day. We got to end this day with a little bit of happiness, a little bit of joy.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Go into the rest of the season with supporting a club and try to have some fun. The point of football, or at least for me, and you guys can speak for yourselves, is the fun of it. I love playing it. I love playing it with my mates. I love watching it with my mates. It's supposed to be fun. Of course, the misery is part of the fun to some extent, because you have to feel that.
Say this, Brian?
Yes.
No, you have to feel that to really enjoy the good moments, right?
You don't understand the highs unless you've
you've been really low, right? And I think Spurs fans probably understand that more than most. Well, to be fair, we haven't had a heck of a lot of highs to enjoy, but when we do, it's
when they come,
it's epic.
Beating Leicester, I said, was like winning a cup. It was such an amazing game.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it felt like it. And those are the moments, right? Like obviously the Champions League semifinal, coming back from goals down and having those moments. That's the reason you watch football. I don't really I understand people's position. Obviously, Brian and I share a similar position, but I don't understand necessarily the amount of effort and work and weight you put into trying to change somebody's mind that isn't necessarily going to. Having said that, I don't think we should not try, but I think that I've always said I'm better off, and you're better off mentally from a mental health perspective to try to enjoy the things you can still enjoy. And one of those things is, from my perspective, not necessarily controlling what somebody like billionaires are going to do. We try to influence them, certainly, and we're doing that hopefully that's going to come to fruition. But I want to enjoy football. I want to enjoy this. I want to enjoy talking to you guys. I want to smile every now and again. So, Adam, you're always welcome on the show because you made me a little bit happier today.
Good stuff. That's so good. That's so good. Look, this particular sport is the best to get us kind of to allow ourselves to feel the lows as well as the highs, because you get to experience what I honestly think is the most beautiful game there is. There is literally no more amazing game to watch. Especially when people play it at the highest level, like we're watching in the Premier League, when you get some special stars coming in doing things that it's once in a million, and then the tribalism of it as well.
Yeah. I love like obviously I use this term in a sort of banterish way. I love the hate for other clubs. Like I love the rivalry. It's so much fun to get into that and get into it, but also still be healthy about it and not start anything silly. This is a great comment from a Blackburn Rovers fan. Welcome to the channel, Sean.
Blackburn Rovers fan, fair play.
Sean son of Mick.
Yeah, fantastic.
Sean son of Mick is a friend of mine. He normally goes by Benji. So what's the story, Benji?
What's up, Benji?
Fair play, Benji.
Why isn't he a Spurs fan, Adam? Do you know? Is it?
Why isn't he? I don't even know why he's a Blackburn Rovers fan.
Well, that's why I was asking.
He's from Mayo, so
enough said.
Yeah, on the west coast of Ireland. Enough said. On the west coast of Ireland. Yeah, I don't know why he's a Blackburn fan. I know he lived in Manchester for a time, but I don't know if he actually told me why he's a Blackburn Rovers fan. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we appreciate the support from the Rovers fans. It's not.
It's possibly like he started watching football when they won the Premier League.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that would explain it.
That makes sense. Yeah,
I'm sure
you know
he'll say
Glory hunters.
Yeah,
Glory hunters.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't be accused of that.
No,
definitely not.
Well,
No way.
I could, I suppose, because I joined after we had just won the UEFA Cup, the League Cup.
All right, well, you're a glory
But a
hunter,
glory
Alan.
hunter leaves after a while when we don't win anything, and so you've been gone a while back.
Actually, I suppose if we're going by that, I'm kind of a glory hunter because I started supporting the day we won the Carling Cup, which is what was our last trophy.
Oh,
No
well,
way.
you're
Yeah.
young. You're young.
Well,
Yeah.
You get to have it.
That's when it comes to the argument of Levy and not winning trophies. And I apologise here, lads, because it might sound like being a Levy in, but I'm not now. As things have changed, I find it the fact that we was never going to be able to chase the money that Chelsea and Man City have spent. With cups, you only get to the final if you get that luck of the draw.
Mhm.
And then it's a case of you've also got to be lucky on the day. That game we beat Chelsea, we got the luck of the draw. Woodgate, another day that ball hits Woodgate's head, goes over the bar, and we lose on penalties. The money that Man City, Chelsea, Man United, and even in a sense to Liverpool, because Liverpool have been a big club for 50 years, or 40, 50 years. I know we are a big club, but we also spent a good 12-year period, 13-year period of not even being in the top half properly. You know what I mean? So a lot of the damage was done with the introduction of the way UEFA changed football, the Premier League changing, and the fact that we lost out a lot of money at the wrong time. That's only my own view.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I want to bring in Lee, who's been trying to get on for some time.
Hey,
there he is.
Lee, big up.
What's going on,
Welcome,
Lee?
man.
Are you in your closet? It looks like you're in your closet, mate. Is that is that where it's
my little office?
It's where it sounds the best. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for being in the comments all day. And I'm glad we were able to get you on. How are you, man?
For having me.
How what are your thoughts on the window so far? Because you're new. We've all kind of talked about to death about it. So, what do you think so far?
My main concern is obviously if we get any injuries or a COVID crisis. I think if we're going to be really short if we get any injuries in that, and I'm just thinking quite a few players gone out and they're two coming in, and obviously we are quite known to have some little niggling injuries, especially with Harry Kane and stuff. I'm concerned what would happen if that happens. Would we be able to cover from that? Personally, it's a difficult one because I can appreciate that they're trying to maybe save themselves for the summer, but I think this season's priority try and get in top four, and I think we should just take the gamble and spend money now, and then just hope for the best. And if it doesn't work out, then we evaluate in the summer. But just to go on the win now and see, maybe just get a couple in now and see if it works. I don't know. It's a big
There's that Spurs doubt right there. We were talking about just before the league came up.
We're still gonna get top four.
Yeah,
I believe we'll get top four. I think Arsenal have completely screwed it up.
West Ham falling apart.
Free as well.
United not very good.
United haven't put the wheels back on yet.
Yeah. What do you think of the signing so far, Kulusevski and Ben?
I'm quite happy with it. I think what's good, especially with Kulusevski, or that's how you pronounce his name.
Pretty close.
His age is against, he's got a good age. So 21, it's good.
Good upside there, right? Like he's a quality player, but 21, you make a point there that with under Conte, if Conte has him for this game or for this rest of the season and for a preseason, we should see a proper player next year for sure. Should be really good.
Definitely. My concern is obviously, we're still lacking in that creative area. I'm assuming, we could chop it around a bit if we go 4-3-3 a little bit, but then, I just think sometimes the front three are lacking that killer pass and that bit of creativity to create goals, and we're just relying on the wing backs, aren't we? And we're a bit dodgy in that area.
Yeah, it is a bit dodgy. Kulishevsky, though, and I spoke about this earlier in our stream. He's got some really good stats in the final third when it comes to chances created, assists, shots on goal. Just his XA and XG is quite high per 90. So I think he's going to be more creative than we think. I think that he's going to offer something a little bit more than just being a right-sided winger that's going to run to the touchline and put the ball in. I think he's going to offer a lot. So he will add to our creativity, and so will Bentancur as well. His passing from deep is also quite good. Like from a statistical perspective, that also means that has to translate into the Premier League. I recognize that isn't always going to be the case, but it does. It's better than it looks, I think, or better than, because we don't. I don't know if you guys don't watch Serie A. I don't watch Serie A, so these players are often new for me. I'm like, oh, that guy. Okay, I should go do some research and find out what he's done. But you see that in a different league, but it doesn't always come across in the Premier League. It sometimes can be sort of missed. But yeah,
especially with Harry. Especially with Harry Winks. He divides opinion, but I just think he's really grabbed the horns by and really taking his chance on Conte, because I think it's his last chance saloon for him. And I think his passing can be really good if given a chance. If he's on it, then he's one of the best passers. But I just think with the wing back situation with Doherty and Emerson. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right?
I get nervous. I
think if we're playing wingbacks, Doherty is good enough. If we're playing like a system where it suits him, he's played started 2 games playing that system, and he's been started one and played one in the second half, and looked good. Like he created a goal, he got into the box, he was getting up high, a couple crosses, and good crosses too, that were actually in a place where a player might get on the end of them. They didn't, but they were in the right position. So I think that position is okay. I think I agree with the Emerson situation. He needs a lot of work to become a right wing back.
Yeah, and I think looking at the teams around us, West Ham haven't spent, Arsenal haven't spent. Arsenal were in, they're in a mess. So
they've just lost one of their best strikers.
Yeah, and they bought a Colorado from Colorado in the MLS defender, and then sent him back out on loan. Yeah, I read that. I was like, "Wow, Arsenal, that's your." Imagine what AFTV looks right now. We're like thinking we're having meltdowns. Imagine the meltdown going on over there.
Glorious. I think they were talking about who they were going to sign after to replace Aubameyang.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hilarious. I mean, at least we have that, right?
maybe they'll try and get Thierry Henry out of retirement or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we're in a good position for that 4th place, possibly 3rd. I'm going to stick with Adam Cahill on this one because, why not? If the other teams aren't strengthening, and we have, despite us being weakened as a squad overall from numbers perspective, our first team squad has improved, and I think that's hard to argue or hard to ignore when it comes to. The players that weren't doing anything for us are out, and the players that potentially will are in. You have to be positive about that.
Yeah, absolutely. None of our rivals have done anything to make us concerned whatsoever.
Yeah, they must be nervous about us now because Conte doing what Conte does with players generally, and the 2 new players coming in, refreshing the squad, getting rid of Deadwood that we needed to get rid of, in Conte. I mean, if I'm Chelsea, I'm shitting my pants, even though they've kicked our ass like completely.
This is the thing. I want to know what Chelsea fans think.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get. It'd be nice to get one on. If anybody in the comments knows a Chelsea fan who wants to hop on with us and talk about us, of course they're going to slag us because of the 8-0 drubbing we took in the month of January. That's besides the point. We know we're shit going to Stamford Bridge and just playing you guys in general. If you're a Chelsea fan, get on here and tell us exactly what you think of the fact that you guys have done fuck all in the transfer window. It's closing in an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Is it tomorrow? Is it tomorrow that you find out about if? I know it's a long shot, but about pre-contracts. they can get signed today, but can they be announced if it? If it
I
happens?
think they can get signed up until my understanding is a couple hours after the window closes, and then there's there's a cutoff at a certain point. Because I know didn't Redknapp do that as well, like a couple of signings, or he missed it. Maybe we were talking about the fax machine earlier. I think he missed it, getting the fax across to the right people.
Whenever I hear the word fax machine, I just think of David De Gea and that hilarious thing about Real Madrid that time.
What happened? Did I miss that? I must have missed that.
Apparently, De Gea was on his way to Real Madrid, but his fax machine broke, so the deal didn't go through. And this is only a few years ago.
Gotcha. This is a good question, guys. Let's answer Sean's question. Let's go around the horn. Ads, you start with it.
Scarlett, Divine. Who was the fella that was on the bench against Chelsea? Was it White?
Yeah, Harvey White.
Yeah. Those three mainly, because they have great potential. I would have said Markande, but unfortunately he's gone now along with them. But look at, 3 against 1, not too bad. We still have those three. I think Scarlett. Now that we're not in the Conference League anymore, he's probably not going to get a lot of game time. FA Cup, we're probably too far into that to play a League 2 or League 1 on team, so I'm not sure about that, but you never know. He could come on like, say, if we're winning comfortably, I know it's rare, and we were talking about this earlier. If we're winning comfortably, maybe the three of them each could come on like at some stage and just get some playing time.
Yeah, give him the 15 minutes at the end of the game, for God's sakes. Adam, part 2. What are your thoughts on?
I've been really excited about Alfie Devine for a while now. As he's still the youngest player to have scored for our first team, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, the first time we had fans in the back in the stadium, was it? He scored it.
No, he scored it against Marine in the cup last year.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
I knew it was something. It was a moment. It was a good moment for him.
It was the fact that we done the virtual tickets, didn't they? And they posted it up. So
that's what it was.
But he looks like a serious talent. So between him and Dane Scarlett, I think that the future's bright for Spurs. But Alfie's the one who's like, Alfie is definitely the one that's got my attention the most.
Nice, Alan. Thoughts on the youth system, the youth players coming through?
To be honest with you, same as Adam. Really, I'd like to see. Really, would like to see Harvey White given a shot because.
What are his attributes, Alan? What do we know about Harvey White in regards to where he would play in Conte's system?
I'll be honest with you, I think he's I think he's if I remember seeing from programs like clips, he's more of a holding midfielder.
Yeah.
But he can take set pieces.
Yes.
Oh God. Yeah. He's cracking at set pieces.
Yeah.
I've seen some of them.
And to be honest with you, that's something it could earn us 6 to 9 points a season. That is an important 6 to 9 points, So
no, I that's a huge point actually, and I think that we talked about that earlier, the free kick taker that we don't have. Nick, any standouts from the youth, the players that for you?
Obviously Adam touched on them all, but I'd like to see Scarlett, we spoke about earlier. I'd like to see Scarlett have some time and just learn some trade. Obviously, we'd probably with all of them to probably go out on loan, but we've got a few out on loan already, so it's not. They're going to have to almost. I would almost throw them in and say, play with no fear, because a bit like that first season with Dele Alli, no one really knew, what he was about. They don't know what Scarlett, White, Divine are all about, and I think wouldn't it be nice on Saturday that actually instead of bringing on Kane, Moura, Son with 20 minutes to go, we could bring them on and give them 20 minutes and the game's wrapped up and we could, rest the guys. So it'd be interesting to see what we do against Brighton, but I think we need to come out and make a statement. We haven't played for God knows how long. This is probably the international break with not really an international break, if that makes sense.
Yeah, pseudo international break for certain teams in certain parts of the world.
But, I think Scarlett just to get a run, get some confidence, and believe that he can do it, not just be told he can do it, if that makes sense.
A run of games, really. I think Paul Walter makes a good point here. I think this is the one. Just from the times that Scarlett has played, from a creative perspective, he hasn't he's been kind of shafted. He hasn't played with the best of the first 11. He's always been starting with like our B team, and that B team was not creating anything. You know, the likes of Dele Alli and Tanguy Ndombele at the time were in those teams, but weren't really giving him the ball. He was making runs. I remember seeing him, just watching, because I'm excited. I think he's going to be fantastic. Watching him, just seeing him make a run, and no balls getting into him. I think that's key, is to, if he's going to play, let him play with some of the bigger players. Get him around Heung-min Son, get him around Kulusevski, get him around Harry Kane, so that he's playing with these players that are at a different level, and we'll see what he can really bring to the table with those runs, because those players are going to get him the ball. They're going to pass him in those lanes and find him when he makes a run that is an intelligent run, because he does it at the other level, at the lower level, and arguably you'd think that would just improve under first team football with the men's squad. So, Lee, what are your thoughts on any youth players in particular you like?
One player I do quite like, and I speak to him. We message each other now and again through Instagram. Is Maxim Paskotski.
Yeah, he's a good looking player, isn't he, Paskotski? Did he play left wing back? Was that what it?
Right wing back, no.
Right wing back. He played some of the pre-season friendlies. He can play centre back, and he can play on the right as well. So, you know, there's that option. But obviously he's Estonian international, and he's got a really bright future, and he's quite level-headed as well. So I think he's going to be a real talent for us going forward.
How old is he, Lee? What's his?
He's 18 at the moment.
So still quite young.
Still quite young, but yeah, he's made a full Estonian international appearance in the first team. So,
nice.
But yeah, that's definitely one to watch. And also Alfie Devine, he's just ripping it up in the academy at the moment. I just think he's going to be pushing the first team soon.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Hope so. I mean,
for sure.
I think, like you said, Lee, we're going to be relying on some of these players if any injuries happen, and hopefully they don't. We can't assume that they're going to, but we can also sort of expect some, because it's football, it's a physical game, and the players will get injured. It's just hopefully it's not for too long and it's not key players, but like to see some of them play a part. It's always been sort of part of this, what we want from our club is to have some of these young players come through and perform, and like the Ollie Skips of the world, Harry Kanes of the world, that we love, that two of my favorite players because of that, and because of their quality that they bring to the team as well. So hopefully we can see more of that. And imagine being 18 years old and getting to train under Antonio Conte. Like what a thing that would be.
Dream come true.
Right, gents, I'm gonna call it a day now, because I know in another 20 minutes the boss is going to be up.
No worries.
And I've got a few things I want to try and do.
No earrings tonight.
I will be listening in, so behave yourself, Barry, Phil, Grant, Frank, Arthur, whatever your name is.
I don't think we'll be going much longer, anyways, because I've got another stream I got to go do at 5:30 for my other channel. That's gonna be a little while, and I'm going to try to push some of the folks over there. And it's been a long day. Officially, it's nearly 7 hours we've been live. So
I hope to join you another day. As I say, if ever you're
hope to have you back on, Alan.
We will, Alan. We will look at the schedule and make sure you just message us on Twitter if you see something coming up that you want to be a part of. We'll get you.
You're on the chat, aren't you? In the
that's a creative chat as well.
Yeah, the creative chat.
Well, so.
Yep. 100%.
Okay.
Cheers, Alan.
Take
Bye,
care.
Pick up. Thanks.
Ads, you want to
just want to get to the super chat from Kaguma. That's like our fifth today. I mean, honestly, what supporter, what a legend, what a woman. Yeah, 6 hours streaming. Yep. Big up, all respect. I mean, technically it's 6 hours, but like I'd say we've done about 4.5 hours, but that's still long. Like, I mean, we're still exhausted for ideas, but look, we'll keep on.
We're pushing it.
There's still nearly 30 people watching, so for free legends, we'll keep going for as long as we can.
I do know Maddie Hayes is live right now, and that's always hard to compete. I wish he was with us as well, but we're we'll probably only have a few more minutes to roll on, and let's do this. Let's finish this up with a rating of the transfer window between everybody who's here out of 10. I know we've kind of done this already, but let's do it again as just sort of a final way. And Lee hasn't done it yet; he wasn't here when we did it earlier.
Put me on the spot.
So yeah, exactly. Well, everybody's on the spot. I'm going to start with you, Lee, though, so you don't have a lot of time to think about it. Give us
cruel, man.
I know, totally cruel. Give us a number and give us a reasoning as to why with the business that's been done.
Okay, I think our objective at the beginning of the transfer window was to get rid of some of the deadwood, and I think we've done that really well. Really well. incomings, I would have liked to have another wing back and possibly another midfielder, but we've got two really quality players come in, so I'm going to give it a 6.
6. I good shot on that. Nick, you're next, buddy. What thoughts on the rating
Yes,
and the reasoning?
I think we've got rid of the deadwood, and I think that's going to have if we're talking about positivity, like with Adam here, Adam part 2, then do you know what? Yeah, it's more positive than it is negative. I get where people will be coming from, that we haven't necessarily replaced the people that we've got out or loaned out, and I get we haven't got the striker, got the right wing back, got the centre back potentially that we needed, right? But I think the wages that we would have cleared out just from Dele Alli and Ndombele, Lo Celso, and Hill is probably pushing 400,000 plus a week, right?
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Massive.
And I don't want to sit there and say, "Oh my God, look at what Levy's done. It's amazing." But I think from that point of view, he's done all right. Yeah, give him due fair. Give him fairness and his due where it's due. And to get that amount of money, out, and obviously we've probably not spent, even if we've spent half of that on, the two that have come in, then we're still going to be in a better position. I think Paratici has been allowed to do more than probably anyone's been allowed to do in terms of transfers. Obviously, Levy was still the one that was doing the deal with Ken Wright in London for Dele Alli. But I just think now we have to hit the ground running and get ready for the transfer window opening, because again, we need to remember that it's a World Cup year, so people are going to want to move to play, and the World Cup's coming around. 3 months later, it's not going to be. It's not. So we've either got an opportunity to.
It's going to be a messed up year next year, mate.
Yeah, it's going to be. Weird. It's going to be a strange one. So and also then with the World Cup finishing right near Christmas and the transfer window opening again in January, I think there'll be a lot more business maybe done in January than it potentially would be done in the summer. But we need to go out and have that intent. It's still a 6 from me, just because we didn't, if we replace one or two of the positions we need, I'd have probably gone up to a 7. But yeah, 6 out of 10.
Nice one, Nick. Yeah, I think I'm in the same wheelhouse there, but we'll get to me. Adam, number 2, your score. It's going to be positive. It's going to be higher than the 6. We know that.
Well, look, I mean, you were the very one who said, Brian, earlier on today that we should get a 5 just for getting the players out that we got out.
I still feel that way. I still think that's true.
I 100% agree with you, mate. Because at the end of the day, we've lost some of the deadwood. We've lost some toxicity in the dressing room, and we've lost people off the wage bill. We're going to be getting funds in over the next couple of years for the guys. So for me, that alone definitely gets you the 5 out of 10. I think that the fact that we've got the players of the quality of Kulusevski and what we're going to call him Benny from now on, those two lads. I mean, I honestly think for me it's a 7, because I think that we have an extra creative player in Kulusevski to help the guys in the front three partnership, and in the center of the pitch. Benny is going to be, I think he's better than the guys that we have already. So if it's that significant of an improvement to the team, yeah, I think 7. I think 7 is, I couldn't go any lower than that, to be honest.
It's hard to argue with that, Ads.
You know what? Me and my cynical mind was going to rate this a 3, but thanks to the Adam Cahill effect, I'm going to bump that up to 5. And plus also because we got rid of the deadwood as well as signing 2 players. Now, we'll see what these 2 players can do. And you know what? I'm excited, especially for Kulusevski, is his name?
Yep, you got it.
Yes, got it right off by heart.
Nailed it.
Yes,
Nailed it.
I didn't have to look at a news article or a post to say his name. Fantastic.
Nice.
See, it's positives already. And yeah, so I'm low-key excited, and hopefully my excitement can be met with top 4, because, I mean, hate to kill the vibe, but I don't think we'll get the trophy this year. But look, at this point, top 4 will be enough. It'll be just about enough to keep Conte. And if we get top 4, then we'll get Champions League, which means more money going into the club. Hopefully,
more players wanting to come because they want.
And more players want to come. I was just about to say that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, massive one. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're fine. Fine. I mean, you took the words out of my mind, so it's fine. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm, even though I am a cynical bastard, I am like looking forward to these two players and seeing what they can do.
Yeah, for sure. As much as the Cahill effect is something that is now going to be a thing we're going to use when anybody's being positive, instead of saying positivity or negativity, it's the Cahill effect or the Dagul effect, whichever one you want to, whichever one you
Both
get
opposite
into.
ends of the spectrum, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's it's two different ways of looking at things. It's less about the negativity and positivity. It's just about how you see things, perspective, I think, and I think everybody has different perspectives, and that we encourage that on this channel. My thoughts are right there with Nick and Lee and the 6 out of 10. I think because of the lack of amount of transfers, I think one more transfer would have got me to a 7, maybe an 8 if that transfer was a big player. If it was a marquee signing, which I don't think you can really do well in January very often. Sometimes you get lucky. I think Villa got a bit lucky with the Coutinho one, and still don't even know if that's a marquee signing based on his statistics in the last couple seasons. So yeah, 6 out of 10. I think that's accurate. I think we're going to wrap it up here, guys. A couple things I want to talk about before we wrap it up. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, Mental Health Show, February 3rd, 3:30 Eastern, 8:30 GMT. We'll have Tara Hancock on, who runs suicide awareness for footballers and for just, I think, in general. But she's incredible. She's going to come on. She's going to do a presentation about what she does for suicide prevention. We've got Sean Welborn, who's been on in the chat all day today, who's also a professional here in Canada, who will be on with us as well. Brian is going to be obviously with us. Myself, Brian, Adam, and Danny. Danny will be joining us probably briefly because he's got some personal commitments that day, but he will be with us. It's an important show. We know that there's obviously a connection to football and to players and what they go through, but also just what everybody's going through currently with the pandemic and the how everybody's tired of it, and all of the things that are going on and how everybody's feeling. I'll be explaining or talking about my personal situation with my own issues with addiction, which I haven't done previously, but I'm looking forward to. I've been clean off alcohol for 21 days today. So pretty proud of that, but I'm going to talk about that as well. And it's just going to be an opportunity for everybody to kind of get together and feel good about talking about their mental health and the positivity of that and what it means and how it's going to just sort of affect hopefully the rest of the season, and we can all feel good about where we finish, and it doesn't affect the Spurs don't affect that part of our lives as much as we let them. But look forward to that. Tune into that 3:30, 8:30 on Thursday. Going to be a big stream. I'm also doing a stream later today. If you care about the Premier League in general, over and above just Spurs, hop on over to the North End. This is the chat. In the chat is the link to the North End. Like and subscribe. We're a new channel, pretty small at the moment. We're trying to grow it, as much as we can. And if you're watching this, you want to hop on over and get in the comments and chat. And looking forward to having you over there. I'm probably not going to say as much because I've said way too much already today. My mouth is getting tired. I'm like barely can get anything out of my any words out of my mouth. Any last words from anybody here before we sign off?
Can everybody share where we can follow each other? Because
let's do that. Let's go around the horn, and I'll start with you. Adam Clarke, we know where you can find him because he's on the channel right now. But Adam too, tell us where we can find you.
Okay, cool. So I'm a filmmaker. So my production company is called Wild Stag Productions. On Twitter, I'm Wild Stag Media. Same on Instagram and Facebook, and you can also follow me, Adam William Cahill, as well. But yeah, nice. Wild Stag Media is the one I use most often.
Fantastic. Adam, you and I should talk a little bit because we have production needs you might be able to meet for some stuff we're working on. So we'll let you know. I'll get in touch with you on Twitter. Nick, tell us about your channel and what you're up to.
Okay, so you can find me on Shelfside Spurs, Thursdays, 7:30. This Thursday, we've got Mickey Hazard, the one, the only Mickey Hazard on. So join us for the hour before the mental health show, and then we've got
a bit of an overlap there, but they're going to hop on over and rate us.
Might be a bit of an overlap.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Then
it happens.
Guys, obviously, thank you for having me on for most of the afternoon and the evening. It's been a pleasure. And just let's just come on, you Spurs, leave you out, and
all that good stuff.
We'll talk again soon.
Cheers, Nick. Yeah, been a pleasure having you on, mate. Absolute pleasure. Lee, how about yourself, mate? Where we can find you?
I've got no real channels, only my Facebook page. I'm a bit left field. I've got like a paranormal business. so I do like a lot of ghost hunting stuff. So it's Somerset Paranormal Investigations on Facebook. That's my job. And this is also Tottenham's my hobby and my life. So that's just but my actual.
Can you
job
bring
is-
back any ghosts from Spurs past that we can desperately use right now?
Bring them out of retirement.
There's a few skeletons in the cupboard, I think.
Make sure
Nice.
one of them is a striker.
Well, Lee, it's a pleasure to have you on, mate. Thanks for coming on. And
thank you for having me, because obviously, I'm on the We Are Tottenham TV, and and Brian's brought me on this one, and obviously, I've been to Canada a few times, and it's such a lovely country, and the people are amazing. So, thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure, Lee. Nick, you wanted to add something before we go?
Yeah, just Danny Kyriacou, if your trainers are not sorted by the next time you see on the screen, then there's going to be trouble. I'm going to come and find you, honestly.
Nice one, mate. All right, well,
does anyone know where we can find Sean, who was on earlier?
Where's he has his own channel.
Does he?
He has his own channel, yeah.
Okay. Do we know what it is?
Do you know what the channel name is?
Oh, what is it called? It's called Spurs something. Hold on.
Almost certainly.
I know that's kind of not exactly narrowing it down, but hang on. I just have to look in the S section of my subscriptions. Hang on.
It's just wondering, because he was a good he had a lot of good insight on
he was great. He's often on the Irish as well, and I think it's Spurs Talk or we talk Spurs or something like that. Anyways, he will be back on the channel. Sean's a good guy. He's friends with a lot of people on the channel, and obviously offers a different perspective. I know why you like him, Adam, too.
He's on the white pill buzz,
he's on your train as well. All right, and I want to thank everybody in the comments, everybody who waited around for us. I know we left and we came back. We had a pretty solid number when we left, but it's been a long day, and the lads needed a rest, including myself. So thanks everybody in the chat. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for all the support for the channel. We've grown massively in the last few weeks, and we're really proud of what we're doing and happy with all your support. And everybody who's been on here, thank you very much, and we'll see you again soon. And whatever your sign off is many of it's to come on you Spurs, many of it's leave you out, whatever you want to do. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Leave you out.
Come on you Spurs.
Leave you out.